What's up, guys? It's time for a little bit more Factorio today. As always, let me do a little sound check to start off with. Everything looks cool. And, I see you guys have been having a conversation over on the side. I was kind of scrolling through that the last 10 seconds or so, but to tell you the truth, I was cutting it close today. Hey guys, hey. 500 bottles a minute, huh? That's a pretty good target. 1500 SPM, yeah, I'd say that that works. Just got back into Factorio. Well, we're glad to have you. Just got the lazy bastard achievement with no... Wow, okay. Yeah, that would be a pretty brutal way to start the game. Playing Minecraft? See, that's kind of what I alternate between, is Factorio and Minecraft whenever I want to play automation games. Let me go ahead and get loaded in here. There we are. So, 5 assemblers, each science. Yeah, I mean, it depends, I guess, on how much productivity you have, science productivity especially. Let me let me make sure my mic sounds good. Just popping in to listen to myself. Yeah, there we go. Okay. BTD6, yeah, I've played. That is an odd combination of games, but actually I absolutely agree. I have far too many hours in BTD6. Too lazy to rebuild the Vulcanist base after failed novice rebuild, just having storage containers. So I don't think it's unusual at all, once you get the Vulcanist, to just kind of rip up novice and start again. If anything, I kind of rip up novice so it stops generating pollution, and then rebuild it. Rebuild it later when I want the labs going. There you go, Terraria. That's one I don't have much time in. Not for any particular reason on that one, it's just, you know, you can only play so many games, and that's one that I never quite managed to get into. I did want to check all this. I kind of built this, just threw it down and left, and I do want to make sure all this is working correctly. Like here, I'm not sure these guys are keeping up with production. Like, how much compost are these guys expecting? It's 18 apiece. There's 10 of them, so 1.8. And then these guys want 16. There's mishmash of you, but I assume you're all the same recipe, yes? So that's going to be 0.64. That brings me to around just under 2.5. Yeah, we're gonna be missing algae, because this doesn't generate nearly enough compost for me, actually. Does just mean these won't be running full-time, and if I need them to be running full-time, then I'll have to address it. This is actually backed up, so I don't even need to worry about it. Something else is the limiting factor here, which is solder. That's not super surprising. 114 mods in Minecraft, yet running 130 FPS. Yeah, I mean, I'll say Minecraft has made a lot of strides in recent versions on quality, on how much it's able to run at once. And 19 black borders, that ain't too bad. Black borders are tough. I don't know exactly how many I have. I was just going in order when I decided to black border, and I think I have the first 2 screens black bordered. Granted, I know they've added more maps since then. A lot more algae farms there, yeah. Do you keep your resource nodes at default settings for your runs? Depends, map by map. In this particular run, resource nodes are pretty much default, yes. I did have to play around with them quite a bit at the beginning, but this one was in an unusual situation where I was actually planning a just Bob's run, because Angels was not even out yet when I started this. and I just kind of got surprised by Angels being released right at the beginning of the month. It was like the 4th, I think, and so I had to kind of scramble to change things around. So this is where I left off last time. Let me queue all of these things for deconstruction. I have all the buildings I'm going to need for 1 pink science a second laid out, so 60 a minute, which is just kind of an arbitrary goal I picked. 1 per second is how much my red circuits can sustain if they're running full tilt. And these actually look light blue. I'd be surprised if I have chemical plant 3s, but yeah, okay, it looks like they are coming in. Easy on easy maps, I've got cornfield done and expert, yeah. Shadow Slash and Bloody Slip. Let me get infinite height when I'm using Elytra. I'm unfamiliar with those, but I'll take your word for it. Cornfield is an interesting map to get black border on. Just because it is so expensive to move all the corn with, or move all the corn and then you still have to buy your towers and all, so it kind of forces you to have a really strong idea of what your build is going to be going in. It does make it kind of like an expert map tutorial, almost. Oh yeah, absolutely. Half cache is the one that I dread the most. Like, no contest there. Alright, let's start by getting resources in, because... excuse me. I know I need steel. I know I need cobalt. I do have iron up above. I'm not sure if I want to build that all the way down here, but we'll see about that later. Let's just start with what I know, which is cobalt first. Let's see. So unloading, that goes that way. I think I'd rather have this unloading, yes, though that's in the way of the roboport. It is what I have up here, though. Oh, I just built it out further. That works. First up is cobalt. There we are. And then I'll go ahead and throw steel down next. Ah, iron spells and spellbook. Yeah, that's one that I never got too terribly invested in. Not for any particular reason, that's just, that's newer Minecraft, and I never got much into newer Minecraft packs. I'm gonna copy the station colors from up here. Here's steel. And then cobalt's gonna be, like, pretty much right next to it, I think. So, steel first. All good. And cobalt. Right here on the end, okay. There you are. I am gonna need more stuff, I'm sure. You need a lot of steel, batteries. I'm gonna need lubricant, which is an odd one. I'm gonna need sulfuric acid and lead. I think I'm going to bring fluids in on the left over there, just because fluids are easier to move around for the most part. So, actually, I'll copy from a little further back, just to get all this lead in to make sure I paste this correctly. There we are. 44 impoppable and 34 chimps. Piercing crossbow from normal vault. Yeah. I'm trying to remember. I was mostly on BTD6, I was mostly a ninja start. So, on most maps you can kind of just pop out a ninja and then an alk, and you're just kind of good to go. I am going to do fluids on that side. And I do want batteries just kind of loosely over there, which does mean that electric engines and robot frames will also go over here. Not only because they need the batteries, but they will also need the fluids. These are certainly not final positions by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just trying to organize things at the moment. I know I need brass. I might as well get brass in here. Let's move this so you don't just get deconstructed. There we are. Okay, I'm gonna have to move science as well, because I do want to keep that, I just don't want it right there. So let's get brass in here. There we are. And once again, I will just copy the brass station from up above so I can keep the colors on it. There's brass. And all good. Okay. Just make sure these are all cool. I do like to double check anything I copy and paste just from time to time to make sure I haven't messed anything up somehow, but it's all good. Does seem I have a couple drains that are a little confused. Cobalt. Is that just because the main base cobalt station is asleep? Does look like it, okay. I do have these stations at the main base here set to turn themselves off if priority gets too low, and I do have all this circuit stuff right here. That just reads my inventories, figures out how how much I want to keep, lowers the priority, and if priority gets too low, turns the station off entirely. So yeah, there we go. Cobalt here before the station's even done being built. Now, let's see, there's brass, there's steel. Anything else? Let me check on the iron up here. Yeah, iron's literally all the way at the opposite side. I think I will just bring in a dedicated iron train. Doesn't make any sense to try and just belt that down. I'm okay with this science in particular being a little bit big. Don't think there's any problem with that. And in you go. And once again, we'll just grab the iron train. Why are you off from everyone? Not gonna worry about it. You can just be different. It is the iron stop. There we are. Okay. So that's mostly inputs. Love Shadow Slash pretty much can be used as wind charge anywhere. Does big chunk of damage. I mean, it sounds nice. I have a little experience using Ars Nouveau. Both new and old Ars Nouveau, and I did always love the way that the whole spell system worked there. It was always a lot of fun. Let me copy a fluid station from somewhere. Just like right here is cool. I really should just go ahead and get a blueprint made for that. I guess I should just go ahead and do it. But not on one of these angled ones. Let's grab from like up here, at least. Okay. Let's work with that for a second. I don't want to just copy you verbatim, and also you're gonna be fluid unloading. That's fine, I'm happy enough with that. No train stop names. I don't want the train stop below it. What else? I don't really want that. Yeah, this is fine. And if I could, I'd actually really like to move the lamps down. I usually have my unloading stations with lamps low, but whatever, that's fine. Yeah, happy enough with that. Let's get that thrown in the blueprint book, finally. There we are. I haven't had a actual fluid unloading station this entire playthrough, so I figured it was probably about time. Does mean I also want a flipped one, though. But this guy will work just fine. This is a loading station, but I mean, how much effort is there in a loading versus unloading station? Yeah. Once again, let's work that just a little bit. No train stop names. Anything else? All looks cool. Okay. So this is fluid loading. And I will call this the flip one. I would really rather if I could remember which way I have as my primary for my items to make them match, but Oh well, they either match or they're opposites. Who knows? Let's actually grab the blueprint so I can put it in the blueprint book. Good enough, okay. Now let's go build those stations. I remember I need sulfuric acid, and I need, lube. I might put those up here, actually. That just makes sense. Ooh, you have a curved rail. No, thank you. Yeah, okay. Okay. So, once again, back here, fluid unloading. But I want the flipped one. Of course, that makes you a loading station, but I'll just flip that in a second. And yeah, that's fine. You're going to be sulfuric acid. Let me go find a sulfuric acid unloading station. There you are. Oh, also, do you have... You don't have the logic. Okay. As far as this mod's concerned, is this your starter base? This is the starter base. It's a bit of a spaghetti mess everywhere, and it's hardly holding together. And a lot of the ore processing has been ripped out, which is why there's so much empty space now. But this was pretty tight in here. You can see, here's my initial ore sorting, smelting, all that. And then my initial science and production setups. I didn't originally plan on having, like, a mall or anything like that in this base, which is why it's grown like a tumor up the top. All of this was completely unplanned and just kind of grew as it needed to. But like, here's blue science, for example. That's been my entire blue science so far. Nice, yeah. If you want to see something truly awful, let me show you the fluid processing area. Everyone gets a kick out of that one. Here's fluid hell. It's something. Yeah, it's, lots of fun was had in there. That's why I'm trying to move over to this more distributed base, where everything's more train-based, and honestly, this was mostly a stopgap for bots, because I needed to move specific products from specific places to multiple specific places. In other words, it was a many-to-many problem, and trains were just the easiest way to handle that. Hey, Claire, gonna correct you on the name before you said it properly. I don't even know which name you're talking about, but I'm glad I did it right. Okay, this is not getting built, which is a little weird. Why don't I have those things? I really should have those things. Okay, train stops, combinators, those things, that's fine. I've been handcrafting those so far. I'm not worried about that, but why don't I have the other things? Fluid hell, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's, it's been an adventure. More train stops, please. Good enough for now. But now, why don't I have these things? Warehouses, pumps, fluid tank. Fluid tanks I also don't really make right now, so let's handle that. But warehouses should be being built. Fluid processing first, and I don't think it does it justice. I mean, that's the technical name. Okay, let's see if that helps any, but honestly I don't know if I have very many bricks still in storage. I did set up a bricks train. Yeah, this is my bricks train. Oh, I just don't have very many bricks coming in. I'm filling up stone buffers everywhere. I'll just send it in. Been clearing my throat a lot today. Let me take a drink of water real quick. There we are. Crude oil and Minecraft. See, that's the good days. Buildcraft and everything. That was Buildcraft and IC2. Endless hours in there. Don't really need this. Don't really know what this all is doing in here. Think you're going to get the rocket launched in the next 18 or so hours? I think you only have 2 streaming days left of the map. Yeah, I don't foresee myself launching the rocket today. Gen 2 interplanet transport. Oh, okay, very nice. New interplanetary ship. Oh, oil from Oratech. Once again, not really one that I'm familiar with. Where did that train? Did I send that already? I guess I did, because there go the bricks. Okay, well those will, make their way wherever it is they need to go, and that should get me the warehouses. Pumps are interesting. Pumps I should just have. Pumps are going to be off of engines. Somewhere. Somewhere? Somewhere in here. There you are. Okay. Okay, I do have pumps. Oh, maybe I've done pump tier 2s. Are you a pump tier? You are a pump 2. Okay. This is why I haven't done fluid blueprints yet. Hold on. What's in you? You are pump 2s. Okay. I'm just deleting that blueprint. What's in you? You're just a regular pump. Okay, you get to stay for now. But these are pump tier 1s. So let's get that swapped out. In you go, and in you go. Mod that adds factory type stuff. You can 280 very quick, yeah. Crude oil is found right near bedrock. Interesting, interesting. Again, I don't have this is an unloading station, isn't it? I guess I never wound up needing that unloading station for anything, so it's just stayed unnamed this whole time. Okay, maybe I'll have to find something else I can put up there soon. Don't think that's a big deal. I'm gonna need a lot of stuff, I imagine. Like aluminum. I don't even have aluminum processing set up. Let's immediately detour and get aluminum set up so that can start buffering. So let me see, what do I even need for aluminum? Let's just see what I've got here. So aluminum ingots seemingly only have 1 recipe. Okay. Okay. That's locked still, so I need aluminum 1. This is also pink, so I don't need that, and that's silicon anyway. Okay, so I only have tier 1, it looks like. I do want to keep in mind that I'll probably want to upgrade to this at some point, but for now it's just this. Okay, that does mean... It does mean I'd have an extra product, though. Because I don't think I'd be reusing the sodium carbonate for anything in here. Doesn't really look like it. Yeah, it's used in chrome and stuff. It is used up here. Okay, maybe I would use it then. I don't know. That's for future me to figure out. For right now, I just need the tier 1 recipes. That's sodium hydroxide and aluminum ore, so let's figure out how I'm gonna get those. I'll probably make sodium hydroxide on site. Let's see. Uses advanced fuel recipes for better efficiency. Got one for Vulcanist and Novice, nice. I died to a creeper, gonna eat my bacon and eggs then. Yeah, have a good breakfast. So let's grab a unloading, and I might set this up so that it can receive multiple inputs, just because I have here, and I really don't think I'm gonna need a stacker for really don't think I'm gonna need a stacker for aluminum ore. So let's just come back here, grab all this. I don't want the combinator here because I don't want it loaded with anything. Probably get rid of the inserters in case they're filtered. Don't want vehicle fuel. But yeah, all that's probably fine. So I'll hold on to this. In fact, I can probably just do that. No, let's break all this first. And then paste you down. And hopefully that's fine, not going to break anything. And then we need an unloading station. This way. And let's make sure you line up. You're going to be aluminum. There we are. And let's go grab the aluminum station. And then just swap the name to unloading. Okay. Just the one train. All cool. Yes. Now, I believe the aluminum processing itself is fairly easy. I don't want to mark the station or any of this for deconstruction, so that can stay. Does mean I want this power to stay. Any of this get marked? No, this all looks good. That's there though, so maybe I will get rid of this power pole. Okay, yeah. Anyway, not gonna mess with that too much more. Let's just get aluminum up and going. That's gonna need... Okay, I can't even use ore processing, unfortunately. Oh, or maybe I can. Oh, I do have this recipe, okay. So I can at least use ore processing. Okay, well that's good to know, so let's get some ore processor. I cannot speak today. I don't know. Let's just get ore processors in here. You're gonna come below this line. Let's just say right about here-ish. If I had to guess from prior experience, I'm probably gonna need 5 of them. I am gonna have to rip this up once this gets placed, but I was hoping this would have enough charge in it to keep the bots going for a while, make this a little easier to build in here. Stretch that up. And let's see. What did I need for the tier 2? Sodium hydroxide. And it's made in a powder mixer, okay. I'm pretty sure I have tier 3 powder mixers, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. It did look like actually I only have tier 2s. That's powderizer. Powder mixer, okay. So yes, I only have tier 2s. You produce 1.5. You take 1. Okay. So I will then throw this on a belt rather than trying to do direct insertion, I guess. Or I can just have something like that, and then those two share, and then you get an independent one, and that actually works perfectly. Except for the end right here, but that's fine. Because you take 3, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can only supply 5 of you. I guess I can have 1 more right there, but you just won't get full supply. And then I need sodium hydroxide in here still. Well, I'm glad you are enjoying your breakfast. I can't necessarily say I did the same, because I had, well, okay, mine wasn't bad. It's just not exactly what I think most people would consider breakfast food. I had some leftover chili from last night. That was my dinner, and I gotta say it was pretty good chili. Just probably not what most people would call a very wonderful breakfast. Yeah, so that's all good. I do need the sodium hydroxide still. And I don't have sodium hydroxide on a train anywhere, which means I'm gonna have to just make it. And I know I make sodium hydroxide somewhere, so I was hoping I could just copy it. Fortunately, this isn't really giving me anything. Just wants to give me recipes. Maybe if I try hydroxide? Yeah, that's hydrogen. Yeah, if I knew what the recipe was to make sodium hydroxide, maybe that would be different. Oh, I think it's this right here. Yeah, look at that. In fact, it's literally right there. No, I won't belt it in. That's silly. I'm making you for free. Let's just, get this moved over. So you're over here. I'll just stick this literally, like, right in here somewhere. Like, right here is probably fine. And once again, I have this hydrogen and chlorine that I'm just going to be venting, which I feel a little bad about, but I have an entire train stop full of hydrogen and chlorine. So, you know, I'm not using very much of it, it seems. Castle's Revenge, Magic Monkeys Only. Let me think. I think I know that map. That's the one, it's a split track. Is it the one where you're on like a giant moving castle? I think it's the giant moving castle, but I'm not, It's been a minute. Oh, you do need, saline water. Where was I getting saline water? Oh yeah, I just have, these guys up here. Let's just copy that. And get you in here somewhere. Do I have any water sources? Not really, so I'll just have to use, ground bores. I think I'm fine with that. I'll at least line up your power poles. There we are. And let me see how much of this I'm gonna need anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times point... Okay, so 3/4 times 8 is 6. I'm not gonna really need 6, but I'll plan for 6. You guys produce 1 a second. So I would actually need a little bit more of you, funny enough. So let's see, how does this fit in? Where's the gap here? This doesn't work very well at all. Okay, whatever. Guess I'm, just gonna do this. And then I'll have to flip you. Make you line up. I think that's correct. That doesn't look very correct. Yeah, I believe hydrogen is supposed to be low. Yeah, this is all a little weird, because it wasn't really meant to be, tiled further than it was, so... I'm just trying to figure out what all breaks and what is fine. But I think that's fine. Yeah, this is, not right. Okay. Let's just rip up these front pipes and I'll rebuild them in a more sane way. That way I don't have to keep looking at them and trying to puzzle out where it is they belong. I can just make this once and make it right. So, you share, let's say this is low. So hydrogen is low, good. That makes chlorine high, so chlorine is 2. Low, high. Don't really need that there, that can just share across. That one's low, that one's high. Get the pipes in. And there's that one. And then same for the low pipes. I believe that's good. Yes, and that's 3 pairs, so that's 6. Okay. Everyone's cool. These all have connections across the bottom. Everything's connected to the same power, but not to actual power. Oh no, there's a there's a connection right there. For a collection event, 2 birds with 1 stone. Oh, very nice. Let's see. Tier 4 buildings all need processing units, and I don't want to, yeah. I can't imagine that being very nice. Okay. Let's see, what do I still have to do? So, I still need these to get built. I do need to make those. Those won't just magically appear. 6 of you is going to need 600 a second. You only make 80. So with 5 of you, I'm making 400. So, need another 200? That's another 3 of these? That's quite a lot. I think what I'll do is I'll just copy this and flip you around this way. And then just get rid of the 2 on the end. Notice that's going to be an underground. Yep, don't really want that there. Don't want any unforeseen connections happening. Actually, I might just connect you like that. There we go. And that way, that'll allow me to get a connection in here relatively easily. You know what? I'll just run you up to here. And then underground from there. Everyone should be happy with that, I think. I do need to craft a bunch of things, but otherwise, everything is a-okay. Okay, so you need to come up into here. You get to be the close belt just because I do need to continue processing afterwards. Let's go ahead and get all the inserters plugged in. You only need... okay, you do need 3 a second. That's quite a few, actually. Let me see if I can't do something like this. Yeah. Does that work? That does work, okay. In which case, for just consistency's sake, let's move that one down 1. I think that's right. Forgive me if I get a little too involved with the power poles. That's just one of those things that I always try and focus on and make sure I get right. In which case, I will actually move them all down just 1. There we go. Still complete coverage, it's just a little nicer about it. There we go. Okay. Then we need power pole, or not power poles, we need inserters down on these guys. I think I got that right. Missed one there. You've got 2, you've got 2, you've got 2, okay. Yeah, I think this is correct, but whatever, I'm not gonna stress about it too much. The pattern is off though, which is making me stare at it. That's the only reason I'm kinda staring at this a little bit more. Let me go ahead and move you over there. Yeah, we'll call that line, I guess. Yeah. You are gonna need input, which does mean this pole's kind of in the way. Am I able to move you down here? I can. That does get in the way of your output, though. Yeah, let's just say you get to stay there, and I'll figure something else out with the input in just a second. Or rather, the output, because this first line is your input. Let's keep these lined up. This makes everything easier down the road. And then your output's gonna have to be from, like, here, I guess. I'm not too upset about that. You output 3 a second, actually. That's a lot of output. Yeah, that's a bit annoying. That's a bit annoying. Finished eating. Well, welcome back, I guess. Alright, let's move this. I'll figure it out later. Let's just get the inserters in. I might have to throw substations in here or something. But let's just say you output one further. And then we'll just copy that along. Yeah. Which does mean then... where do you go into? You're used in Alumina 1. Only Alumina 1. Not Alumina 2, huh? Yep, not Alumina 2. Okay, whatever. So just Alumina 1. And you're made in a blast furnace. Let's get some blast furnaces down and just see what the speed is like. Alumina, there you are. You take 12. You make... okay. Yeah, so there's no way I can direct insert with that, so we'll just have to figure something else out. I'll move that down a few places, throw the recipe in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's enough to run 2 of these. And not even quite full uptime on 2 of these, which is kind of something, actually. That's not as much as I was hoping for. But oh well. Let's just get it all plugged in. Let's move you just a smidge over. There we are. And then I'll get this plugged in right there. Unfortunately, that does not cover that line of inserters, so I think I will just throw substations in here. It's easier than trying to fuss over power poles for the next half hour or something. So let's just go grab substations. And honestly, does that even reach? Let's see, that covers up to this guy. And then you cover perfectly. Okay, very nice. Very happy to see it. And yeah, all that stuff below gets covered. Also just wonderfully. Okay, very nice. And then I don't really need these anymore. I will need a connection, so let's just do that. Was eating while watching this, missed nothing. Okay, well, I guess you're up to date then. You need... what? You need carbon. Is that really the best... still the best I got, huh? Yeah, that's the only recipe for aluminum ingots, actually, is carbon. In which case I guess I'm glad I left room for the second station, because I didn't realize I was going to need that. Oh, but that doesn't matter. These all get a coke line anyway. Oh wow, that is a perfect fit. Look at that. So let's see, where do these guys need fuel? Your fuel line's gonna be like right in here. Unless I have you... yeah, let's go more like right there, because that way you can output here. So I'll say fuel comes in there. I do want a roboport in here probably, just because some of this is a little out of coverage. Let's throw you in like right there. And where else does that leave me? Okay, I do need the whole setup for making carbon, but I've been doing that in a lot of places through here. Let me see, is that carbon? Yeah, that's carbon. So let's just do the exact same thing in here. So here's the fuel line, so I can just tuck you like right up here. And I'll have to figure out water, but I actually need water over on the left anyway, so that's not exactly a big deal. Continue this up, and there we are. That'll keep the coke line going up also. It does remind me I never actually did sort out this water issue here. And I don't want to run just an absolutely massive water line, so I'm probably going to need a massive number of water bores instead. Each of you are 200, there's 8, so that's 1600, and then just a little extra for this guy. I don't really know how much I'm going to need, but it's going to be very little. So let's just say like 1700, I guess. Let's see. Pumping speed, okay, 60 a second. So let's just say 11. 11 should be enough. I'll start from up here in case I do ever need to expand this out somewhere. Oh, I don't want to be in the way in case I need another rail line down. Even though all this would have to move anyway, so maybe it's not an awful idea. There's 5, and then I'll just do 6 on that side. And that should do it. Well, it does mean I want to actually get the water over to the other guy, though. Where are you? Let's run you this way first. And there we go. Just gotta remember to connect in the corners. And everything should be a-okay. Gotta remember to connect the carbon in, of course. There we are. And there we go. Okay. Nearly there, so let's see, where does that get me? Let's bring power down in here. Not a lot of good ways to do that, but we'll get there somehow or another. So you can output there, and then we'll input here. What do you output? You output 12 a second. You're probably going to direct insert, aren't you? In which case, maybe actually I want all of this up a line. Let's remove all that and all that. Because you're going to just direct insert into this, which is the one that needs carbon. You don't need carbon, but you do still need fuel, so you'll both take carbon. In which case, I actually want this to move down one. That would make a lot more sense. And then you guys get to be long hands. Oh, actually, you have to be even longer long hands. In which case, I might even go ahead and throw a third on you. There we go. And you know what? I'm just bringing more substations down. Please, thank you. I would have to move all of this over, though. I'm not bothered by that. Let's see, yeah. Right there. Okay. Don't really need that line to continue any further than that. This is cool. Yeah, you only need about 2 carbon a second, even counting for your fuel, so that shouldn't be too bad. What do you produce, though? You produce 4.5, that should be plenty enough. Found some more crude oil on the surface, oh. The rare surface oil. And then, of course, you just go in another blast furnace to make aluminum. Yes. Oh no, we're already making the aluminum ingots. We're done. We just ship those out. Okay. Should have already had the train station going, I guess. Let's make a loading station. Make sure it's lined up. All good. You're going to be aluminum. And let me copy the colors of aluminum ore into you. You're not aluminum ore, you are aluminum ingot. There we are. Your color's not right at all, actually. That's odd. Whatever. I'll just, very quickly sketch out some kind of color for you. Easier said than done, of course. That's fine. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. That can be the aluminum color right there. Did I do an unloading station? I did an unloading station. Why would I do that? Move you up there so you don't get overwritten. And station... loading? Loading flipped. There we are. Once again, you are aluminum ingot. Now I'll copy that back onto there. So color set, name set, all good. This is good, yes. Okay. You don't have an output yet, so let's go ahead and get you all set. You output 12 a second, that's a lot. I'm gonna move these guys down literally a square, so that they can also cover the inserters down on the bottom. And let's see. You are going to need a red belt if you're outputting at full uptime. I don't think that's something I'm going to have to worry about, but, you know, I might as well have the capacity for it. So let's upgrade all of that. And this belt isn't going to be able to get built until that roboport's built, but that shouldn't be too much longer, so let's just run it that way. And in you go. And I'll let the bots continue handling this, assuming this all gets built without issue. I do have a lot of things to handcraft. Let me take care of some of that handcrafting. Yeah, I need like a powder mixer. I need electrolyzers. Layer stacks, I believe those are also in here. Oh, liquefier. Liquefier, there we are. Lots of saline plants. Ooh, I can't make very many of those. I need a lot of groundwater bores. Even need combinators. Let's see, what else is in here? More saline plants. I need a couple of these guys. I can't make more than one though, so I'll have to wait for concrete bricks to come in. And I guess while I'm waiting to be resupplied, I will once again take a drink. I've got a cup of coffee back here getting cold, so I might as well get on it. I guess while I'm just waiting to be resupplied, and I'm filling otherwise silent air anyway, Here's a funny little anecdote. I have my mic on a stand, and I push it back when I'm not using it, and then I just bring, you know, like kind of like a gooseneck stand. So I drag it forward when I need it and push it back when I don't. So it's always a little closer or further to me every time I stream. And weirdly enough, that makes a big impact on the sound that you get. Even just like an inch or two to the left or right or forward or back makes a big difference. And sometimes, I've noticed in watching the streams back, you can hear me drink, and I hate that. I hate, I hate the sound of people drinking things. So every time I go to take a drink, I actually like scoot back from my chair and like lean way far the other way. And sometimes that's still not enough, but I don't know, I just thought that might be a fun little anecdote. I am still waiting on a lot of warehouses. How am I short so many warehouses? It's gotta be bricks. It is bricks. Here's the line where bricks should be. Let me go try and hunt down where I have the boxes that bricks are supposed to be going into. Never noticed. Well, I mean, that's a concentrated effort. Oh boy, where... Okay, there are bricks on the line. I never finished the line? Man is living a dangerous life, yeah. Chili and then coffee. I mean, that's just breakfast, man. That's morning time. Forgotten to mute my drinking on my streams. I forgot. No, you're good. That's mostly one of those things that... How do I put it? Since it bothers me, it's something I don't want to do, but it's not like it bothers me a lot, if that makes sense. Like, it's one of those things where I recognize that I don't want to do it, and so I put effort into making sure that I don't. What? Hold on. Okay, so you just kind of end up there somewhere. How did I just not finish this? What was going on with me last time I played? Okay, well, in you go. And yeah, let me make sure this is correct actually. Top is stone. I believe top is stone. Yeah, this should be fine. In you go. Remember, when Factorio crashes, you're playing it right. Yeah. If your game doesn't crash every now and then, are you even really playing? Well, that at least explains why I wasn't getting any stone in. I guess I'll keep these two inserters here. No, that's a ridiculous place for that to go. That can just stay until it gets emptied, and then I'll make a new stone buffer somewhere. Don't really know where, but I'll pick somewhere. In the meantime, I will keep manually shoving stone in here. Guess that explains why I wasn't getting any. Let's see. Let's throw all these guys in. Are they still complaining? Okay, they still need some things, but I did just give them a few things, so I'm gonna give that a second and see if that resolves. And while that's crafting, I guess I should queue up an area for aluminum smelting down here. Once again, probably should have already done this earlier, because it's going to take the bots a second to get all this figured out. Oh well. Okay, let's copy all this up through here, but then we really need to get some of this cleared out. I don't want train stop names, for example. Let's go into here. What all kind of stuff is in here? Let's just say this first one gets to be aluminum, and then the second one is just gonna get cleared, because I don't even know. Then you can come in here. And I'll probably tear out this fluid station. Don't think I'm gonna need it. Don't think I'm gonna need more than one output station either, but I might as well leave the ability to have them. Also, I don't want those signals up there. That'll actually lead to trouble. Let's get rid of that. Making sure no one else has those. Oh, you do. Let's tear those out. We're good up here. You actually have extra signals. Let's not do that. And let's not do that. Okay, and I think that's everyone? Good enough, yeah. Okay, so that's gonna get built. I do need the station itself, so let's grab a loading station. That should be cool. And that should be cool. Okay, you're gonna load aluminum from over here. There we are. And yeah, that's gonna be a minute. Trying to think how I could maybe speed this along. I'm not real sure. Guess I'll just go ahead and start building. This! Why did this get cut? Like if I bring this back... Okay, that's just how far I copied, I guess. I didn't copy anything below that. I guess that's fine. Yeah, this is just for aluminum. Maybe I don't even want all of this, necessarily. Let me see what the... Is there anything weird I have to do for aluminum? Actually, funny enough, the fluid station that I cut out, I might actually want in the future. So let's go ahead... let's not copy the combinators. Let's just do something like this. And then I'll put the rail back. The reason being, this fluid station that I've been carrying around for so long, its purpose is to eventually be a... what is the stuff called? Mineral oil, base mineral oil, so that I can make a coolant plant on site, so that at some point I can get the little rolls of metal going. Just, not something that I'm worried about right now, and I don't even have the science necessary to do it in a nice way, so I'm not all that worried about it. Anyway, that's loading. And while the bots do all that, I think I will go shove more bricks into warehouse production. Just force it to make more warehouses. Wherever they are. There you are. You not have stone brick on belt. You don't. Oh, but they are making it up. They're just on gray belts, so they're very slow. I should probably upgrade those. There we are. And that gets you in. Okay. I will probably go ahead and upgrade that inserter as well. Any that I missed? Okay, those are grays. That's a gray. And then all of this through here is gray. So let me go ahead and upgrade all of this as well. Just because I do assume we're probably going to need a little more gray brick throughput than that, with the number of warehouses that I stamp down from time to time. And throw a little more in there, let the bots take care of it. This is coming together slowly but surely. Might as well start making the production area, I guess. I don't want any of this, so let's pick all of that up. Yeah, okay, let's just copy a setup we have for doing plates from somewhere like up here. Maybe I can do better than there. I like this one. Let's go with this one. Yeah, that's fine. And just don't take out the Roboport. Like, that's cool, I think. You have to change all the recipes, of course, but that's no big deal. Oh, there is a recipe with manganese. I think I will do that, actually. Because I don't produce that much aluminum. And if I need it for science, then I'm gonna need some. Like, this looks like a lot of aluminum, but that's only because that's been running for forever. Look at the belts where the aluminum's coming in. That's not a lot of aluminum. Also, this belt is stopped. Is that gold? I bet I just don't have gold going anywhere, so let's just start dragging that up, and I'll figure out where you go in a little while. Might as well start stockpiling some gold, though. I am going to need it before too terribly long. There's uranium, so I guess gold is this one? Yes, okay. Unfortunately, I was not very polite myself, and I didn't leave room to get this in here in a terribly nice way. Not terribly nice at all. Let's just bring you up to, like, right here, I guess. And then I'll have a filter. I always put a filter, just in case. You're going to be gold. And on the right. Okay. There. That should get it in. Okay, all good. And again, the bots are gonna take a while to make all of that, but I'm just trying to get production moving again. Didn't realize that was even a problem. But anyway, like I was saying, I don't make that much aluminum, so I probably will want to pad aluminum a little bit, in which case I do want the bottom station as well. Guess I can just place it rather than trying to copy it from somewhere. It is kind of in the way. So I will move this just a little bit. Fortunately, the landfill actually lets me see exactly where I was trying to build. So I'll just move you down a little bit to, like, right there. And then just clean up just a smidge. And loading, or rather, unloading. This is unloading, yes? Okay. Oh yeah, I actually have to pick what I want you to unload. You're gonna be manganese. Which means I should come up here and grab a manganese station. And pop you down. Let's flip this around. And let's see, it's even proportions of both. Good to see. But it doesn't really matter which one I put first. Move that up one, just so I can have another belt in here. That way the two ingots don't have to share. And I might as well upgrade this to a red belt. In you go. Okay. So then I do need new inserters. You're gonna be long boys. Let's get you guys in there. And everyone should be happy. Let's see, this produces 36. And I never swap these recipes over, so let's get that swapped. 36 is... okay, how many of these? That's going to be 18. So how many do I have? 18 exactly, okay, very good. I'm fine with that amount. If I need more, I can always add more. In you go. And then this one comes around this way. I do not want the undergrounds, please and thank you. Very cool, okay. You go that way, you come in, and in you go. That should be all hooked up. You are aluminum. You are aluminum. There we go. Okay, so that's everything all hooked in. These are, of course, going to need to be built. They're not going to be happy with me just sitting there. There you are. You guys are waiting for landfill, that's fine. I named you, you're good. You're named. You are not, that's fine. I think everyone's cool. So, this needs a name. So, let's copy this in here. You're going to be aluminum with probably the same color. Project D mod broke for me. Project D doesn't... I'm trying to think if I've ever broken Project D, and I know that I have. Like, Did you try and turn something into EMC that doesn't have an EMC value or something like that? Yeah, I think this is all good. That's going to make me aluminum. I just have to wait for it to actually get built. In which case, I'm going to just leave it alone. I'm going to copy the station. And I'm going to make an output station somewhere. This guy. I was just talking about how I had a spare station here not that long ago. You can be aluminum unloading. In which case, you do need to be connected, of course. And I might as well drag the rails for this guy out here. This is all going cool. No brass. No brass delivery. Why have I not had a brass delivery? That's a little... not unsettling. Why is that the word that I wanted to use? I don't have brass. That's a good reason. Because there's no zinc. Okay, where's zinc? Yeah, there's no zinc. Okay. Why is there no zinc? I'd quite like there to be zinc. Seems to be sapphirite is the problem. Could be Jivolite. Hold on. What all gives me? It's Bob and Jivolite? Yeah, why am I not getting any Bob or Jivolite? So there's no hydrofluoric. Okay, that's a detour I have to take, I guess. Not that type of break, other type of break. The mod not working at all because nothing has an EMC value. Ah, okay. Yeah, there is, it's a difficult balancing game, but nothing having an EMC value is probably not the intended play experience. Okay, I am making hydrofluoric. So why is it not getting loaded? Okay. Is there a problem up here? You're getting loaded, you're getting made. Yeah, there's no Jivolite chunks coming in. Yeah, it is pretty sparse. This is such a interconnected web of problems. You aren't running, but you are. Maybe my mine's just running low. Maybe I need to go tap a mine of Jivolite. Let me go... I know there's, I'm kind of half mining Jivolite on site. Let me go see if there's anything I can do about this. Yeah, okay, so the mine's just running low. So I just need another patch. I mean, that's just how the game goes. Looks like I need another patch of Jivolite coming up very soon. Mark these for deconstruction. Yeah, okay. That's not really what I wanted to do with my time right this moment. So I might ignore it for just a minute and continue trying to get new stuff set up, but I'm definitely going to need that sooner rather than later. Not even dirt. Not even dirt has an EMC value. Well, that's pretty extreme, I'd say. Definitely doesn't sound like the intended experience. That said, I will probably go ahead and send the zinc train in, since it does have some ore on it. Let's go ahead and get that ore processed. And in the same way, I want to at least get some placeholder brass in here, just so I can make sure everything's working okay. I don't remember exactly where all I need brass, but I know I need a lot of brass, so that's definitely something I want to stay on top of shortly. Here's a big Jivolite patch right here. Is there any good way? I could put a split, like, right in here, actually. There we go. So, I might actually go ahead and start planning for that. Let's just grab a station. And I'm gonna throw them, like, right in here somewhere. Yeah, just like probably right here. But that is right on top of another patch that I might not want to cover. So maybe I'll do it just right there. So you need to go. Well, that's fine. This needs to go. And I think that's probably enough cleanup. That should be everything. If not, I'll have to come in and clean up just a little bit, but that should be fine for right now. Yeah, let's say that's fine. I'll even go ahead and throw a little stacker. And then a loading station. Like right there. And you're going to be for Jivolite ore. Yep, okay. But then that's pretty much as I want to mess with that. I will probably grab one of these little power spines that I've done for most of these stations, but other than that I won't mess with this too much more. Don't want the pipe. Everything else can come along, but I'm not interested in the pipe. Okay. Back to science. Reddit post remind me tech that's really nice for extracting infinite sections of ore patches. What's that? Does seem this is working. These haven't been placed, so I can't unload those wagons, unfortunately, so might go ahead and force build a couple more warehouses. Though the bricks should have made it up here by now. Are they somehow not connected? They should be on this belt right here. Is this fine? I think that's fine, okay. I was hoping that wasn't like a weird belt weave that I did, but that's fine, actually. Okay, it does look like I may actually just be out of bricks. So maybe I did already build everything that I had? Yes, okay. So it's not that I didn't connect it properly, I just didn't have nearly as many bricks as I thought I did. So let's see, here's the brick train. Getting a very, very slow trickle of bricks in. But I should hopefully be filling up buffers before too long. Let's see. Mine and 2 cargo wagons, use inserters to transfer between the wagons. Ah, yeah. I mean, that's just one of those classic mega basing tricks. These should probably not be yellow inserters. I'm trying to see if there's some way I can get this to speed up just a little bit, but I'm not really seeing any. I'm not even spilling over into my final lane of processing, so there's probably not too much I can do about that. That's just how much brick I'm getting in. Does look like my little crossbar is working as intended. I saw a little flow in this way. That was from this misplaced splitter right here. With a clear mind, it's funny how much easier it is to look at this and go, oh yeah, that's how that's supposed to work. Because this comes down here, and then you get essentially a single belt's worth of throughput flowing this way. But if it overflows, then starting from here, it flows into the destruction area. Automate food using something like A2 and Easy Villagers. Or more effective with Bob's inserters too, yeah. The cargo wagon trick, that is. Using AE2. AE2 was a mod I've always had a complicated experience with, because I always felt like AE2 was far too powerful. Might as well grab those fish, I'm gonna need them in not too distant future. Always felt like A2 was way, way too powerful until I played something like Nomi Factory. And it was only once I actually needed the power of A2 that I ever really understood it. And then I was like, oh, okay, this is really nice. You have to have problems big enough that you actually need that. This never got finished. Let's connect you to power. These never got placed. This doesn't have any fuel, because this never got finished. Okay. This is still under construction. This roboport doesn't have power. Is there any better way I can... Not really. Yeah, okay, that's kind of ugly, but whatever. This is getting built out. Oh, cool. Alright, let me see what I need to craft. So I still need a couple of these guys. Induction furnaces. It looks like those could be... Let me look, actually. No, not casting machines, they are induction, okay. I do need... Well, these guys... Oh, I already made them. Never mind. There we go. I need... couple of these guys. Nope, made them too. More warehouses, but that's just stone. I need inserters. Don't know why I need inserters. That doesn't make me super happy. Because when you need inserters, that's usually an indication that something else, something more important, has broken. So... you guys are green circuits. Why are there no green circuits? Because there's no solder. I think that's probably also a zinc problem. It sure is. Okay. I can't believe I'm going to say this. I might have to set up a catalytic recipe for zinc, because I'm just not getting anything in here. But that's gonna mean more Bob and more Jivolite. How is my Bob doing? Bob could be going better. But not terrible. let me go ahead and upgrade this from a yellow belt. At least up to there. Just because none of this is really built to be able to support more than a yellow belt yet. So I will at least upgrade this part so I can get 2 yellow belts coming in. 5 billion chests versus a few drives. Yeah, that is the primary benefit of AE2, but I did mean more the more advanced stuff that you can do with AE2, and there is a lot of stuff you can do with AE2. Okay, I know I just made a couple things. I guess I already threw them in? Okay. Let's see if they get placed. I'll assume the bots have got this and that will update at some point. The inserters, though, that is a problem. Let me see if I can get solder moving at all. Okay, you are pretty much full. Let's just send you off. Where are you gonna choose to go? You're gonna go up here. I don't like that. I want you to come up here. Once he's past this fork, I can set him to unloading. It's just if I do it now, he's going to come down in here somewhere. And that's just not where I want him to be. There we go. And that'll at least get the inserters made. Build me baby one more time. If I could leave that station name alone and not mess with it, I absolutely would. Unfortunately, I can't. So let's just grab... there's no reason to try and copy this. Let's just get you power. In you go. And then how far do you reach? Okay. And I'll just build a couple lines of this out. That's not in build range, of course. So I will need a, something in here. Hold on. Okay, so I can get as far as right about there. And that's going to let me build down pretty much onto the patch, but I will need one more. So let's say about here. And then I can just spam all over this guy. A little hard to tell actually where the edge of the patch even is on Jivolite sometimes. I think it's right here. And I'll just... yeah, I think that's fine. Do I need these guys? I don't think so. Yeah, I think that's all covered, so we're all good there. One of my stations was called Mr. Beast. Yeah, no. That's pretty funny. Automatic furnace tier, 1 to 9 obsidian, netherrack, dirt stone, other things for a dimensional seed if I remember. Yeah. Unsorted chest, AE2 system, auto sort. Yeah. Like, I mean, there's definitely a lot of stuff AE2 does. It's very nice. But, there's a lot of more nuanced things. Like all of the, I'm trying to remember what they're called. Like the peer-to-peer ports and things like that. Let's get you going this way. And then the same for you. Let's not do that. There you are. Okay. And cool. Okay, so there's that. Drag this down. And then we'll connect in just a second. So this is going to output quite a bit more than 3 yellow belts. I'm trying to figure out if I actually care about that or not. Because part of me does and part of me doesn't. I might as well lay an appropriate tier belt. How many miners is this total? Okay, so that's 50 items a second. That's less than 2 red belts. But it is more than 3 yellow belts. Only just though, so I'm not that concerned with it. You can be 3 yellow belts, and I'm perfectly a-okay with that. Let's see. So you can come in from right here. And how much is this first line? That's 10 items a second. Okay. That's not wonderful. I guess what I'll do is I'll just throw this here. Not there. There. And that's going to saturate the top belt. And then this can be the second layer belt. Yeah, and then this can be the third layer belt. So that continues. This comes along. And there's the third layer. So you go up, and you go up. And that should reasonably get me what I want. It's certainly not perfect, but it'll get me there. In fact, I may throw a little balancer a little closer to the end here. And that way, every incoming at least has the opportunity to make it to any of these. And I do a triple right here so that if something's coming in on this line, it's able to go down, and if something's coming in on this line, it's able to go up. With my circuit balancing, I'm more concerned about the ability for ore to get where it needs to go than anything else, so I just want to make sure it has that opportunity. Crossing units just need 13 different trains as input with the way I have things set up. Yeah, that's... Isn't it great? Only a simple 13 train setup. Couldn't be easier. Let's clean up just a little bit before I have to go, not that it's really important. But I might as well. Just saves the bots a little bit of effort. This is still kind of coming along. How is power? Very bad. Not that I can blame it, I've been doing a lot of construction. Yeah, accumulators just dipped completely. This is night though, so the solar panels should be kicking back on in just a second. But I guess while that's going on, what I want to do is come up here. Once again, I'm going to replace the stacker that I have up above. I'm trying to figure out how I want to copy all this, because this is kind of nasty in this area. Maybe I'll drop down one. That makes a lot more sense. And I'm gonna rip all of this out. There we are. And then paste this in. And the reason I'm doing this, I'm planning ahead, and since power is being so abysmal right now, I would actually like to get some uranium set up. I don't think this is a good spot for uranium processing, just because I've been doing ore processing, and uranium is an ore, but like, eh. Each of those entire trains are feeding into 1 to 5 assemblers each. Yeah. That's, not gonna lie, that's kind of the way my base is going right now too, which is one of the reasons production isn't the best. Let me find uranium. Uranium's in here somewhere, I'd assume. No, okay. Where is uranium? Okay, so you still just go in centrifuges, and you still just give the processed uranium, and you still just get made into stuff. Okay. So this is not a good uranium processing area then. Granted, I'm not sure where a good uranium processing area would be, but it's not there. kind of eyeing like areas down in here somewhere. I would like to minimize the amount of travel distance between uranium processing and reactors, so I'm kind of thinking maybe I'll have reactors down in this area, in which case, like right in here is not an awful place for uranium processing. Kind of happy enough with that. I don't need these turrets here anymore. They have more than served their purpose. I'm gonna try and pick up these alien artifacts, and then I'm going to build a station down here once I also pick up these turrets. There we are. Oh, and these artifacts. Okay, all good. Let's go rails. I want station intersection. Maybe I'll even put an actual split. And then a station intersection, just in case I need to extend this for whatever reason. Yeah, like right there. And then you're going to be my unloading station. Yeah, okay. This is going to be for uranium. So let's make sure I get the color in here. You're pretty much gonna be straight green. Maybe like a 200. And then you're just uranium unloading. There we are. I do have a stacker, so 3 trains is actually fine, even though I don't have 3 trains worth of input, certainly. I wonder if I still have the little power... I do, look at that. I can just set you up right there. Once again, without the power poles. Or rather, the the pipes. What? Also, I love this little strip of sapphirite right here. 23,000, just random sapphirite. Just a little seam. This is going to unload here. I need the centrifuges. I think I made centrifuges. Like, just already. Problem is, I don't necessarily know what these centrifuges are going to need to run, and I see they have fluid input and output options, which terrifies me. So I'm gonna just start, like, here. So... oh, we make fuel cells and centrifuges now? Okay. I do want to leave room for uranium fuel reprocessing as well, but that's something else. Let's not worry about it for right now. They fixed that like a week or so after you decided to do BA for the map. Yeah. I did see KiwiHawk mention that that was a bug and that it was fixed, but this is like close enough to the starter base that this is all map that I've explored a long, long time ago. In you go. Let's grab inserters, and just hope I actually still have inserters. Do I want to sort here, or sort later? What's your output? Not a lot. So... what do I do with you? You get made into fuel cells. That's literally it. All you do is get made into fuel cells. Okay. Well, if that's all I can do with you, then that's fine. Yeah, I can make 235 into a couple different things, but the other guy only gets made into fuel cells. And then 238, anything weird I do with you. I do actually need 238 in a number of places, which is kind of surprising, to tell you the truth. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about it for right this instant, but okay, that is good to know. I'll probably do this and then have a splitter here. And then you're going to be that one guy who can only be made into cells. Hold on, what was that called? It's... use something. Oh, let me just grab it. There. And then that guy can only be made into cells, so he goes somewhere. Who cares? I guess I don't want the stacker here. I'm just now thinking I want to bring iron into this area. So let's do that, and then I'll copy... Probably not a big Hydra head like that, but I do want at least one of these little branchy guys. So let's grab a little branchy guy. Just down this way. Unfortunately, that is kind of backwards. Can I find one that goes to the left, please? This will work a lot better. So let's grab that. Yeah, there we are. Okay, just wanted to make sure that's all cleaned up and good to go. So this one is also going to be an unloading station, but this one's going to have iron on it. And that way I can make fuel cells on site. There we are. And let's go ahead and grab an iron unloading station. Oh, cool. You don't have the logic associated with you, which I don't really like. So let's make sure I grab that as well. Just pop you in and make sure you're wired up correctly. Everything should be good, okay. So, you... okay, you're cool. Let's make that 10. Maybe even like 20. I don't want a train to get stuck here, and this area isn't going to need very much iron. That's gonna get built. Let's just let the bots continue handling that for a little bit. This is also not getting built. I'm missing all kinds of stuff. Why am I missing so much stuff? And my my power is low again. Everything is going wrong. Okay, let's check explosives first. That should be the easiest one to look at. This never got power. That's interesting. Really? Gonna make me do that. Okay. Explosives are full at least. Cliff explosives are full. Okay, good. Very happy to see that I'm not in fact missing cliff explosives, power poles, and yellow belts. I just have a disconnected roboport somewhere. I don't know where that could be, but much better that than actually missing important things like that. Those are warehouses. This is very slightly misplaced. There's a little strip of green right there. Okay. Up one. There you go. I hope that roboport down here is still connected then. Oh yeah, definitely. Okay. Alright, well that's fine. That'll sort itself out, unlike the warehouses. Can I, do I have enough bricks in here to force a delivery? I do. Just, go ahead and deliver what you got. Anything else I can deal with? Not really missing much else. Okay, well that's good, that's good. This still never got built. Okay, well, I mean, guess I'll just force more stone into there. And after the little detour to make aluminum earlier, I still haven't come in and touched the pink science build, so let's go and get on that. Trying to see, like, what order I want to do all this in. So this stuff right here, this is all intermediates. That should be pretty much right in front of the train. So let's just say you want to be like in this area somewhere. Same with the steel gears. Those want to be mostly in line with the steel. So like this level, but there's a bunch of stuff in the way, so you go over there for now. You want to be in line with the brass. Go in there somewhere. And same with the gears. The belts should also be largely in line with the iron, since they're going to take so much of it. And then you want to be between the two, so you want to be somewhere in this general area. Just, you know, in there somewhere. You also take bronze. Okay, so this is actually a good spot for you. You take basic circuits. I will probably just belt basic circuits down, rather than try and get a train input for them. I don't know if I like that idea very much, but it's what I'm gonna do either way. I'll do the same for green circuits. I have both basic and green circuits being made up above, so I should take advantage of that. Because it's what I'm going to do with red circuits anyway, so might as well. Where's my red circuit output actually? Here's red circuit output, okay. So let's start thinking about where that's going to be coming in. Maybe I'll have you coming in like right around this area. Just kind of right down the middle somewhere, and I'll figure out where I want to be after that. But then that gives me a target to aim for when sending in the other circuits as well. Right there. So let's say this guy, for example. He can come down this way. And that'll also become an input down here. I don't know where exactly I want to bring him over. I might in fact even just do something like this, and then turn and bring you onto this side. And then just hug the left side, and that makes it a lot easier to bring you over when you're needed. Like maybe bring you down to here, and then over this way. And then I'll have basic circuits on that side. There's basic circuits coming down. Okay, that's not too bad. I just want you, like, right here. And you fit like a glove. Right there. You do have to go around the weird little bump that green circuit causes. Which is not, like, super cool. So maybe I'll actually have green circuits come out a little further. And then you can, like, underground this way. Oh, that makes absolutely no sense. There we go. Much better. And then, again, we'll just try and figure out where all this is going to come in from. Okay, so those are all coming down. This is good. All this stuff still needs its inputs. I'll move pipes to be on this side, since that's where iron's going to be. And while I stare at this, I think I'm going to have another drink of my increasingly cold coffee. Yeah, we do need train stations, so that is easy enough to take care of. We need more warehouses, which is really what I came over here to do. Figured I'd just force more stone into them once again. Fortunately, I have stone in storage, just not much on trains, it seems. It is coming up, though. Yeah, it's gonna make it. I saw it on the belts. It'll make it up there. Just unlock full grid for inserters. I will abuse this power as much as possible, yeah. I mean, what other than abuse could it possibly be for, you know? And that's just, that's what full inserter connection is for. And this'll continue getting built over here, though I should probably pay a little attention. You're gonna spit out a bunch of things. The glowy guy, he only gets made into fuel cells, so I don't want to be in the way of this or expanding that. Don't really know how far I should take that, though. Maybe I'll go ahead and cut up. Okay, so if another one went right there, right? Then I take advantage of this having to have a fluid connection by undergrounding through here. And that's just where you escape. In fact, I might as well just go ahead and set you up. How much a second do you take in? You take 0.83 a second. Okay, I might need a lot of these. I don't produce very much uranium. How much uranium do I produce, actually? That's a good point when deciding how to handle this. If this was running with full uptime, I'd be producing 3 uranium ore a second. So I want to be able to process at least 3 uranium ore a second. So right here, that's 1.6. So, okay, yeah, right here, these two do give me enough to handle 3 a second, so that's no big deal. I'll keep this, just in case I do need to grow this, but this is enough as is. I'll do something like that. That way you can have output. And then I do still need to handle your other uranium outputs, but I believe that's mostly unchanged from vanilla. Is there no Covarex? Hold on. Is there no Covarex setup? Okay. That's a little different from what I was hoping for. Doesn't look like it's a science problem either. I think this is all I get. Okay. That does throw me off just a little bit, so forgive me for staring at this for just a second, because I was kind of hoping this would rescue me from my current power predicament. Like if I come into here... Oh, well, that's not going to get me anything. Yeah, there are further power sources, better and better nuclear fuels, but it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to get a Covarex setup going. I can do catalyst sorting for uranium, but that's not quite what I was hoping for. Yeah, that's not quite what I was hoping for. Maybe the 234 recipe will make up for that. Like, it's pretty good. It's just I don't know if it's that good. Okay, well that's fine. That's what I've got to work with, so that's what I've got to work with. Okay. Doesn't look like I need to space these out. I don't know what recipes these take that have fluid inputs, but it looks like I should be able to compact this in a little bit. In which case, let's move all of this stuff. There we go. And then I can do a more typical setup here. Oh, sorry, bot. Then where does that leave me? Okay. So that goes there. I should probably have this kind of deal going on. There we are. Pick up the unneeded belts. Even grab the landfill, not blueprint. Didn't want to blueprint the unnecessary landfill. In which case, I'll leave a little room. Yeah, that's still only enough room for one more, whatever. I've left the room all the same. Then I'll start the processing, like, over here. Probably just one for making regular fuel cells, and one for making the better fuel cells is more than enough. And I think they are the exact same fuel cell. Hold on. Okay, you do make a different fuel cell, it looks like. Let me just set it up and look at it. You do produce a different fuel cell. Hey there, how you doing? Just looking over some uranium recipes in, the new Bobs and Angels 2.0. Got missing content item. In, from Equivalent Exchange? Or, from AE2? Let's see. You can go in here. I was kind of hoping these would be the same fuel cell item. Doesn't look like they are effectively any different. So I can't craft with the 234 fuel cell. And also the 234 fuel cell actually doesn't give as much fuel value, which is unfortunate. What's the game name? I'm playing Factorio, but that's not the entire story. This is a very heavily modded Factorio. I have a full suite of mods called Bob's Mods, and then on top of that another full suite of mods called Angel's Mods. And so this is quite far from the base game. If you want more information, I have a list to all of the mods in the description of the stream, and there's also a link to the official Factorio website where you can see more about the game in the description also. So for the most part, the whole idea, if I just zoom out a little bit, is mine resources, take those resources, smelt them, craft them into things, and make more things. And as you can see, I have a lot of things. Nowhere near done, but we're getting there. We're seeing what happens. So I don't actually want this here. If they aren't the same fuel cell, then I need to do something different. I'm just not really sure how to handle that right now. Maybe I don't even care. Like, maybe that's fine. If I need to craft stuff with the fuel cell, then I might just have a filtered splitter that takes some of these off and puts them into a chest so bots can get to them. And other than that, I probably just won't worry about it. Oh, you do need input. There we are. And let's see, you can come up this way. And I suppose the same for you. And then I don't really know how far I want any of this to expand, because I don't know how fast you run. Okay, this is a 700-second crafting recipe, but you... Huh. Yeah, that's a lot. So I'll probably want at least 2 of you. Maybe that's excessive, but I'd rather have too many than not enough. And then, if I'm gonna have 2 of you, I might as well have a couple of these guys, though that may be even more excessive. That's 0.1. You show 0.0, honestly. What are the odds of producing anything here? A 0.7% chance. So, not very high. You're on a 12-second crafting timer. Yeah, maybe... I'll put 2. Just, again, I might as well, but... Yeah, let's cap things there. Unfortunately, that works. That's not very nice with these inserters up there. Yeah, I'll just do something like this. It's not the best, but it works. And I definitely don't want to do that. Okay. Go away. Okay, anyway, that's a lot of fuel cells coming in. That'll go down to reactors and all. I'll have a little filtered split, maybe like right here, to pull off the 235 fuel cells. Because I do need those for crafting recipes and things like that. So you can just come down here and get thrown in a chest. Of course, I've chosen to put you on the one slice that does not get power from anywhere. Just throw you right there, and then into a red chest. And we won't keep many of those. 235. I don't actually know how many I need for any given crafting recipe. I guess I should look. You take 24, 6, 6, 12, 12. Okay, 24 was the highest that I saw, and that's going to be only for power armor. So I'm not going to need that very much. I'm not going to need any of these very much. I think I'll keep 12. That's just reasonable. Yeah, okay. I might actually, in case I need craft multiple at a time, maybe I will keep a little more. I'll keep like 32. Sure, that's good enough. All cool. Let's just leave it at that. I do want, I guess I'll go ahead and plan out like a small reactor setup. Hey, I appreciate it. If you have any questions about the game, I'm happy to answer them as they go along. Again, this is pretty heavily modded, but I don't mind yapping as I build. Where do I want this to go? Doesn't matter too terribly much, but I don't want to be in the way of this stuff up here. Also, these do need iron, I realize. I kind of just threw stuff into them, and that doesn't really make too much sense. And I'm going to back up on 238 if I go with this design. Yeah, because... Okay, maybe then... What can I do with 238? Like, there's got to be something, right? I can turn you in... Okay, there is a Covarex-esque kind of thing for making plutonium, so maybe that's kind of the goal for right now. Mixed oxide. Yeah, maybe I don't actually stay with the base uranium for too terribly long. Hey, how you doing? You said a little while ago you got missing content item. Do you mean in equivalent exchange or in AE2? Yeah, go ahead and pull that out a little bit. And then I think I'll just store anything that makes it past there. just temporarily. I don't want to bother with this for much longer than I already have. I'll just throw you into a silo. And then I'll get some reactors just plop down somewhere. Hold on. There you are. And so typically you could only make a 2-deep reactor, or you could only have a max of 3 sides in theory covered, but with Bob's inserters you can actually have 4 sides covered. That's because I could make a design like so, and then have a Bob's inserter right here that feeds diagonal down. And the thing is, I could even do this with another one. If I were to do something like this, I could have another inserter that feeds up this way and feeds into this reactor right here. So if I bring you down, that's a perfect fit right there. I'll just put a splitter here. Same deal here. And then I can bring the fuel cells in on this belt right there. They still need power, of course, but that's not exactly a big deal. You can go there, and that's not going to fit at all. I can do something like that. There we are. I also play Factorio right now. I'm playing in C. Yeah, got a lot of time in Factorio, yeah. Yes, you can do that with the mod, yeah. It's a nice little way to get an extra bonus out of your fuel cells. I could have a 2x2 in the middle if I really wanted, yeah. You only get the bonus from reactors you're putting fuel in, of course. Like, these extra reactors aren't going to be producing anything since they aren't going to get fuel cells, but if I needed more power, I will probably expand out and cover these reactors right here, and then get fuel into them. I don't think I need to do that right now. Especially since my heat pipes right now are only tier 2 and they max out at 1,000, so is what it is. I'm gonna be completely honest with everyone right here. The reactors are a part of the game that I never really interact with very much. The whole heat system has always been a little weird to me, and I haven't messed around with it very much. I also don't produce heat pipes anywhere. You are Invar and aluminum. Okay, you're not too bad. You have a 1-second craft time. Okay. I was worried that handcrafting these might be terrible, but actually that's not too bad at all. Anyway, my point being, I always find the heat exchangers and all to be oddly counterintuitive when I go to make them. So forgive me if I make any odd design decisions here. Also, of course, these aren't going to be your standard exchangers, so I have no idea what the ratios are meant to be, so I'm going to have to look at numbers in just a second. Let's see. So you have 120 steam output a second at a temperature of 465 Celsius. Okay. Is that the best heat exchanger I got right now? Yeah, you're the best I got until purple, okay. So 120 steam a second. How's my turbine? You can consume 60 a second. So just 2 turbines per heat exchanger. Okay. And how much power am I actually going to be producing here? So you output 54 megawatts, but you're going to get 1, 2, 3, 4 on top of that. So it's 5 times 540 megawatts. So that's 270 megawatts, unless I did something wrong there. And then double that. So then that's... oh, well, that's just times 10. Okay, whatever. That's 540 megawatts. By the way, about the MC and... yeah, okay. I kind of figured, but I kind of wind up just reading as I go along. Let's see. So at 540, welcome back. I'm going over weird reactor stuff, and all the numbers are a little different, so I'm having to go a little slow and make sure I do everything correct. So many algae plant numbers at 6.6 or something, yeah. It's, algae's the spawn of the devil. That's why it's used everywhere. How many do you... Okay, what is your consumption? Max consumption is 10. It's close enough to 11. So, at 540, I need 11. This is where a calculator would come in. It's close enough to needing... Let's see, 5 would be 55, 50 would be 550. Hold on, I need 50 heat exchangers? Really? I mean, 49, I think, but still. I'm gonna make it even, but... Wow, okay. I'll probably leave a little room for a pipe. Just so I can buffer steam a little bit. And let's do copper pipes. Because I have been having brass problems recently. So I want to do something like that, I guess. And then that'll tile well enough. Oh, I need power. You do need power. Let's get substations in here. Okay. I'm trying to see if there's a more sane way I could do this. Let me move you up here, so that I do have, like, a little bit of room. I can move you in one. You need 48 for a vanilla 2x2, so I would imagine you'd need more, but yeah. Mods mess with it, that's why I'm just doing all the math from scratch. Rarely use nuclear now. More space solar panels. Yeah. It's, I do have a lot of solar, don't get me wrong. In fact, I have a lot more panels on the way, but I'm struggling for power, and I just need something else. I need something else real bad. I think what I'll do is I'll have the exchangers kind of double-sided over here, and then I'll find somewhere to put the steam turbines, because trying to get all these substations in would be kind of a headache. I don't really know, though. I'm still kind of just messing around, trying to figure out what kind of design that I want here. Like, let's say I put this here, right? That gives me 14 of my 100 steam turbines that I need, and only 4 of the heat exchangers that I need. But if I put more heat exchangers over here, then that would give me 8 and 14, which is actually slightly... I'd be missing 2, because it's these 2 right here. So maybe I don't like that. Yeah, I think I'm making this too complicated. I'm trying to do, I'm trying to be fancy with it, trying to do a little too much. I think I'm just gonna throw a substation down here. How far do you reach? You can reach until this guy. So let's see where the line connects. Okay, so I can put you there, which means I can fit one more row in. Drag you down, and then I just have to skip the row where the substation is. And then that allows me to do this much again afterwards. I'm going to put you there just to keep the spacing consistent, and then pull that in. I don't want all this landfill to be placed. Let's pick that up. And I don't know if I want the heat exchanger there, but whatever, that's fine. Should probably look at water amounts. How much? That's 10. You take... Okay, so that's a full offshore pump right there. So let's go ahead and get an offshore in. It doesn't want to place it there because there's a reactor there. That's fine, whatever. You can go down here. Real shame that that is going to work out that way. Out of curiosity, I could do that, and then how does that work out? I can make this work, I think. However, you only reach these three, so you don't reach down here. And then grab this. Yeah, okay, sure. Okay. I'm kind of just copying things now. How far does that get me? That's another 10. So that gives me 20. So I need to just duplicate this again. And I realize if I do add the extra reactors, I want to build this all in a straight line, so then if I do need the extra reactors, I can just copy this and put it on this side over here, and that will be easy peasy. So let's see, if I bring this in here, yeah, just like that. So that's another... that brings me up to 40 heat exchangers, and then I just need another 10. So since I only need another 10, that's only this top-facing one. So let's copy from there, and then the last bit should overlap, and it does. Okay. So let me double-check my numbers. Heat exchangers, 50. Steam engines, a little overbuilt. How did I wind up doing that? Oh, because I did too many layers. Because I originally was planning on doing something different with the design. So let's do that. And that brings me up to 129, which is actually still overbuilt, but not by as much as you'd think, because I do have some extra heat exchangers built in. In which case, how many extra? 29? Yeah? 129. So... yeah, that's like... that's pretty awful. There's no good way to only take off 29 there. How is it on the repeating pattern? Because that's mostly what's important, I guess. Or not, I can just connect all the steam together, and then it's not a problem. So, I connect all the steam together. There we are. Then I just need to take off 29 of the turbines. So I'll probably take them off closer to this area, just in case I do need to build more stuff up in here. So I'll just take off the first 29. Which is right there. Yeah, and then that should be perfect ratio, I think. We've got 100 turbines to 50 heat exchangers, which is perfect ratio for the heat exchangers. That's a little overbuilt on the heat exchangers themselves for reactors, but I'm fine with that. I'm not even 100% sure I did these heat calculations correctly, to tell you the truth. And the heat pipe calculations have always been a little weird to me, because they never work the way that I think they should. Let's just get these all connected. Oh, a little too far. Okay, you can go too, I guess. I'll just have to replace you. There we are. And I do need one more of you down there to cover these, like, last row of turbines. Okay. I think that's fine. I am gonna need roboports down here, so let's grab roboports. Okay, you should be connected, but you have no power. So let's just correct that real quick. And then your coverage goes to that tree right there. So I can just come to like right around here. I think I'll be covered by this. Let's bring you up just a little bit. There we are. Just to make sure you're covered by this substation, because this substation's in build range, but this one will not be. There. And then I just have to pop one of these down every so often. So you are 2 tiles from that substation, which should put you like right here-ish. Well, there's 1, there's 2, so that should connect. Then you're right on top of that substation. That one right there. So then I want you to be right here. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to nudge outwards, but that's fine. So you're right at the bottom of the substation. Right at the bottom. There we go. And that's it. Did I even need that last one? I do, just barely. That's a little annoying. Oh well, whatever. That gives me coverage at least. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to build any of that because I don't have any of that stuff crafted, of course. But good to go ahead and have that all down. I should, because I do actually have the reactors built, I should go ahead and get the logic placed in so that I don't waste fuel cells. So let's see. You're going to be read, and then you will be output. Let's make sure they face the same way. Where do I want to put this? Okay, your read, your output. I think that's better. So reading wires will be red. And you're going to read temperature. I should put that on all of those. So T coming in. Don't actually remember what your max temperature is. Max temp 1000, okay. The heat exchangers can only handle up to 465. So I'll set a limit of like 500, I guess. These are arithmetic, not deciders. And I guess I only need the 1. I don't know why I was thinking I needed 2. So T comes in. If T is less than or equal to 500, then you will output a check mark. There we are. And notice on here, you can't enable or disable a reactor, but what you can enable and disable is the inserter that feeds that reactor. So the inserter will only be active as long as the green check mark is greater than 0. Oh, didn't mean to copy that part. Also going to set the hand size. There we are, to 1. That way they only load a single fuel cell at a time. And I think that should all be set up and good and ready to go. I do want to add a buffer tank for steam. I may even add that as a condition for the reactor. I'll only do that if I'm like wasting fuel or if I really do not have enough fuel, I guess. That's all just barely within build range, it looks like, so we should be cool there. And yeah, I'll leave that alone. So let me make a few extra centrifuges. Oh, maybe I didn't make the reactors. Kind of thought I made the reactors, but maybe I didn't. They need 500 red circuits apiece, so I guess I didn't. I will go ahead and request those so I can kind of start trickling away at it, but I'm not going to worry about it too much. I will make some of those extra centrifuges that I need, though. There you are. How many did I need? I needed 4, so that's still 2 more, but I don't have the red circuits for them. The bots will bring them to me, but not super worried about that right this moment. Let's come back into this area. I haven't been down here in a while. Let's see if I can't get a bit more bot coverage in this area. Or just a little more construction range. Let's see. You want to be, like, right here? Let's move you, like, there. I think that's acceptable. Can I get a large power pole? I can almost get a large power pole over here. Okay. I don't like doing connections from the medium power poles. I would really like to have my primary connections always be from large power poles. There we go. These, of course, aren't built correctly, but I think it's probably about time to start thinking about specific builds and getting things actually into their correct and permanent positions. So, I only need cobalt plate to make these materials. I don't think anything needs actual straight-up cobalt plate. If anything does, it's going to be blue... Where are blue belts? There you are. No, you don't need straight-up cobalt plate. So the only cobalt coming into this whole place is going to be in the form of cobalt gears or the cobalt ball bearings. That being the case, let's immediately just start crafting things. So there's bearings. No, redo please. There you are. I wanted the cut. There we go. And then I'll leave 3 block gap and then you can go there. Now how much consumption is that? You take in 1.5 a second. There's 4 of you, so that's 6 a second. And then you need a further 1.5. So that's already around 11 a second. And this needs an ungodly amount. Each of you are 3, there's 6 of you, that's 18. This is more than a red belt a second. It's right about a red belt a second. Best I can do is a red belt, and I'm certainly not producing a red belt anyway, so let's just do that. And I'll just have to come back and deal with this as and when necessary. Not that I'm really going to be able to do too much about this for quite a while. Let's see. You guys produce 18 a second, so maybe I should have done this a little more intelligently and used direct insertion. So I need 4 to 3. So if I do something like that, that should work out. Because that's going to allow me get these to share like so. Does mean I'm going to need cobalt up here, but that's why you always leave yourself a little bit of room. There we go. And then we copy that recipe in here. Of course, I am going to need a splitter there. So I don't have splitters on my hotbar, or at least not red ones, so I'll just have to put a yellow one down and then upgrade it. I realize I don't have outputs for the ball bearings, but you only produce... Okay, you do produce 3 a second. Best I can do for you is long-handed red inserter, and hope that's enough. I might need a second output inserter eventually, but that's best I can do for right now. These guys up here, you output 1.5 a second, so that's not too bad. I'll just have you output up here. I guess I'll group your inserters together. And I might as well have you interspersed like that. There we go. And that way I don't have to have all of the outputs in the same place. Let me see, so that's 3, 6, 9, so you can go on a yellow belt. You guys produce 6 as well, so you can also go on yellow belt, that's no big deal. Steel gears, let's look at steel gears. How many of these do I have? That's 9. I do have other things that need steel other than just steel gears. And actually quite a lot of steel. But even still, that's almost a red belt of steel right there. That's just a crazy amount. Yeah, there's no way I'm going to be able to supply that amount of steel for quite a while, but, you know, I might as well set up the correct production for it. Let's just grab... I don't know why I'm trying to grab this as a blueprint. I don't need to grab this as a blueprint. For some reason, I just thought it would be easier. And then, same deal here. I'll just have the gears output in groups. Like so. There you are. So that's almost 15 a second. So that is almost a full yellow belt. But not quite. So a yellow belt will do. That long power pole is not within build range, so I'll have to make a temporary power solution. Otherwise, this will never get power. And nothing will ever actually get built. So, let me see what I can do. Of course, that's one tile off. In which case, I'll just do something ugly so I remember to get rid of it later. Okay, you can come down this way. And I might just throw substations in here. I kind of don't want to have to deal with all these little medium power poles, and I think I'm at a point in the game where I can just use substations a little more freely. So I might just go ahead and do that. I'll leave that there because I need you to power the RoboPort eventually. But let's figure out where I can get away with in here. So I don't need you until starting right about there. Yeah, that's fine, I guess. And then just however far I can go this way. Okay, I'm gonna raise these middle substations up one if I can. I can, okay. The reason being, I can still cover those lower inserters with no problem. Now I also cover the upper inserters and these machines, and then I can still just cover these inserters up here with the smaller power poles. In fact, I can almost cover them both with one, but just not quite. Oh well. Anyway, that's gonna be the most of the intermediates here taken care of. Let's figure out where I want to go next. I guess I should do the same with iron, even though I don't have nearly as many intermediary iron products. Still probably a good idea. Let's get some of this stuff moved out of the way. We'll deal with it later. I don't really know what to do. You can come down here with science. I don't really need you to take up space. Trying trains again from not using them for ages. I mean, trains have a little bit of a learning curve, but honestly, they're not that bad. You just put a station down where you want them to go, and they'll just go between them. The only time you even need to worry about signals is once you have multiple trains using the same stretches of track, and even then you just use rail signals as a way to break up sections of track. So one thing that you should try and keep in mind is that rail signals do two things. They determine which direction trains are allowed to move in. Like, you can even see the arrows when I try and place a station, or a signal. So if I place it here, a train is only allowed to move in the direction of those arrows. Place a signal here, a train's only allowed to move in this direction. But if you place a signal on both sides, that means it's allowed to move in either direction. Don't actually want those to get built, let's pick those up. The one that tends to throw people are chain signals. But all chain signals are is they still act exactly the same as a regular rail signal, but they also look ahead. So they go, okay, you can go into the next block if it's empty, and the next signal also says you can move into the next block. And that's really it. Not to say that I don't make mistakes doing train stuff all the time. Certainly, I don't want to act like I'm an expert or something, but that pretty much is the gist of it. These were not lined up. I thought they were. I would like my production to start at kind of the same level for all of these. And let's see, where do I go from here? I think the next one I want to do after this is probably belts. Just because belts are going to eat the bulk of all of these products in here. So I'll go belts and then inserters, and then the leftovers come over here into engines. And then all of that comes down into science itself. And I think that's reasonable. So yeah, let's see how that works. So the bulk of all this cobalt stuff. I guess I should carry this forward. Let's move this to like here. And then where does that put you? Yeah, I think I'm fine with putting blue belts up here. So I think I only needed a single blue belt assembler. So let's say like right here. Just leave ourselves a little bit of room. Finally clicked for me when Dash explained it in a video like rail signals say it's okay for a train to stop here. Turrets to defend, yeah. So that is basically the whole gist of it, is that rail signals are basically saying they're not giving you... how do I put it? A rail signal doesn't say this next stretch... That's really difficult to put into words, actually, the way that I kind of intuitively think about it. Because, yes, a rail signal is saying, in order to proceed, the next stretch of rail has to be open. But even though that's what a rail signal is doing, what you have to be thinking of as you're designing the rails is, okay, but if it isn't clear, the train stops, then where is the train? Because if the train stops at this signal, well, now it's backed up into all of this spaghetti back here. And if there's a train and all this mess back here, is it going to block this intersection? And as long as it doesn't block the intersection, you're okay. But if it does block the intersection, then obviously you aren't okay. It's not that much different than trying to think about belts and splitters. But if you're working with a sushi belt, let me go somewhere where there's not bot coverage. So if you have a sushi belt coming up this way, and you could have circuits and iron and whatever else on here, and then you have a splitter here, and you say, I only want, you know, inserters to go this way. Well, that's fine. If an inserter's on here, it'll come up, it'll get sorted out and go that way. If there's iron, it'll continue on this way, and nothing happens. But where you do run into problems is if inserters back up on this belt to this splitter. Because then if an inserter comes up, it'll try and go this way, and an inserter with a filter like this is not allowed to continue left anymore. So it will back up in this splitter. Even though you might be looking at it and thinking it should be able to go straight, it will back up into this filter because it can't continue this way, which means everything else on this belt also backs up. So you have to make sure when designing your intersections for trains that you leave room for something like this. So your filter goes here, and that way, even if the inserter rail gets backed up, you have room for things to continue past it, so this does not impact the flow of your regular belt. I have no idea if this makes any sense, that's just kind of the way that I think about it when I'm designing train intersections. And, anyway, let's get back to building. So, you do need aluminum. Do I pull aluminum in from anywhere? Aluminum comes in from over here. Okay. This aluminum station seems to be an unloading station for some reason, so let's just move that up there and replace it real quick. So you are aluminum. There we go. And then just... not that. Let's not do that. I just wanted to copy you. There we go. Aluminum unloading. You're unloading. Very good. Cool. Okay. Where did I need aluminum? Where am I? There we are. Okay. So, aluminum can come in, like, here, I guess. Let's just bring you something like this. That should be fine. Okay. Stream's a bit laggy, keeps pausing. I was worried about that. You can sit... Working fine now. Okay, well that's good. You've trained yourself to think that way. Maybe possibly. You can set different, what's it called? Basically how much delay is on the stream, and I've been keeping it pretty low the last couple weeks, but my internet's not always the most reliable, and I think if you have a bigger stream delay, then the pauses are smoothed out a bit more. So I might have to increase delay a little bit, if that continues to be a problem. Let's actually flip this around. We need to pick up and drop. And then, can I make you red inserters? Or not inserters, red belt. Is that possible? You only need 2 inputs and the previous tier belt. I think I'm okay with that. 2.5 and 2.5 is good. Yeah, okay. And then since I only need 1 of you, I don't have to worry about outputting to the side like this. I do need you to be a longhand, but that's otherwise fine. And then of course I do need a regular input there. Substation, how far do you connect? You can go out to here, I'm cool with that. And then you just go that way somewhere. In you go. Are you missing anything? That's 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that's all 4 inputs. You're all good. You're set. Okay. You need bronze, belts, and steel gears. Here's steel gears, so I do need to get bronze in. So do I even ship bronze in right now? I don't believe I do. So let's turn this last station up here into bronze. This is an unloading, just to make sure, yes. And bronze. There we are. You don't have any circuit logic on you, so I do want to copy that. And let's parameterize this. There we are. Because I notice you also don't. You are aluminum. Yeah, okay. So let's set this one to be aluminum. Make sure you're connected up correctly. Priority and all that's all cool. Okay. I may actually come in here and do the whole enable-disable thing on these stations as well, just so trains don't wind up getting stuck in here. You're enabled if you're more than, let's say, like 15%. And then same thing here. Let's say P greater than 15. And that should be good. What is this? Sulfuric acid. You definitely need the sulfuric acid logic, but I'll put that there in just a second because it's a little different. This one was bronze, I think? Bronze or brass? I don't really remember. Bronze, yes, okay. Very cool. Once again, where are you in? Where are you up? That's P and 15. There we go. Okay. Let's go grab the bronze station so I can get the colors and everything. Brass. Do I not have bronze? I know I have a bronze loading at least. There you are. So let's grab you and you go there. Change your name to unloading. Okay, oh cool. So where's that get me? So that's gonna give me stuff coming in. I did say I wanted the logic on the sulfuric acid station. That's actually kind of important, so let's make sure I go do that. Sulfuric acid, unload. So let's just go ahead and copy all that. There we are. In you go. So yes, that's all good. I do need the connection down to the tanks, of course, but that should be fine. Train limit of 1, since I did copy you. And okay. I am missing those things. I guess I should give the bots some. And I am missing more centrifuges and reactors and stuff like that, so I guess while I'm here, I'll go ahead and craft a couple of those. Make some heat pipe. I have nothing for reactors, but that makes sense since I just used some red circuits on centrifuges. Not hyper concerned about that. I do need some of these, and you take cobalt. That's interesting. I don't think I request aluminum. Oh no, I do. I guess I just used it all. Okay. Well, the bots are bringing me all the stuff that I need. Gen 2 ship goes at 290 kilometers a second. That's probably faster than any ship that I've ever made, to tell you the truth. Granted, I never got too terribly involved in the thruster calculation stuff. I never quite understood exactly how that was supposed to work, and so I always just wind up designing a ship going, Yeah, this goes good enough. The one I care about the most is the Gleba ship, since Gleba science expires, and I just try and make that one go fast, and the other ones I don't concern myself with too much. Okay, these steam turbines might actually be a little more expensive than I thought they were. Kind of just been sitting here waiting until I could craft some. And being that I can still only craft 3, they might be a little expensive. Okay, I can see you actually take oh, I thought that was 316. Okay, it's 31.6 steel. That's much more doable. I am perfectly okay with that. I'm going to craft the reactors first, that way I don't accidentally waste fuel. Yeah, I'll just start crafting some of that here and there where I can. I don't even have a uranium train yet, actually. Now that I think about that, I should probably get that set up. And I'll go ahead and get some more delivery trains ready to go. Maybe I want a load train as well, and ordinarily I wouldn't fill this up, but I am just about to send some people out. Do I not have ore loading? Okay, you know what? You go ahead and just go chill at the uranium station real quick so that other trains can refuel. And I guess I never named the uranium station? I did not. But I did name the uranium unloading, huh? Guess I'll copy that, and then put you in up here. There we go. So there is uranium loading. Everything is cool, I think. So let's pop back down here. And then let's actually put these in order. So uranium loading. Wait until you're full. And then come and unload. That should get the first little bits of production out of the way. Oh, you don't have power, and even if you did, that one red chest would not be in range regardless. So I guess I will add a roboport over there. And you can come up this way. Did I get the inserters in? Yeah, okay, that works. And then that way I can tear out these... Well, actually I need those poles so that I can run the wire connection. Okay, whatever. Guess it doesn't matter. I'll just run a pole down there. And yeah, that should all be cool. Let's throw this stuff in. I don't really need it. Still says 2 centrifuges. I thought I made 2 centrifuges. I'm not gonna make more right now. Let's just hope I actually have those somewhere. I'll make some of those and a little more of the heat wire, and then just come back down this way. You don't have power, so let's connect you, I guess. I don't like all these trees being in here. Let's clear out some room so I can see a little bit. Okay, so the blue belts should be finished. Red belts just need bronze. Bronze is what I have coming in here. Yes, it is. Let's move you up this way. And get you in on like a 3rd line down here. Other things will need bronze, so I'm not that worried about just putting you somewhere prominent like this. But I don't want you like super in the way either. So let's do that. Trains are yelling at me that they're out of fuel, but that's trains at the refueling station, so I'm not super worried about it. Making yellow science, nice. Yellow science... I don't know, yellow science always fits in odd, in my opinion. It doesn't feel... It feels like there's another tier of science that should go between... Like, there is purple science. I was gonna say between yellow and blue. And I guess there's space science too, there's that, but I also kind of think of that as something else. Like, purple science is just a production check, like, are you making enough of things? Whereas yellow science, to me, is always like are you capable of doing enough processes kind of thing. Anyway, that's red's taken care of. What's next? So now we need yellows. I did kind of box myself out of being able to do this nicely, which is a bit of a shame. So you can be 2 tiles away, or maybe I can still do this. You can be 3 tiles, and then you can be 2 tiles. Then pick you up and put you here. The same way that I did with the blues, I think that's fine. Because all you need is tin and gears. Gears are down here. I actually don't have tin coming in. So I guess that means I need to start moving down to these stations down here. Let's move all this over just a little bit. That way it's not in the way. Yes, this should also move. And let's get an unloading station. There we are. So this is 10. 10, 10, 10. There's 10. Let's copy the 10 colors. Train stop, please. There we go. So 10 unloading, all good. Okay. You don't have the train logic. Should really have that in the blueprint probably, but oh well. Let's just copy that. And get you plugged in down here. Make sure to wire you in. If the tree would move. That allow me to get in here any easier. Well, that does. Guess that does. There we are. So this is all cool, all good, yeah. Alright. Fine with that. And where does 10 need to get to? 10 needs to get to yellow belt, so you're probably going to follow right along the bottom of this guy. And that works a-okay for me. Yep, I can tell from the way the belt is curved there that that connects, even though I can't really see anything. So that's going to come in and give me yellow belts. I do still need the gears, and I need gray belts as well. Let's go ahead and move the gray belt assembler like right there, and then we'll worry about the rest in just a second. So, do like that. And that's definitely a yellow belt. And in you go. Okay, so that's gonna get me gears. You need iron plates still, so let's run iron plates up this way. There we go. All of these inserters are going to have to move, so don't think those are permanently positioned there. Pick up from 3 away. Cool. And that gives you everything you need, I'm pretty sure. So you get your gears and plates, you get gears and tin and grays, and yeah, so on up the line. That should be everything taken care of. Just finished up yellow, very nice. Okay. I believe once everything is connected, everything's in, everything has power, that is going to be everything I need for the belts. There we go. Okay. Just get power connected to everything, and there we go. So, how about inserters? You also take cobalt stuff, you also take aluminum, So you're going to be feeling mighty comfortable up here next to the blue belts. In fact, I think I only need 1 a second of each of those, so that could easily go on a mixed belt. I do need 2. 2 blues to every inserter. But even then, that's less than 1 per second. So yeah, that's easily, very easily a mixed belt. In fact, you can be yellow inserters with no real repercussions. Let's put that over there, and I'll have a splitter here. There we go. That does get in the way of my inputs. So I guess I will underground you instead. And you can just escape out that way somewhere. Because you do need both the bearings and the gears, just like blue belts did. I might just kind of copy this design. Not for any particular reason, it just, you know, it works. You get to be red inserters. Which does mean I need to continue this belt of gears over. There we are. And yeah, that's not too bad at all. Bronze plate. Okay, this belt is the bronze plate, so I can do that. I can actually, once again, just copy this whole thing. That'll get me the gears, that gets me bronze plate, and, assuming I put an assembler here, even though that's right in the way of this, which is kind of ugly. Move that on that way. Okay. Yeah, whatever. It's not the best build, but it'll do. And I kind of like keeping it lined up like this in the same. I just think that's kind of funny. That's going to give me yellows, which need iron plate, iron gears, and basic circuits. Well, gears are pretty easy. That just comes in this way. Plate, I believe, is this bottom belt here, which is also not too bad. And then, what was the last thing? Basic circuits. Okay, basic circuits I can just bring in down the side, like right in here somewhere. Let's say right there. Where am I going to get basic circuits from? Okay, well here's red circuits, greens, and basics. Actually, why don't I have any of those on the belt? Because I never connected it. That's a good reason. Same thing with greens, I have to assume. Or maybe I just literally haven't made any greens? Well, no solder, so I probably just literally haven't made any greens. Let me come up to zinc. Zinc is going to be the problem here. There you are. How's zinc doing? Not very good. I am going to need that catalytic zinc recipe, I think. Had to build the science itself, as process units and LDS were already done and recently made the flying robot frames. Yeah, like as long as you already have the prereqs, it's not that big of a deal. It's just if you're starting it from scratch, it can feel like a lot. Yeah, okay. I had to think it over. I think I will at least try to get the catalyst recipe going. So it's Jivolite and bodmonium. Let me go ahead and copy one of the other catalyst recipe setups. I can't believe, like, this is so funny to me. I cannot believe that I have to make one of these for zinc, because I initially set up these zinc recipes as sinks for zinc, as it was a garbage product. And now I'm actually purposely making more. That's nickel. There's zinc. Okay. Cool. And here's zinc. So where do I want you to go? I can put you, like, right in here somewhere. I should have copied a little more. Like, which one was this copied from? Copied from you, which is one power pole down, okay. Just so the design is, like, somewhat consistent. There we go. And then I guess I will go ahead and upgrade all of this through here. You go here. And in you go. And make sure you have a input priority of left, so that all the stuff on the belt always gets in first. Okay, I still have to actually get the inputs, which is Jivolite and aluminum chunks. Can I even underground through here? Because I've picked up a lot of belts through this area. Just barely, okay. There we are. I already have some Jivolite chunks coming up this way. I don't have any aluminum chunks, though. Let's see. Mostly non-city block and trains. Last time I used them was around a month ago. Yeah. I fluctuate on whether I like city block designs or not, because my thing with them is they can be very neat and orderly, and sometimes that's fun. And then other times when I'm building them, I find it boring, and I kind of yearn for more chaos in my builds. And so, it just kind of depends. Sometimes I build one way, sometimes I build the other. Sometimes I wind up with this weird kind of mishmash here, where this isn't a city block, but it's also a very orderly train base, so it's kind of somewhere in the middle. I need more catalyst. I just do. How can I get this going? I do have some geodes coming in. I actually can't process my geodes right now because I seem to not have any sulfuric acid. Why don't I have any sulfuric acid? Loading, loading, loading. Where is this? So that's fine. Yeah, cool. Second one. This one is under lead. You also aren't full, so it's fine that you're sitting here. You just fill up, whatever, okay, fine. But the third one should be at the main base, and the main base should be producing sulfuric acid. You're just filling with sulfuric acid, okay? Yeah, I think I'm just not producing sulfuric acid fast enough. Is there anything I can do about that? You make sulfur dioxide. What? Okay, you do make calcium sulfate. Okay, so that's what this setup is for. Okay, no big deal. All cool. Where's my, like, actual sulfur setup? Okay, so sulfur dioxide is lagging behind. Where do I make that? Just follow the belt that doesn't have enough sulfur on it. Okay, well, that should probably be my indication right there that I probably just don't have enough sulfur output. Let's see if literally just upgrading this inserter does anything. I may even, just for fun, do this and then swap which side you output on, because it should be fine for there to be sulfur on both sides of the belt. That shouldn't be an issue. C-block base is going to be chunk-based, rectangle city blocks or variations. Yeah, like, I very rarely do... How do I put it? The fact that I've gone with a chunk-based rail system for this base is actually very unusual for me, and it's one of the reasons why it took me like 2 hours to settle on a chunk-based rail design, just because it's not ordinarily something that I really mess with all that much. How's this going? Okay, so I have no buffer of sulfur up here. That's actually very interesting. I used to have tens of thousands of sulfur. And I do still have 22,000 sulfur backlogged, but I'm definitely using it faster than I am producing it right now. So it might be time to start figuring out how I want to handle the lime that I built up back here, because the lime is actually a free source of sulfur itself. Like if I look in here, I can make the lime filters. The lime filters go into air filters, which just give me sulfuric wastewater and a little bit of acid gas. So where are my tanks of sulfuric wastewater, just so I can make sure... Yeah, these are not running at full uptime, not even close. Where is my sulfuric wastewater tank, though? I do just want to be sure. There you are. Okay, so my tank of sulfuric wastewater is empty. I do have a pump here that's going to keep me from filling that up from external sources, though. Where is my wastewater input? There we are. Okay, so yeah, these tanks also pretty much empty. So maybe I will just very quickly, while I'm here, set up some of that, the lime filter stuff. Just because sulfur does seem to be going down faster than I'm using it. Let me verify that. I had 22,000 the last time I looked at it. Follow the bell. There you are. Okay. We're still at 22,000. I don't know. Power's very unhappy with me. Let's see. My defense can kill 6 boss, 9 frost. Can kill 6 boss, 9 frost spitters at once while using only 1 gigawatt of power. That is... I'm trying to figure out exactly what you mean by that. I do know the frost spitters, so I'm just trying to figure out if that's like a lot. Boss 9. Are there 9 tiers of them? Is that like the Titan level or something? 5 space solar panel receivers, or 10 if we round the power usage up instead of down. That's a big rounding issue. 6 frost spitter boss 9s. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured you meant. Yeah, this is not enough power generation to fully charge my accumulators, it looks like, which is not very cool. So I do want to get those reactors set up sooner or later. I'm still at this, but I definitely noticed this number is very slightly down. So yeah, let's set up that air washing. Let's just get on that. Yeah, right on this area is probably fine. I don't think anything wants this strip of land right here, and sulfuric wastewater runs right down the bottom, so I can hook in pretty easily. What I will probably do then is reverse you and get all of it loaded into this silo down here. In fact, let's just speed that up a little bit. There we go. And air filters. There you are. So if I'm pulling out of this guy, I should be able to go up here. Actually, I don't know what the speed of this recipe is, so I might have to redesign this at some point. Not super worried about it though. Oh, I need a crafting thing in the middle. Let's get a crafting machine then. Thought I might have one on my hotbar, but it seems I didn't. So maybe just filter. Lime filter, yes, okay. So you are going to need the filter frame, but we're going to get that back. Let's see if I happen to just have some. I don't know if I do or not. Then I need the air filter. There's an air guy right down here somewhere. There's one. Yeah. How much do you produce if you're actually running? You produce 1.5 a second, but that's never going to be full uptime, so that's fine. You can consume not very many a second. Okay, so I might actually want 2 of you. Let's just say 2 for now. Fine. I might even space you out so that I can put the fluids horizontally. And I do already have, oh no, those are fluid bores. Okay, never mind. Well, you each just get your own fluid bore. Have fun. And then the wastewater can come down and connect up in here somewhere. There we go. That is sulfuric wastewater. Yes, just had to double check. But that's fine. So out and in. And let's have outputs on the top, I guess. And then here's your belt. So you actually want to be up here. And that should do it. Oh, you do need input. Okay. Best I can do. There we go. And I don't have any filter frames, I guess. Yes, I'm missing the filter frames. So let's make the machines first. Actually, I want to make the filter frames first. And then I'll come and do the air filters, because these have a much faster craft time. Let's go ahead and get some of these things for the reactor tossed in. Just continue chipping away at that little by little. There's the first one, and let's go ahead and wait for the second one. Do Titan Spitters have 405,000 health and do like 1,000 DPS with range of 87? That's a very good question. I don't think they do. I am kind of curious though. Let me see. Hold on. How do I view that in here? Okay, I think I have to open something else. And then enemies. And then let's look for... I don't actually remember what the highest tier is. Is it Leviathan? Okay. So let's check just like Leviathan Poison Spitter or something. I guess I'll look for Frost. Let's find... maybe Bob's doesn't have Frost. Yeah, that would make sense. I don't remember Frost existing. So let's just say like Explosive. Yeah, their range is 20. Does it not show? Oh, there it is. There's all the information. So base health of 30,000. Quite a lot of resistance. Almost 100% resistance on explosive and acid. And yeah, they're pretty beefy, but not quite that beefy. The worm, though. The worm is the stuff of nightmares. A Leviathan poison worm, that's his planet now. Frost is enemy race manager. I remember playing enemy race manager once or twice, I think. Yeah, the stats on those guys are nuts. They are not okay. Let's pick that up. I don't know why that's there. This is coming along nicely. And yes, I am already stockpiling 238 that I have no idea what I can do with. This is already full. You never got your iron inputs. So even if I did just happen to chance on one of your recipes, I would not be able to get it, so I guess I should set that up. Ugly little squiggle there. And probably just same deal down here. In fact, I'll just copy you. Nope. I do in fact need you there. Thank you. There we go. That's backwards. Oh, that's because that's backwards. There we go. And splitter. And where even is iron? Iron's over here. Up you go. Okay. That should be everything. I think all of that's in build range. Yes, we're A-okay. Okay, well that'll give me the iron that I need. So as soon as I do actually just happen to get something good, then I can start producing fuel, and that'll come down here. Everything's A-okay. Speaking of which, can I handcraft more of those? I can do some of that. And am I missing anything? Doesn't look like it. Let's go check on the air filters that I just set up so that I can keep enough sulfur going. There we are. You should have gotten your filters by now. Ah. I guess I didn't have the inserters down in time and the belts were too long. Okay. Well, that's 5 total. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we are. The bots will get that figured out, and I actually do want a couple more. Not that many more. Just a couple. Let's get a couple more filters. Filter. 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 The last one I check, okay. In fact, I'll get like 15 more. Just because that'll allow me some room on the belts. It takes time for everything to wrap around and all, so that should be fine. Okay, so that's all keeping up. That's good. Cool. We had a train come in, bring a delivery, so you'll love to see it. I'm not inputting nearly fast enough on this, so not only am I going to upgrade this inserter, I'm actually going to add another. There we go. This is cool. Wait, what? Ah, I have made a mistake. Okay, hold on. What do you output? You output used lime filter frames, which then get washed in a liquefier. Okay, I missed the step somehow. I was going too fast. Let's grab a liquefier. Not a liquefier. Probably just one is going to be a-okay. Let's put you like here-ish. And filter. Filter. There we are. I remember now, because there's this whole thing that gives the acid gas step and everything, you don't actually need anything. You just... I figured you would need water or something, but actually, you're only an output. That's, interesting. Well, there you are. And I guess I have to figure out how to get the stuff in you, but let's make sure all those used filters wind up in your inventory first. I have no idea where acid gas is going to be, to tell you the truth. There it is. You're also backed up completely, which is just awesome. Guess I also have to figure out something to do with that. Acid gas can go pretty much just straight down, though, which is nice to see. Being a little careful running through this area. And there's acid gas right there, actually. So, there we are. Okay, what can I do with acid gas? Let's see. I'm gonna have to go into startup settings and change the range of my, Mark III laser turrets. Yeah, if you're just outranged, I can totally understand that. I've definitely been on the receiving end of being outranged by things and just being like, okay, and what exactly do you expect me to do about this? I'm backed up on acid gas, I bet, because I'm not bringing in aluminum and silver ore, so my catalyst recipes have failed. Yes, okay. I need aluminum and silver ore, because these guys have completely stopped. That's very reasonable. Okay. Do I have unset stations anywhere? No, literally all of my stations at the moment are already set up and going. Oof. Yeah, that's going to be my last two spots down here also. And I'm not necessarily happy about that because I don't even have all my alloys coming in. I'm kind of eyeing spots in here, like, I don't know. Like, can I get another station in here? I might be able to. But even then, that's only one, and I need two. Like, I don't want to get rid of the oil train, but at the same time, this one oil train has been kind of all I needed, and I have so much room up here. Maybe I can try and sort something out in this room up here. So, let's say this belt comes, like, way up here, and isn't quite so in the way of everything. Like, you come up here, underground this way, and run up here. Ooh, not like that. There we go. And then delete all of this stuff going this way. Yeah, there we are. I think damage, multi 3, range 5, and power consumption 10 and health multi 6 is enough. I gotta be honest, that was a pretty beefy sounding enemy you were dealing with. So if you think that's gonna be enough, then more power to you. I have no idea, honestly. I'm kind of relaying some of these power lines so that I might be able to shuffle around some of these power poles and get them out of the way. This roboport's probably going to have to move also. In fact, I may just go ahead and start getting rid of stuff and see if I happen to make anything lose power. Everything is good so far. Okay. Yeah, once these come in and get placed, I'm not going to need this. This pole might have to move in the future, so that's why I'm worrying about it. This one definitely needs to move. This line is without power now. That's quite surprising. How has that entire section of the base been disconnected? That's incredible, honestly. Yeah, okay. Good. You get power from down here for now. Just, reconnect somehow. While that's all going... Yeesh. Where can I get you going? Okay, I can do this. That works. Then I can deconstruct this through here. Okay. That's kinda working. And if you aren't following anything that I'm doing, don't worry, I don't blame you. I'm not sure I follow everything that I'm doing right now. I'm just trying not to break pipes. I'm kind of half taking the attitude of, let's deconstruct what's there and then figure out how to rebuild it afterward. Okay. So we have this new line for the oil train right here. I would like to have something of a stacker for it. But I also need multiple stations to come down here. So first things first, let's see how steep of a curve I can get without making a loop-de-loop. Okay, I'm doing my best. Maybe I'll stop holding shift. Maybe shift is doing me more harm than good right now. Let's do something like that. Okay, I think that's decent. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do kind of the same thing up this way and have as steep of a rail up as I can. Except that's not going to be, that's a little too much. That's not going to be able to connect back in. Yeah, that's not going to be able to connect back in, so that's a little too much. Let's back up a little bit there. Peak, yeah. Default settings are damage mult 2, range mult 2, consumption 4, and health mult 2. Yeah, it's, yeah, and health isn't really the issue there, because if you're getting hit, you're already kind of doing something wrong. Okay, that's getting me somewhere. Okay, the problem is that this doesn't really work as a stacker. This is just 2 routes into the same station. So that's not helping. I might only be able to have a stacker for 1 train. And if that is the case, then so be it. This is oil, and so far I only have 1 train anyway. There we are. I'm honestly, if anything, hoping that even that much works as a stacker, because I don't think that's long enough, but I'm gonna have to just find out. I think I will set damage mult back to default. I mean, it is a game, so you kind of just tweak it until you're having fun. Like, there's no correct answer there. Let's get this guy going. So you can come this way and just be there, sure. And then how much room does an unloading station need? Oh, flip that around. And up until around there is kind of a problem because there's pipes everywhere in here. Let's see if I can't get a station like up here instead. I might be able to. I don't know. This is gonna be tight and it might not work at all. Okay, I can get an unloading station in right here without ruining anything. So let's say this is aluminum ore. And can I get just... Okay, I definitely can't get a station in here where the where these guys are. In fact, let's go ahead and just rip that up. Yeah, I don't really know what I can do there. I might literally, just for now, put a vertical station in. I say just for now because in not too terribly long I'll be able to just bring this in with bots. But for right now, I do actually need this up and running. So right here, you can be silver. So let's go grab the stations those are supposed to be. So I need aluminum ore. This one. And then you're going to be unloading. Just the one train. And then the other one is silver. So let's make sure I go grab silver. Okay. And silver. Laser turrets did 3k damage with tier 11 laser research. Kind of way too OP for my taste. So back to damage mult 2. I mean, you know, each their own. If you're dealing with something with, like, I don't know what you said, it was like 90 million HP or something, maybe you need it. It might not be the worst idea. Almost forgot to set you back to unloading and train limit 1. I do have to get power in here, signal all this back up again and all. But the first thing I need to do is make sure that I haven't ruined the oil station somehow. In fact, these signals should probably go. Oh yeah, I don't have a return. Okay. Can I make a return rail? What? Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to do. Okay, let's go like that. There we go. Okay. You can't quite fit a full train. Let me see if I can move this up even just a little. Okay, you're right here. 1, 2. Can you fit? Okay, that's too far. How about right here? That will fit. Let's just get all that ripped up. Okay. Let's see if this works. Oh, once the bots feel like coming down and placing all of it, I guess. I can check from this way, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, this should work. I think this one should work. So if I leave the center as my return rail, and then the 2 up here can be my waiting rail, I think that works. I just need the bots to actually come in and place the rail before I can signal it all. I guess I can do this. There we are. This is the return rail. So you get a signal like right here, assuming that fits. Yes. Coming up here, I want a signal there. These guys, unfortunately, can't get nice signals for quite a while. So let's say signal here and there. And then very similarly, I want a signal here and there. Yeah, and that's about the best I can get in all that, I guess. These guys, I want a signal here and there. And then a chain here and here. Make sure those blocks are separate. And all of that should just work. Rail planner knows best, yeah. I might disagree with that, just a smidge. I'll add a another signal here just so that this whole stretch is not considered the same block, otherwise things would get stuck. Okay, and I think that's good. I do just have to come in here and change you from a 3 limit to a 2 limit. Oh, okay, there is 1, 2... Okay, that is a 3 limit. Never mind. That actually gets to stay. Okay. All that's good. I do want the logic on it, so let me find an output train. This will do. Okay, this was aluminum. So aluminum, aluminum, aluminum. And then connect you up. So green wire for your output, red wire for your input. Disable you if your priority is too low. That way I don't get an ore train stuck in here. And then let's go do the same for silver. There we go. And grab the P, make it 15, and greater than equal to. Oh, and set priority. I wonder if I didn't set priority over here. I didn't. Look at that. Okay. Alright, so that should be set. This is still steel. Glad I checked. So silver ore. And silver. Okay. I do still need to set up the outputs, of course, and get them power. But they're not even getting built. I guess I should address that part first. That's probably the more important of the two. What all do I need? I need a liquefier first, and I need those filters. I never made the filters. Oh, I made 10 of them, inexplicably. I need a liquefier. What else? That's probably good. Everything else is just the same stuff that I've been needing to make for a while now. In fact, I can go ahead and shove some of that in. I probably don't even need to make much more heat pipe. That's probably just about enough heat pipe. Train stops. And everything else should be cool. I need to throw the liquefier in. Might even expedite that just a touch. Do I wait for you? How long do you take? 5 seconds, okay, that's 10 seconds. Oh, whatever, I'll wait for you. I can spare 10 seconds. In fact, I will take a drink. Let's see. What did I miss? Because there were issues with Opera GX pop-out mode. Building electric furnaces for yeah. Stone instead of red circuits, and they're causing problems on the belt. Yeah, that's... I mean, it happens. Had some issues with Opera GX video pop-out mode. Okay, you're probably talking about the rail thing. I won't be able to recreate the rail thing well. I just finished crafting. Let me pop that away. With that, and where'd the liquefier? There you are. I was just trying to lay some rail in here. There's some horrible temporary rail spaghetti until I get bots going. And I was trying to connect something. And the rail planner was just being a little special. Yeah, it's not gonna give me anything too wacky anymore, but let me see. It just gave me a very interesting cursed loop thing. It was interesting. Okay, this should be getting placed. I did give them the stuff that they need. I don't know why they haven't recognized they have the stuff that they need yet, but I mean, they will eventually, so let's just not worry about it. Video pop out, let you watch stuff while playing something. If you were wondering what that is. Oh yeah, I've messed with pop-outs before. Where exactly do I need this to be? Let's pick up these couple random miners in here. This guy isn't even connected to anything. Are you going in a box? You are going in a box. So I guess I can go ahead and connect this guy. Okay, anyway, was looking for ore lines. Where's ore? Okay, is this the only place? Actually, I have a bit more on the belts in here. Let's do that. Oh yeah, I've got a good little backlog on the belts in here. So once that's connected, I'll at least get some temporary catalyst action. For the more permanent stuff though, let's go ahead and get these treatment plants ripped up, since I'm not even getting ore delivered anymore. At least I shouldn't be. These trains actually are still outputting into here, I think. Yeah, this is still marked as unload. I actually want you to mark this as Bobmonium load. Alright, let's go loading. And same here, you're going to be loading. I might not have any other... Hold on, let me look. So you're loading and load now. Okay, that's not quite what I wanted, but whatever. We'll deal with that. Oh yeah, that bothers me. Okay, whatever. Let's change this one. Loading. And this one down here is loading. Okay. So now you should be loading. These inserters should flip around. And let's just copy that down the way. There we are. And then same for this guy. And then let's make sure that this hasn't broken anything. You are loading and loading. So you are a little confused. So let's take that off. And then do I not just have the actual Rubite station? There's unloading. And then wait until empty. Oh, you have a filter on. That's not quite what I wanted to do. There we go. Okay. So, are you set up? You're not really set up. So let's go here for you as well. Bobmonium unloading. And wait until you're empty. Full cargo. There we go. Are you set up backwards by any chance? Load until full and unload until empty. Okay. All cool. Stone, not stone bricks. They're next to each other on the bus. Ah, makes sense. How do you use video pop-out? So it depends on what browser you're using. I only know how to do it in Firefox. And Firefox, whenever you have a video playing, if it's a recognized video player that it knows how to pop out, there's actually, when you hover over the video, just a little pop-out button somewhere on the right. I know you can do it in other browsers as well. I just wouldn't really know about them. Yeah, whatever. I'll deal with that later. Okay, I've been so distracted. Can I get this finished and then get back to making science? Because that's really what I want to be doing. But I can't be making science if the base is dead, because I still rely on the base to make stuff. There we go. And then I need catalyst to come just way in here somewhere. Catalyst comes in here, and I guess I'll leave all this stuff here. Well, okay, it doesn't go anywhere is the problem. That is a problem, okay. Yeah, I just have to rip all this up then. I have to be very careful so I don't break things. Let's not take any of the pipes unless I'm looking at them real closely. Like, none of these, fluid output pipes are used for anything. And then, see, like, this little bend in the pipe here does send pure water out somewhere, so I can't mess with that. No undergrounds there, though, so it's fine to pick all of that up. I don't have those geodes anymore, so I can pick all of that up. This has no power anymore. So let's see if I can't figure out how to run a better power solution up. I have the connection to a large pole down below. So let's just bring that up and continue you up to wherever you need power. Sure. So that's all connected, so yeah, it's like right here. Let's get that plugged in. Got it all figured out, okay. All good. This stuff in here, I also don't need. But that does carry my sulfuric acid down. Oh no, that's just kind of woven in through here, so just gotta be careful that I don't break that. Okay, yeah, like this belt right here, I don't need it all. That can go. This whole setup in here, this can all go. Gonna fill my storage with so much junk, but there is not much I can do about that. It's just gotta go. So let's see, this is wastewater, but that doesn't go anywhere, so that's all cool. I can pick all of that up. All of this I can pick up. Oh, there are pipes in there, so be a little careful. Yeah. Okay, well that's good. This can come up here to power this roboport. And I think that's probably enough clearing. I can clear up some of these pipes. I do want to be a little careful. I'm watching for undergrounds. Like right there, there's an underground. Yeah, and that's good enough, I think. At a lower power consumption from 10, since few turrets consume 20 gigawatts of power. 20 gigawatts of power. Nice. This is all unplugged over here now. Whatever, you can just have a large pole, get in there. Okay. So that gives me a clean shot into here. I may actually move this back one. And then have a splitter here with a priority input on the right. Just so I can clear up all the backlog first. Okay, and there's my target belt. That's where I'm trying to get to. Let's tear all of this up. Just don't need that anymore. And all those trains that were giving me ore. There you are. Let's get you unloading this way. Maybe that's too close to the... Oh, whatever. That's fine. Get you in. And then... I want a proper merge here. Proper half belt of each. Lead you through here. Let's just run you down this way. We don't need this anymore, or that anymore. That's not the best place to have to underground, but it's not the worst either. I can work with it. And then we have another pipe right in the way, right there. Maybe that's my sign that I should drop down one. Or even up one. Oh, definitely down one. There we are. And just keep running this way until we run into stuff. And where does that get me? Okay, nearly good. I just have to keep running down from this place. Let's, red belt that one. Even a red belt's barely enough there. Okay. And I think I'll just come through here and through there. Like, right in this area. In fact, where does this get me? There we go. Okay. And carry this down this way. And there we are. Okay. We're home free. That's going to give me more ore for the catalyst as soon as the trains actually feel like coming in. Which, admittedly, might not be for a while. Because I don't actually make very much silver or aluminum ore. But that's why I was happy to see that I do have a little bit of a backlog on the belts, wherever the belts were. There we go. So I have a little bit more silver to get through, and that should help me get through for a little while longer. I noticed that I was requesting those filters. That was overboard because I didn't actually know how many I needed, and I never connected my corner. There we go. Okay, and then that should complete the loop and get me a little bit more sulfuric wastewater, so a little more sulfur. This can go now. And honestly, that can go. Let's see. 6 gigawatts of power with fewer turrets. I mean, I guess 6 is fewer than 20. I guess that does work. Okay, I'm gonna call that solved for now until it's a problem again. I do want to come up here and see why you're not running. Because there's no glass. That makes sense. I'm not even making glass. I didn't even think about that. I'm going to choose to not care. Like, I don't even really know how I would address that right now at the moment. Let's not get that sidetracked. All of this still needs to be made. It looks like a lot, but I really don't think it is that much. Let's go ahead and just run this down so that that has power. Those will have to move eventually, but for right now I just want you to have the ability to run. Has anything up here received any? We've got some silver wire. We do not have any aluminum. We do not have any sulfuric acid. And we have no bronze. Awesome. Okay. So we have basically nothing. That's going to take me back to zinc, which does remind me, I kind of half started setting up a zinc processing area and then just never finished because I didn't have the catalysts. Yeah, what can I do about that? Is there anything I can do about that? So, mineral sludge. It looks like I'm just not making enough. Just comes from thermal water and filters. I can pretty easily deal with that, I think. Let's just expand that out a little more. I just grabbed that. That roboport's probably going to be in the way. Just means I have to move it up like 2 tiles, and it'll be a-okay. This guy right here. I guess into these guys then. I want to bring in like 4 filters apiece. I don't know how many you guys regularly have. Yeah, you are running out of ceramic filters, so I may even bring in like 1 more ceramic filter apiece for these guys. Even though I'm trying to be a little careful because I have had ceramic filters backlog in some of these guys before. Anyway, once that's going, all these pipes are connected correctly. Yeah, that should be fine. And that'll give me a little bit more mineral sludge. How is crystal slurry doing? Because crystal slurry's also not that great. Okay, I do need more crystal slurry. I've also broken the power connection to you somehow. Okay. Good. I guess I can just bring that in, whatever. I guess I was getting power in from this guy up here, and I moved something in this area, and just cut everything off. I'm definitely gonna need more crystal slurry, funny enough, which does mean I probably want to manually create geodes, which is not something I thought I was gonna ever want to do, but here we are. Yeah, it does seem like it's actual geode input that's the problem this time, and not my intermittent sulfuric acid supply. Granted, this is not nearly full output from my ore, so I don't know what the problem is with flotation. Like, if I come down here, you're not running because you have no crushed. Why do you have no crushed? I couldn't even begin to tell you. Looks like it's crushed stone that's backing up, actually. Crushed stone shouldn't be able to back up. Like, there's plenty of extra room. So why is this even capable of backing up? Yeah, you're supposed to be outputting this way. Also, is the engineer doing him blueprint sandbox? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like, it makes sense that... Like, that doesn't make any sense to anyone else, right? Like, I've definitely got capacity up here. Maybe it's just belt speed. Maybe this, is no longer happy being yellow belt. There we are. Like, if I just upgrade this down this way, right? Not gonna have nearly enough red belt in stock to do this, but we'll just see what happens, I guess. Yeah, there we are. And I'll just leave it at there because this belt barely has any, but this one definitely does. So I'll continue upgrading you as well. Up until the splitter. There we go. And honestly, maybe even back through here, just because you still seem to be struggling. Let's see if that does literally anything. I am missing almost 500 red belts. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. But anyway, maybe that'll help a little bit, but even if it doesn't... Oh, okay, now I'm out of sulfuric acid. Of course. Okay, where is sulfuric acid? So you are getting filled, I just don't have the sulfuric acid to fill you with, but you are almost ready to go. It's like everything is almost running. It's almost good enough, just not quite. Where's my sulfuric acid production? I know you're in here somewhere. Okay, that's for explosives, never mind. Sulfuric acid comes through this way. Well, that's my sulfur dioxide. That's not what I'm looking for. Wait, is that just you? It's you. Okay, never mind. Okay, you are no longer backing up on sulfur dioxide, it doesn't look like. Yeah, you're running full-time. Okay, very nice. In that case, that is 300 and... like, roughly 330 sulfuric acid a second. I don't know if I'm going to be able to push for much more than that, though I am making more sulfur now. I just realized with these sulfur filters, I can make more sulfur dioxide. So that does make sense, and this also makes sulfur dioxide up here, so maybe I can try for one more. Let's see... yeah, because these guys are running non-stop now. So let me see if I can make one more of these. In fact, I may just double it so that I can keep the symmetry going. Make sure I don't break anything. Like, there's a belt right up here. Let's try and be a little careful. Yeah, I'm going to be right in the way, but I'll just have to make sure I didn't break anything important. And let's get this all cleared away. So the pipes should work. Connection in here works, that's fine. And the belt is... yeah, that's fine. I'd love it if I could get you to back up just a little bit, actually. Just give me room, let me see what's happening. Yeah. It does mean I need to make the chemical plants. Chemical... there you are. I also need 2 crystallizers. That also in here? No, that's in production, I think. filtration, not crystallizers. I always get those two backwards. Let's make just a bunch of turbines if I can. And yeah, we'll let those craft up. There's the first one. I'm not going to wait for the filtration units, but I am going to wait for the chemical plant. Now the engineer has every item in the game, yeah. Crafted an editor, extended things, and used the power of teleportation to come back to novice. I mean, that's what it's for. Okay, anyway, I guess one's already done. I'll wait for the second one, whatever. There we go. Okay, I've been just kind of poking at so many things, I don't even remember why I needed this. I know it was for gems, for catalyst, for zinc. Zinc, that's the problem. Zinc needs crystal catalyst, and I just don't have enough of the crystal slurry being made. Crystal slurry has to come from crystal dust, and I had no sulfuric acid. So where does that get me? Where am I? Crystal slurry. Okay, hold on. I feel lost. Here's unloading. Here we are. Okay, so this is all running. You come up this way. There's the tanks. The tanks are empty. I just need more geodes. I wanted to make sure once I'd fixed it that it would continue to be a problem, and it does seem like it is. You also have no power, which isn't doing anyone any favors. Yeah, I don't even know where to connect you. Here, have fun. Let's clear some of these trees just so I can see what's going on. Okay. So I think I produce enough of this for now. I just need the geode production to keep that going, which does mean I need washers. So let's just find a place for those. I need you to be near the geodes. So I might stick you just like in here, even though this isn't the most expandable area. My alternative is like in the lake or something, so maybe I'll go like here, and if I need to expand I can move up here. That's a decent enough amount of room. I do need mud for these. Which is a little tricky to get, admittedly. I'm kind of reconsidering just sticking them in the lake, honestly. Because I need water. Yeah, okay, I'll figure out the fluid input in a minute. Let's just get these in. Also, this is backwards. Let's flip that around. So 1, 2, 3, and I think I actually only need 1 for the geode recipe. Let me look. Okay, not what I wanted. You come from heavy mud water. Okay. So yes, I only need 1, and then straight into washing. Okay. And that produces just a whole slew of geodes, which does actually kind of make me think maybe I do want to put this over here, because that's going to make it much easier to get all these geodes sorted into where they need to go, because it does matter, unfortunately. Engineer jet has 800 super fuel each, and goes at 900 kilometers an hour. Just zoom. Okay, you know what? Whatever, you go in the lake. That's as much as I care to ponder on that. Let's just get these in here. In fact, I kind of want to do that. And then I can have them share water at least. But you have nowhere to output now. So let's move you over here, just a little bit. And then I can do the same thing again, and that's gotta be enough geode production, I think. Can't imagine needing much more than that. I can just throw an offshore on you right there, and right there, and then how much mud is this? So 180 apiece. I don't remember how much you make. Let me just throw you somewhere. It's not gonna tell me. Awesome. Pumping speed 300, okay. So... oh man, that sucks. I'm only gonna do one. It means these won't run at full uptime. Can't be bothered, honestly. If I need more, I will build more. In you go. In you go. And let's grab an offshore. And get you, like, right there. All of this is going to need power, of course. I will deal with that in a moment. This is going to produce mud, which is going to be kind of a headache. I'll probably ship you up to the same landfill chest as this guy. Maybe? Possibly. And let's get this going this way. You up here. Let's raise you 1 in case I ever want to tile this. Raising you 1 will make it much easier to tile. Yeah, once again, for tiling reasons, going to raise this belt 1. That way it doesn't have to fight with this guy. It might still not be happy, honestly, but whatever, that's all I'm willing to fight over it. In you go, in you go. Everyone cool? Okay. That should be everyone all cool. Now we just have to do the same thing for these inserters. Let's pop a splitter on there to combine them. Bring you down and in, and splitter and cool. Okay. Now the problem. I have to get all these geodes filtered into the appropriate color belt. That is very annoying, but something that must be done. I'm gonna use a red underground here as well, just to get the same distance, make everything cool. So this comes in, and from like right here, let's say red geode. So geode, these are the red ones. Very cool, okay. Then you can merge in. Oh no is exactly right. Yeah, this is going to not work. This is not gonna work. What can I even do with this? Because that's just terrible. That's just terrible. Like, even if I take this out, put you back. Let's back that up. How much room would it take to get all this going in? Like, suppose... suppose I even had you here. And you filter to geodes... Where's the page with geodes? Production, okay. So even if I try to be, like, maximally space efficient, like, that's too much. I can't do that, so you have to be at least here. Which actually does mean I want you to be on the other side, even still. Yeah, this just isn't very nice to work with. Yeah, I don't know is the correct answer there. Okay, maybe rather than trying to reuse this whole setup in here, maybe that's a fool's errand. Let's not do that. What I will probably do is just have a dedicated, smaller crushing area that's just supplemental. So I can cross here. Let's say cross here. And then I'll have just a crusher for each type. And that seems much more sane. How many crushers can I fit in here? That's too close. In fact, let's just kind of copy this idea so that I get all the filtered inserters and outputs and everything. This might also go in the water, to be perfectly honest. But I'm gonna try and do it over here if possible. Let's set out splitters starting at the far underground, one on each belt. Yeah, like if I really needed to, I know I could do it. I just don't want to. That would be really bad. So honestly, given that I'm going to create more crushed stone, my output is ultimately going to be a liquid anyway, and I can just pipe it. I think I will just do this up in the ocean up here. That just makes sense. Let's just drop you in here, rotate you that way so the stone output is facing the correct side. And how many of these will I need? Let's just start from the bottom. Going to crush... You know, I do actually... Hold on. I just realized I don't even need to crush this and deal with the crushed stone. I can actually directly melt geodes. I completely forgot you could even do that. Like, okay, I can't find it in there, whatever. If I come in here and look at the geodes, you can crush geodes, but you can't just directly melt them, in which case, all I need is sulfuric acid and, like, 5 or 6 liquefiers. That's not nearly as bad. Okay, I just need 6 liquefiers. I can deal with that. That way I don't have to worry about all this mess, because that would just be awful. I will stick them up here, probably in line with these, even though there's going to be a bit of room between them. Let's just start, like, here. And if I need to move them, then I'll figure that out afterwards. Actually, I kind of like this design here, so I might go ahead and copy that. And then, so that's 2, there's 4, there's 6. And then I'll just have 1 for each. So blue, purple, orange, green, cyan, and red. I do have to make sure the appropriate color gets to the appropriate machine, but that's a much easier task than what I was dealing with before. Just do it the easy way, be saying, yeah, who would ever want to do that? Funny enough, my nice, easy setup here, where I was planning, like, yeah, the mud can go up this way, and my geodes go over here. Now the mud's actually completely in the way of the geodes, but whatever. I guess this works too. I'll probably have the mud belt follow alongside the stone belt up here. This way. And that just makes it easy to underground everything. Give me the belt, please. There we go. Kind of like that. In spirit. Just not in execution. There we go. So I do have to be somewhat careful here with what I send to what. In fact, these are a little too close to the left for comfortable belting. So let's see if I can manage here. And I am going to need more Roboport coverage. I do realize I just want to get the build finished first, and then I will take care of it. Reuse the mud in place with a liquefier. You know what? That's actually a good idea. I'm not actually making enough mud water, funny enough. So a little extra mud water would actually be beneficial. So this is blue and then purple. I believe they're in order. Blue and then purple, yes. Okay. So you come up that way. And then you can come up here, and then out like that. And then I will just move you to fit. So, right here. Clean up the excess. And then that can just go right there. Okay. Then I want to copy you. Just get rid of that. In and in. And I just have to make sure to change the filters. So yellow and green. And then cyan and red. There we are. In you go, and in you go. Now I do realize I have this little bit out here, but whatever, if something else ever winds up on the belt, that way it doesn't break everything too terribly. There we are. Input, 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 and cool. And now I don't even have any solid outputs to worry about, I just get fluid output. These are all backwards from the way the other ones work, so let's flip that around and then just run pipes. Just realized how small my factory is. Space age factories can be really tiny because you get such fast machines with so much productivity that you don't need a lot of them. It's actually really weird. In you go, in you go, and I do want to set up that one liquefier, like you said, for the extra mud. So let's go ahead and bring that down somewhere in here. This works. And I know you can make mud. Yes. Okay, that is viscous mud water. Is that actually what you take? Okay, it is. Okay. Just had to make sure. In you go, and then you just want a water pump. Oh, cool. I already ran that up pretty far, but I don't actually want you anymore. Sorry. Joke. Changed my mind. How far do I want this to go? Actually, I guess I can clean all of this up. Yeah, it's... I don't like this at all, whatever. It is what it is. Let me at least give myself a little room. Whatever. Sure, good. Awesome. Fantastic. Okay, let's get power into these guys. Of course, that's not gonna work. You can come down here. And then this guy's gonna want power. And where can I connect anything? Absolutely nowhere. Awesome. Let's see if I can drag a large pole. I'd really rather have a large-to-large connection, so I'll have to go out in the water for that. That's fine. You can go here. And I like big train bases. If my Bob's and Angels save didn't make that clear. Yeah, I thought so. Oh, not even using space age stuff. Well, I know you're using some sort of modded stuff, so I'm sure it's probably a similar similar idea. Haven't played Space Age nearly as much as I thought I would because they can be so small. It's just more effective to keep things that way to get through. Yeah, I kind of feel the same for the most part. I've mentioned this before, but a good chunk of the appeal of playing Factorio, especially modded Factorio, is that you do get to make big bases, and I just really enjoy making large factories. Of course you're going to be one off. Of course you are. Why wouldn't you be? Well, at least I can do something like that then. Okay, that should be cool. I do need to get a roboport in here. Maybe even more than one. Yeah, because that's going to need to go there. And then I'll need one, like, in here. That's fine. Yeah, let's just say that's fine. None of this is going to get built anytime soon, granted, because I don't have any of the liquefiers or anything. In fact, let me make the handful of washing machines I'm going to need. Let's go into here, start on the liquefiers. Not going to have even nearly enough. Guess I should stay on this tab for the liquefiers. Let's make this guy, throw him in, and then I'll go do something else. Keep in mind this is all so that I can get more zinc production going, and I don't even have my existing production hooked into zinc, so even if this was all working just fine, this wouldn't be doing anything for me. So I do want Jivolite hooked in. I don't have a Jivolite ore train, even though I hooked up this station forever ago. I'm literally... the bottom half of the mine is like already out of ore, and I've never even had a train this whole time. So I guess I should get that sorted out. Okay. Yeah. Let's go get a Jivolite train. So someone in here. Of course, you don't have any fuel in you. You're a fluid train. Let's try you. So you're gonna be... excuse me. Okay, I guess I have to go set up more than I thought. Oh yeah, you're, build me baby one more time. Huge shoutouts to whoever that is. Let's get loading. You do not have a... Oh, you do have a stacker, never mind. Not you, but you. So... Jivolite loading. Go until you're full, and then you're gonna unload until you aren't. Okay. Maybe that'll help a little bit, even though I should definitely not be having ore trouble. Maybe I'm having a little bit of ore trouble. I mean, that's still a good amount, but it's not a full belt at least. Like, I'm making some, it's just not a lot. And I'm going to be splitting off of this even more than I already am, so that I can make zinc directly. In fact, I do have this coming out, but that's after the washing step, and I don't necessarily know that I'm all that happy with that. So I think I'm going to do this here. You're going to continue this way. You're going to be the input for here. I'm breaking that just so that I don't get any more chunks down this way yet, because I want to figure out how to proceed from here. So this is the crushed line. Let's underground the crushed line once all that ore is gone, so the bots don't have to pick it up. There we are. So that continues that way, and I think I will have the new line in here just down like this way. That will give me a little more of the chunks to play with in the catalyst recipes, even though I do really want everything to go through here because that's what gives me cobalt. Cobalt's great and all, but I actually have kind of a backlog of cobalt right now. I have enough cobalt for a little while, so I would like to be able to make something other than cobalt. There we go. Fun idea, use trash unrequested to make yourself more automatically like a mall. That is not a terrible idea, but if I did that, I'd lose like half my inventory. And if I had room for this stuff to go, I wouldn't mind so much, but I do want to keep some of this stuff on me. I guess I could go through and set what stuff I want to keep on me, and that would be fine. And that would probably be a good idea, honestly, as much as I handcraft everything. You're tempting me, and you really shouldn't be, so I'm going to just not think about it. I need 7, I made 5, so 2 more. I need the washers. Somehow I still need more than that. Okay. Anything else? I'm out of pipes again, that's awesome. Once again, I'll just choose not to worry about it. And let's get some more of these going. Okay, I immediately have chosen to worry about it, because brass is kind of important for some things. Not brass. Is it brass? Hold on. Because brass is not connected to anything. Not that I've gotten any shipments of brass in, but even still. I thought I had already fixed this, because that was a pipe shortage I was dealing with for the longest time. Yeah, brass. What? Hold on. I'm incredibly confused right now. You come in, you are this belt right here, because I definitely remember taking care of this. Here's brass in here. That comes down this way. In. And this train. Okay. I was looking at this train. I guess this train doesn't have a name. That's the problem. Okay, I was so confused for a minute. Okay, so that's fine. I mean, not fine, I don't have any brass, but, you know, that's the problem I'm trying to fix over here. Anyway, that should give me more of the chunks. So I also need bobmonium chunks, so let's go find bobmonium. Okay, so chunks come down this way. They go into washing here. I already have chunks down this way. And going into there. Right. Oh no, chunks go down that way, okay. In that case, I think I will take this opportunity to split here instead. There we are. And then keep a supply of chunks going this way. And then I also needed... Okay, it was that and Jivolite. I do remember that. I would love if this wasn't a half-belt of Jivolite. Granted, it's empty anyway. Oh, there goes some. Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's fine. I guess I just had a train delivery that's going to supplement. And the ore patch does get priority on behalf of just being on the belt already. So I should run through my local patch first before the remote patches. At any rate, that should be more Jivolite coming in. Where are those belts? There we are. Yeah, I think I might actually go ahead and run a full belt of Jivolite up. Do I have anything on the left of it eventually? It doesn't look like it. Even though you do have to snake around, you do remain over here this entire way. Okay. Let me go ahead and just move that over then. Actually, by this point, you can probably go ahead and be a combined belt. I just want you be free for zinc, which it actually is right here. That's pretty funny. So let's see if I can get that to happen. This is going to be a little fiddly for just a minute, but I'll get through it. Is that full length? Well, no, but I don't know if I want the bots to come and have to pick that up, so I think I will just underground you anyway. And there we go. Keep it going, keep it going. Ooh, here's a bunch of junk. And now red underground, okay. Guess I had a lot of stuff to go over here. And here's where we join in, okay. So let's go ahead and break right here. And then pick this up. Then I'm going to come down and allow this to be a full belt from now on. And let me go break just above zinc, because after zinc I do want this to be a mixed belt again. So somewhere like right here. I just don't want the full belt of sapphirite to continue past that point and break stuff further up. So don't say I have no ability to plan ahead. This really wants to be up there, which is somewhat annoying, but I'll take care of it. There we are. Okay. So, with all that done, that does give me a full belt of sapphirite chunks coming up this way. I do need the bobmonium chunks also, so they will just have to share. There we are. And chances are other things will need bobmonium chunks in the future anyway, so I'm not that worried about running a belt of this. If anything, that's half the reason I wanted to unmix this belt, is just so that I could get everything going. I actually do want that to be replaced. And then I need to break where the mixing ends, which is a little annoying. Okay, like right here. Break that, and that just means I have to come back later and figure out where that split is, because I will never remember to fix that. Anyway, this place. You are the one that wants bobmonium. Yes. So Jivolite is here, bobmonium is here. So I will split Jivolite like right here. That way it can continue past that underground. And you can go this way. Right now, nothing else needs bobmonium, so I can just run you entirely up here. And then do I want you... Okay, I do want you to be on this one, unfortunately. So maybe I'll do something like this instead. And then up and in. It's ugly, but it's whatever. I need this guy now. So let's go ahead and get a belt in for you. And it's the crystal, not the mineral. So in you go. And then split. And out. That should be everything? Yep, okay. Well, cool. You, don't have your input. That's no good. Let's make sure you get the input set. Yep, okay. Everything else should be in working order. So, this is in build range, everything's cool. This never got power, seemingly. Oh no, those are the build icons, okay. So I'm missing pipe and stuff. That is kind of what I'm trying to fix. Though, maybe I can turn personals off for just a moment and throw some of my own brass pipe in the system. Bots will come and go get that placed, hopefully. And also, I have those things that you need, so those can go get placed. I guess I might as well continue crafting a little bit while I'm here. Yep. Lots and lots more stuff. Okay. So, now that the bots have taken that away, once the pipe disappears from the missing entities thing, I can turn personals back on. But that does usually take a second for whatever reason. Might have a better time coming over here and just watching for when they turn light blue. Sure is taking it. Okay, there they go. I was gonna say, sure is taking its time. Almost, almost. Okay, and still shows 3. There it goes. Okay. Personals back on. So hopefully this little setup here is going to give me a little extra, even though I never hooked it up, so it cannot possibly work. Well, I mean, it hasn't been built so far, so I guess that's not a big deal. Yeah, there we go. No need to worry about outputs through the top. We can just run a pipe and that's fine. Even though pipe is literally the one thing that we're out of. You know what? You get to be all fun and different, and you get to be copper pipe, because I do at least have copper pipe. Yep, there you go. Have fun, be different. Behemoth Biter has 11,000 health, so I can kill 1 per second with 1 turret. I mean, if you can deal 11,000 damage from 1 turret, that's, I guess that's a respectable amount for a biter. I sure wish I could do 11,000 damage with 1 turret. That would be pretty cool. I don't have the liquefiers I need, apparently. So I guess I will come in and make even more. I need 5 perfectly, okay. And then another washing. So let's get a washing in. Anything else? Not especially. Oh, nope, never mind. The bots just took a minute to notice they had the things they wanted. Okay. Fair enough. So, let's see, where does that get me? So this is going to start filling up. We already have the bobmonium in. That's cool. I just need this belt to be populated. And there it goes. Okay. And now this can carry up. This is going to be a full belt of sapphirite chunks, keep in mind. So somewhere in here, did I not already break it? No, just wanted to make sure. So now I can break this. And do a proper merge here, and out we go. It does mean, now that all of the old Jivolite has run off this belt, I need to come back and find where I broke it before, and reconnect that. Otherwise, I would very quickly run out of sapphirite on that belt, and it would just be a little silly to forget. That is going to now get me much more zinc coming in, which I still can't believe is a priority right now, but here we are. And there goes the first machine. Okay, and there's our zinc production. Train's almost full anyway, so we'll be sending that off pretty soon. How's aluminum? Aluminum is very full. Did the aluminum train get stuck or something? I believe the aluminum train has gotten stuck. Is there no aluminum train? I built aluminum today. I've never made an aluminum train. That's gonna be the problem. Oh, no, there are 2 trains. Oh, no, 2 stations. Okay, not trains. Never mind. This is going to be aluminium, because it does use that spelling, and I do like the way that That works better. This is aluminium ore, and then make sure you stay at your station until you are full, and then you go to an unloading station until you are empty. Okay, well that's gonna be why that wasn't moving along very fast. I probably don't have... No, I do have silver, because I've needed silver for things. So silver just truly has not been here yet. 99 evolution factor. That's a little high. Where is silver? Okay, silver is kind of trickling in. How bad is the silver catalyst recipe? Maybe I should just go ahead and get that taken care of. That's also a crystal catalyst. It's also a crystal cat. Okay, that's gonna strain things. I have enough silver for right now. I don't care. Let's go finish science. I really want to get science done. I can't tell you how badly I want to get science done. We're almost 5 hours in, and I kind of thought we were going to just have this done within the first, like, 20 minutes. So, let's see. I haven't made you because I don't have aluminum, but that's because I haven't had aluminum plate, so that makes sense. I don't have belts, though, because I don't have yellow belts, or... Hold on. I don't have yellow belts or bronze, but that's zinc again. Because I have no tin. That's weird. I'll have to check on tin. You have no transport belts. What's your priority? You are set correctly, yes. You are not set correctly. This is, but these are not. Okay, now your train stop priority is 100. This is all cool? Yes. Okay. I'll force 10 down here if it becomes the one thing holding us back, but right now it's not, so I'm not worried about it. I don't even have full build coverage over this whole place, so you know. 99.28. It went up by that much that fast, huh? Must be killing nests or something. This guy doesn't have power. That's the whole reason. Okay. Fair enough. Let's get you placed down. You don't have basic circuits, because I've never brought circuits down here. But there's no basic circuits on your belt anyway. Because there is a break in it. There's no green circuits to begin with. Where are green circuits? Over here. You have no solder, but once again, that's zinc. Okay. It's zinc no matter how you look at it. Well, might as well, continue the belts down. They will be important. Just not yet. You need red circuits, so let's go ahead and say the circuits should wind up, like, here. I think that's reasonable. There we go. And where are you? You're over there. So I can do like that. Run you all in. And then over to the side. Okay. So that'll get us circuits coming in. I don't know if anything else needs red circuits in this whole build, to tell you the truth. You don't need circuits, period. None of those are going to need red circuits. No, okay, so only the inserter needs red circuits in this entire build. There we are. Okay, you need green circuits, and you need basic circuits. So this line is for basic circuits. A lot of nests, yeah. It must be. Evolution factor seems like it slowed down a bit. I do think there's some amount of, like, exponential growth factor there. Can't say I'm an expert there, though. Is this... I can't see anything. Please go away, trees. Let's do like that. Okay, there we are. And then you can come in this way. There we go. Yeah, I mean, Let's just move this all over one. And then move all of this over one. That way nothing has to make ugly little bins like that. They can just all come in straight. You can pick up from above. And then you enter right there. Okay. That should be everyone all sorted. I don't think anyone else needs circuits of any kind, but if they do, I'll figure it out. Let's go ahead and get a roboport or two in this area. I'm gonna need it, so I might as well put one down. Yeah, I can put you, like, right here. And that'll give me build coverage of this whole area, no problem. I have this output. That's my desired output. So that's belts and inserters and everything coming out. There we go. So these guys are finished. Don't need those anymore. Let's focus on engines. So I have plates up there, that's cool. I have lead in here somewhere, I'm sure. Maybe I don't. I guess I don't? Okay, I never got lead in here. I need lead for batteries, so let's get lead in this guy. Make sure you're lined up. That is gonna break that, probably. Didn't actually look like it. Should be in the clear. I was looking at the roboport. Oh no, the roboport's marked. Okay. Whatever, we'll just move you over to the left then. That's fine. This is all lead. Yeah, I do want to copy this logic down. Get you connected in, and you connected out. Once again, this should probably become part of the blueprint at some point. I'm just not going to bother with it right this instant. And this is meant to be lead. So let's make sure I grab that correctly. Lead, please. There we are. So lead and lead. Okay. Almost a 1. Nearly there. Like a countdown at this point. Here's lead. So let's bring that down. Where are we? There we are. I skipped this station for reasons beyond me. In fact, I think I'm just gonna fix that. Yeah, let's just move that up. It doesn't make any sense to skip, so let's do that. I also don't need to deconstruct this, though. It's perfectly fine where it is. Oh man, it's going up real fast. I do need this connection down here, unfortunately. Otherwise, I have no power into this spot. Anyway, so that's going to be lead. That's going to be for batteries. Let's move batteries down this way. You do need the lead and steel, so I will have to get this steel in here as well. Let's see. I'd like you to be, like, right on this level, because batteries shouldn't take up very much room. That should be perfectly fine. I have fluid inputs on top, and I'll bring steel in on the bottom. Yeah, I'll just continue this down here somewhere, I guess. Where does this line actually come in? Just out of curiosity. It can come in right on top of here. That's not bad at all. I'll bring you this way and down. And I know I'm kind of mixing red and green belts at this point, but there's only a yellow belt worth of demand for steel. Actually, that might not be true. I've got a lot of stuff up in here. And actually, I saw you need circuits. I forgot you needed circuits, so I do need to bring green circuits in as well. So actually, maybe I will keep this as a red belt just for a little while. In which case, I will move this underground a little further out to take advantage of that. And I don't know where engines will pick off from this line, so I'll just upgrade most of it. I am also going to need iron down for pipe somewhere. Once again, I'm not that concerned about it. I forgot I needed lubricant in here, so let's get a station for lubricant. I think I have a lubricant station somewhere, but I don't remember why I would. Maybe it's just crystal slurry? No, I have lubricant loading right here. Oh, that was for the drills, I remember, okay. Wanted to make sure that this had the logic stuff set up on it, and since it does, I can just copy it, and that makes everything a lot easier. And then, of course, make sure these stations line up. And we're all cool. Once again, this Roboport is going to have to move. Oh well, poor Roboport. Don't think I want that there. Lubricant's cool. You do not have room for 3 trains. Let's get rid of that. This doesn't seem to be connected, which is a little concerning. Let me go up to the other lubricant loading station. Yeah, you weren't just never connected. Okay, very cool. There we go. Train priority 50 now. That doesn't seem right. Maybe you weren't set up properly. That's 450. Okay, yeah, so you should be outputting basically nothing. You're outputting basically nothing. Ah, but you weren't set anyway. Okay, whatever. Let's go ahead and continue doing this little disabling thing I've been doing recently, just to keep trains from getting stuck. And honestly, with all that extra work done, I might just copy this again, rather than repeating all of that. So, in you go. Yep, there we go. Very cool. Trains, once again, just one. Okay. Gonna take a quick moment to have a drink now. Okay, let's see what I need to handcraft just real quick while I'm not doing anything. I need another tank. Just make a few. Anything else? Not anything pressing, it looks like. I have no glass anymore, so I can't make solar panels. So I'm just gonna have to deal with my current power situation until the reactor gets built, I guess. I keep running out of cobalt here. I might just request more cobalt. Just temporarily. I'm gonna make a new thing down here. This is gonna be combat. And this is gonna be for when I go to clear bases. I have so much junk in my inventory right now for combat that I just really don't want to deal with ordinarily. So let's go ammo. There you are. And I keep 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I thought so. So 600. And where is that in here? Because they're going to bring me just another 600. Unless maybe... There you are. Okay, I'm actually requesting 800 in here. Weird. I can do 800. 800 is fine. Oh yeah, that counts the ammo on my guns as well. Okay, that does make sense. Now, artillery shells. I've been keeping 140 in here. So, yeah, that's probably fine. I don't want to ever run out of artillery shells, but maybe just 120. And then up here, once again, 0. Let's get the turrets in there as well. I don't really want to be requesting Mark II turrets, unfortunately. That one... Yeah, that one kind of sucks. So let's say... 20. And 20. Okay. And I think that's all that I need up here. Let me mark these as zeros. And lasers. Okay, I think that's everything. I don't see anything else at least, and that should be fine. And the reason I wanted to do that is now, when I'm not going into combat, I can turn that off. And now all these that were marked as zeros before take priority, because nothing else is requesting them, and since I'm forcing a 0 until trash, it'll just dump it all, and that gives me a lot of my inventory room back. And then anytime I am planning on going into combat, I can just tick it back on. Anyway, let's get back into building now. I don't remember what I was doing, honestly. Tanks. Oh, well, I already gave you tanks. What are you talking about? Oh, that does take all the ammo out of my guns, which is a little inconvenient. Maybe I'll keep 200 on me, just so that I can actually keep my personal ammo. Anyway, let me see what else I need. Just more turbines, heat exchangers, and so on. Yep, just keep those going, and I'll keep science building. Are we missing this? No, that should be coming to get built. You're just not within build range, because this has no power. Okay. That's fine, I guess. Let's move you to, like, here. And then that'll have build range again, and we'll be all cool. So you're going to be the lead inputs. Actually, let's do it this way. Lead input and lead input. And then on the outsides, I can have the steel input. There we go. Okay. All good. And all good. Okay. Still need the sulfuric acid input, of course, but I also need the battery output. So let's... Once again, how do I want to do this? Yeah, whatever, that's fine. Swap you to the other side of the belt, just because. And out. Sulfuric acid comes in from up here. I think I'll just connect in from something like this, and then I can underground this. And just run this up to wherever it needs to be. Yeah, there we go. And in. Okay. So is that everything? That's everything for batteries, so we're all set there. That gets me until robot frames. Okay, so it's not until robot frames that we even need the batteries. So I might even just pull back like that, and we'll worry about them in a minute. you need steel, gears, and pipe. Here's steel. Okay, I wanted to make sure that was actually the correct input, because I was kind of thinking it was iron, but whatever. The gears we are going to need for engines as well. Engines want to direct insert into you, but you also need electronic circuits. So let me think on that. Let's move this up and out of the way. So you need 3 inputs, but I can handle that on the bottom. That's no trouble. You need circuits and pipes. So even if I did this, would this work for you? And then have circuits down here. So pick up below, and then 3. I can definitely do a wiggle inserter for you. That works just fine. And then kind of the opposite on the other side. So pick up 3 below and output up. Yeah, that works a-okay. So let's just copy that and get that going for all these guys. Actually, though, you need to output onto a belt, because each one of you can support 2 of you. And I certainly don't want to try and do some direct insertion ratio thing there. That would be a headache and take up too much room. So this is all cool. Yeah, I think I can move engines up 1 block. There we are. Is there any reason they can't be moved up 1 more? Just because they'd be out of range of steel. I don't think I really care. Yeah, I can just split steel. Whatever. And then this is circuits coming in. I don't remember where circuits are exactly. Right here. You're gonna need to be a red underground, otherwise you're not gonna reach anything. And then you go. Okay. Then pipes are gonna be their own bespoke output, that's fine. They can go on this further belt. Actually, I want pipes to be closest because they are the most frequent input. So, there you are. And then I can have gears out here somewhere. And then move all this up because I actually wanted to split steel. Which is a little silly to have 2 lines of steel running right next to each other. So instead, maybe I'll just bump steel a little bit. Which is... it's gonna look silly, but... whatever. It'll work. We'll make do. There we go. And I think that's all connected. Not that I can really see that well, but it looks fine. So, we'll do like that. So you grab from 2 below, you grab from 3 below, and then we'll just have every engine copy you. I would like to get a substation in here, just because I'm gonna need it. Can I cover these inserters? Not entirely. So what if I start from like here? Nope, you have to move 1 more over, which does mean I need that medium power pole also. The best I can do is like right there. How does that line up with this grid? Perfectly, actually. Remarkably perfectly. Not vertically, but horizontally. That is fantastic. Okay. I should really just raise this. Let's just do like that. And then I'll just raise this up 1. There we go. then I can even just back you up until you're a perfect fit, because why not? Just makes me a little happier. I do need iron in here. I'll sort that out in just a minute. This is for pipes, this line right here, so the pipe assembler probably needs to come up to the same level as the engines. And then what is this last one again? You were gears. Okay, let's get the gears in here. I might just split the gears over here. There we go. And then gears come in right here. Okay. You're capable of producing 1.5 pipes a second, which yes, that could supply 10 engines, but is still one red inserter, definitely. No need to go above and beyond for that. Let's grab iron from somewhere. Just gonna run probably right here. There we are. So that's all the engine inputs taken care of, I believe, because we have steel, we have the iron, we have the gears. Oh, cool. You have your green circuits. And then, let's see. What is... Why are they... That's not right. What? Okay. You cool? You are. These guys are cool, yes. Okay. Okay. So that's going to output electric motors onto this belt. We need green circuits on this belt, which is actually already connected. We just aren't making green circuits. That's fine. You need batteries and steel. Okay, so more steel. More steel, okay. Let me see how I want to work with this. So I'm going to take half of those away just for right now, and then I'm going to make a mirrored build for them. Is there somewhere with more room? Yeah, let's go somewhere with a little more room. And preferably outside of bot build range. There we are. So, actually, 2 more. I forgot to leave room for inserters. There we are. So, the idea here is I have my 3 inputs, then I have a single output lane on the outside that I can merge somewhere. This is just kind of random, I'm just throwing something together. So my 3 inputs are whatever, it doesn't matter what they are, I just need them. Everything except batteries comes in at the same ratio, so I'll probably have batteries as the central one, so that they are the same for everyone. Pick up 2 away. Let's say this is the 3 away, and then you can be the close line. And then just duplicate that for all of these. There we are. And then we're going to take that, and we're going to flip you vertically. And run the same thing this way. There we go. Okay. So let's say that one's batteries. And then these 2 in here are whatever the other things are. We've got steel and electric engines. Okay. That's cool. And then we have our output for science going that way. I'm happy with that. Let's see if we can get it to fit in somewhere. Okay. There's a lot of belts and stuff in the way, but none of these need to be here, so we can pretty easily stamp you down right here. So I say, let's go ahead and do it. Does mean we have to pick up a lot of this extra junk, but I'll reroute where those go in just a second. So let's see. I don't even know what this top one would be. You're tin. Okay. So let's say you come up actually here. And then the other one can come up this way. Just keep them out of the way. There we go. There we go. That should get everything where it needs to go still, and leave me plenty of room to work out how I want all of this to go. This is the line where the electric engines will be. So... Hold on. Redo, because I don't know what that was. I want to run engines this way, I think. And you can be... No, you can be the top belt right here. There's engines, here's batteries. Batteries can come up this way and just connect in. And then these guys can come up from right here. Okay, that all looks cool. I did not give these outputs. I should probably do that. And I will also offset them. Every other. There we go. Even though they're gonna merge, I guess it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it doesn't really matter, so let's not mess with them. It'll be fine. You're outputting 0.03 a second anyway. I don't think I have to worry about it. We will get another substation up this way. You align. You do align. There we are. And then another one this way. And that's hopefully going to give me full coverage. I won't swear that it will, but I hope that it will. Anyway, that gives me inserters, belts, robot frames. All I need are the chests, the most difficult of all. Let's get brass in here, and that's gonna be science complete. Finally. Finally, we will have science complete. That means I can actually make this final station right here a loading station for science. So, hold on, which way does this even go? There we go. So here's a loading station. Right there. You will be, logistic science. No, you're not logistic science. You're science. Transport science. Okay, fair enough. I don't think I need to worry about belt balancing this. Please don't do the undergrounds, thank you. Don't even have any idea where I actually want to get this into the main base, but I will be so incredibly happy to actually have this done. I think I will just copy more or less the same thing I did up here with engines. Maybe just flip you that way, and have you input, like, here. Let's trim some of that. And then get this to go, like... maybe I don't want to space it that close. Yeah. I was originally thinking let's take advantage of our existing build area, but, like... whatever, I can just make another RoboPort. That's not a big deal. There we go, yeah. Let's get all these picked up, except for you. I want to take your recipe. There we go. And then I can pick all these up. I'm leaving you because I actually haven't set you up, even though I was just joking about you yet. I will have to figure out where you go shortly. Looking for full range on you. And then I'm going to replace this one up here with a full range one. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. And then I'll get this down here. And how far does that reach? Not enough. Okay. Okay. Let's set you over here then. There we go. Where's a full range set on you? You're gonna be right in the way, aren't you? You sure are. You know what? The things I do for a nice looking base. Yeah. I say nice looking and then make a weird little belt kink, but whatever. Can I do this instead? I can. Just make a little squiggle. A little squiggle's better than such a weird corner. Yeah, okay, that's all fine over there. Don't really care. And we'll just wait until all this gets placed in. In fact, I can move this. Keep this in line. So that I can force one of you to fit over here, I think. No, you're just too long. How does it work over here? Maybe I should copy all of this. Let's keep the recipe over there so I don't have to go hunting for it. Delete all of that. And then, where do you fit? Flip you. That's fine. Sure. Don't need that. Or any of this. Just need that. Okay. Put the recipe in. Fill you out. In you go. Okay. So that does only give me 3 input belts, even though I have 4 inputs, but something just shares a belt. I'm not that concerned about it. Where are you going? Oh, I guess this has entered build range. It's like nothing's down there, guys. Oh, you got Factorio to crash, huh? I don't know how long ago you said that, but if you got Factorio to crash, you're playing the game right, like you said earlier. You don't even get Factorio to crash, are you even playing the game? Okay. So what do you need the least of? Okay, the chests can share with just whatever. They probably shouldn't share with the blue belts. The blue belts actually are already sharing, so it doesn't matter. I just remembered, I already have these guys sharing a line, so that's already bringing me down to 3 input. Or rather, 3 input lines, I guess I should say. There we are. So that can just be the middle one here, I guess. Robot frames then can probably take this top slot. Just move it down this way. There we are. And that leaves chest for the bottom slot. And I think that's a-okay. Let's not be in the way of the roboport somehow. I guess you can just go over here. Cool. And let's, where am I even gonna get brass in? Okay, nothing... Is nothing using brass? I kind of thought things used brass. You need bronze. Okay, interesting. So I needed both brass and bronze. Okay. Well, glad I made both, I guess. Bring this down. You in. Don't really think this needs to be a red belt, but whatever. As long as I have the red belt, I don't mind. And I do. Okay. You go in. Still waiting on this guy. It should get placed soon, and once it does, that'll give me coverage over here, and everything will work out, but until then, it's gonna be a little spotty. Okay, all I really need, it looks like, are green circuits. Can I force a solder shipment somehow? Solder train is about half full. Let's see where it chooses to go. Okay. That is the correct place. Okay. So... Oh yeah! We're living big. We got half a train of solder coming in, but you know what? That's all I really need right now. I should probably figure out then, in the interim, how I'm going to get the science in, because like I said, I don't even have a place for that yet. I would in the future like to continue making big builds for science, because my existing science is not going to hold up. Like, I do need to rebuild everything. So I'm trying to think how I can temporarily get pink science in here. Because once I rebuild the other sciences, then I can also put them on trains and send them to somewhere, and so on. But just temporarily. I might add a station in here. Maybe even a cross in here. Bear with me. Let's get an intersection placed, like, right here. And then I can have a station. And yeah, my labs are like right in here, so this doesn't even have to travel super far. So I might bring it down here just so I don't have to do so much landfill. Yeah, let's get all this built in, and then I'll have a drop-off station built over this way. I can't even start it, though, until I get some of this built in. I wonder if I have anyone who has the landfill to fill this in. There's some landfill going. Okay. The idea being, if they can landfill something in here where these roboports are, then I'll get a little more radar coverage, and I should be able to start building out this way. Come on, guys, you can do it. I guess I'll figure out belts while the station's getting built. Where even are the labs? I only have a few. Yeah, look, I only have like 8 labs down here. These are on gray belts, to give you an idea of how long it's been since I've paid any attention to science. Not that I'm making like 7 seconds or 7 science a second or anything, but I just feel bad with science on gray belts, you know? It's just not right. How am I gonna get a belt in here? I guess right here is not that bad, actually. Let's bring you one further down. And then I can at least connect... Oh, not like that. Like that. And where does that get me? Not anywhere super great. I can continue this way, and then I can underground maybe underneath the other sciences. Or I can just have the other sciences underground. There we go. And in we go. Finally. Okay. I still need to get the station itself built, but, you know, that's good enough. How is this stuff doing? I have no brass pipe. How would you like to be copper pipe? I have science on turbo belts and space age. I mean, I aspire to be there. I'm certainly not there right now. Yeah, nothing has come in yet. I don't even have the lubricant connected. What? Getting a little ahead of myself, I guess. How am I gonna get that in? Okay, I can swap that, at least. And then, how does this work? That works beautifully. Okay. At least I have the copper pipe I can fall back on, and this will all get placed. What else do I need? You also need to be copper pipe. Just doing what I can to get this working, you know? Not that I have any sulfuric acid here anyway. Not that I have any lubricant in here anyway. Maybe I should go look into that. So I do have a lubricant train. It just doesn't have any lubricant on it. Just short term. You're gonna come down here anyway. Once you make this bend, I can just go ahead and set you to lubricant unloading. Everything is on turbo belt that is a new build. I mean, I suppose if you don't need the throughput of turbo belts, but you're just using them because they are your highest tier, then that's one thing. Let's go. And unloading? Unloading, there we go. I'll have to go look into why there's no lubricant in just a minute, but I'm going to do the same thing there with sulfuric acid. As soon as I can find one of these sulfuric acid stations. I know they exist. Hold on. Not Sulf B. I was just trying to move. Sulfuric acid load. There we are. You are almost full. Let me just take you. You also come down this way. I would really appreciate it. Come on. You got this. Oh, that's so far away. It's gonna take so long to get here. I wonder how this place is doing. I haven't looked at you in a long time. You've decided to build this in a very interesting way. But, you know, you do you, I guess. I do have fuel cells coming out. Very nice. I've built this wrong. Whoops. How many's in here? 35? Okay, well, that's why you choose this anyway. My sulfur train's gonna get stuck. Please go to unload. Okay, I do actually want to deal with this, though, before I get any more stuck. So you need to come down one, and then there needs to be a splitter here. There we go. Of course, you're not going to be in range of power anymore. Awesome. There's just no good way to handle that inserter there. Whatever. It can be ugly. I guess I don't need this connection. No, I do need that connection. Whatever. It's fine. What do I need here? I need brass pipe. How would you like to be copper? So, sulfuric acid. That's reversed. Whoopsie. This train, your bounce timer went off, which kind of worked as intended, just not in this one particular case. Please come back. Because you've still got almost a full tank of sulfuric acid, so I would still quite like you. I guess I should check and make sure lubricant is facing the right way. It is. Okay. Oh, cool. Vulcanus was the best planet to give the player access to a powerful but highly demanding build. I would say that is the case, yes. There you are. Oop. Okay, I can wait. I can play this game train. Come back. No. And unload. There you go. Should work now. Yes. Okay, finally. So you're running. Batteries still haven't gotten their pipes placed. I also don't have any lead. That's weird. Why not? Oh no, this train's almost full. Good enough for me. Let's get you sent. Lead is over there somewhere, I believe. Yes. In fact, do you just choose that station? You do, okay. Don't have to do the whole forced thing. It'll just work. You don't have aluminum. You're working. You don't have tin. Okay, let's go find the tin train and the aluminum train. If there even is an aluminum train. There's no aluminum ingot train, so there's certainly no aluminum metal train. Let's fix that. Aluminum ingot loading. Wait until full. Aluminum unloading. Wait until empty. I'm actually really hoping there isn't an aluminum ingot train. No, there's not, but there's no aluminum ingots anyway. Why not? Did this only just arrive? Did I have, like, perfect timing for the very first run of this or something? What? Really? Was that, like, picture-perfect timing or something? That was crazy. Scale of automation needed for balanced cost to what they produce. I mean, yeah, turbo belts, if you weren't going to be producing them on Vulcanus, IMO would be too expensive. Like, they're wonderful, don't get me wrong, but being that you could stack stuff instead, the choice between stacking or turbo belts definitely puts things in favor of stacking, so if it weren't for Vulcanus's nature, it would definitely not be my choice. This has no sodium hydroxide, because hydrogen is full. Because these have conditions that are never true. Okay. You know, I might as well connect these. Do I ever need hydrogen? You are used in some things. Like, you're using tungsten. You're used in... I think that's silicon, yes. Like, you are used in some things, and I really hate just voiding them, but... like, I guess I can just add it onto a train in the future if I really need to. I don't want to deal with it right this moment, so let's just turn that off and turn that off. Now we can void those will start producing. I want 240 green circuits a second on one belt. I mean, that does sound like a fun goal. Okay, so this is going to come in. Going to make sodium hydroxide. That's going to come down. Yeah, I can't believe that was the first shipment of aluminum ore. That's just wild. Okay, so the aluminum train should have already come down. Aluminum loading. Well, this does say aluminum loading, and that's not quite correct. I can't fault the train there, I just didn't name the station correctly. It might be worse than that. Yep, you're the one who's named unloading. Awesome. Don't know how that happened, but there we go. The conditions on the train are going to be backwards now because I've changed the name. So, aluminum ingot unloading. Wait until empty. Aluminum ingots loading. Go until full cargo. There we go. Okay. Go fill up, and then you can come back. I was excited. I thought I was finally going to get my first aluminum. Oh well. It'll be here before too long. And since we can stretch it with manganese, this is going to be more aluminum than it looks like initially. We'll have it after some belt stacking research. Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, once you're producing enough, you do reach a point in Factorio where it's just how much effort are you willing to put into this, because anything should be possible. It's just how badly do you want it. That is not quite correct. Hold on. let me check blueprints real quick. Which station orientation is this? Station. Unloading, unloading, loading. You are the other one. Look at that. Broken blueprint. Right there. Just stay zeros. Okay, you will force me. There you go. And then I've updated this one like 8 times because things just keep wind up being broken on him somehow. But yeah, there we go. Okay. Now break this. Go away. Okay. Hopefully I haven't placed that blueprint many times since it's been broken. I have no idea when I could have broken it. Evolution factor is 9968. I'll get the next, 0032 next day, yeah. Actually don't know exactly what my, line is. I come in here, I think it says somewhere. I'm pretty sure it says somewhere, I just don't remember exactly where. I can just do... let's see. 86 for me, so not quite that high, but I'm definitely a little higher than I'm capable of dealing with at the moment. Alright, bots, come on. Come on. You guys got this. Where are you at? There you are. Get on in here. You can see the speed difference between the tier 1s and the tier 2s. This guy's gonna lap him. Anyway, that was interesting. Where's lead? Lead loading. Here we are. No idea why I don't have any lead ingots. That's not super cool. No lead ore, apparently. Why not? Like, that should be something I'm drowning in. The fact that I have none is concerning. No nitric acid. Okay. Let me run back and see if there is anything I can do about nitric acid, wherever that might be. That's sodium. Here's nitric. Nitrogen dioxide is full. Hold on, let me make sure I'm following the right pipe. So dioxide, that was never placed. Okay, do I have brass pipe by this point? I don't. Okay, copper pipe it is. Let's see. So I've been surviving on only monoxide, turning into dioxide. And then I have only this one machine. Yeah, only this one machine that was working properly. Where do I make the acid, though? That's what I care about. Nitric acid is over on the end, I believe. There you are, nitric acid. So we need nitrogen dioxide and water, and that's it. So once that one pipe gets connected, you should be in a much better place. Okay, it's been connected. All good. So this guy up here should be running now. Okay. And is this able to run full uptime? Almost, it looks like. Almost. So you need 112 a second. How much am I getting? Dioxide's 27. I have another one. So that's going to be in the 50-something. And then 2 of these guys. So that should be quite a lot more. Yeah, that should be plenty. That should be plenty. At that point, do I just need another one making the acid? Because I don't actually know how much acid I need. This is 56 a second. I'm sure I probably need more than 56 a second. Good night, man. I'll see you later. I think I've removed all tier 1 bots from my network. I'm trying my best. Requesting a road report would do it quick, but it took forever. Yeah, I have a little request thing going somewhere up here. There we are. I'm just requesting them in. And they're sitting in here. I just don't have the tools going for whatever reason. And I have more important things to worry about. I have no brass. That's actually maybe something I can just deal with. Yeah, I have brass unloading. I just don't have brass coming in. I assume it's zinc. Yes, because there's no zinc. Zinc I can look at, but I'm assuming it's going to be an ore issue. Yes. So, even though I have the catalyst recipe going, I'm going to be low on... It is Jivolite, yes, okay. Also, I have no electricity. None. Right now. Awesome. Maybe I should focus a little harder on the reactors. Maybe that would be a good idea. Oh, and I might be out of concrete. I forgot that I've not been producing concrete. That might be important. So I'm trying to remember where that is. Yes, I am now out of concrete. Alright, you know what? I will worry about that after I have my science train. I'm not going to bother with a stacker, I don't think. I am just going to have an unloading station. This direction, yes. And I'll build it out a little ways, in case I want to get another station in here. In fact, let me grab this. And I'm not going to do the outside arms just yet, but it does give me the opportunity to build them if I need them later. Yeah, that's fine by me. Because that's 5 stations, so that should be quite a lot of science if I do need it. I think I will go ahead and get rid of... not that, but... actually, maybe not even that. Let's keep where the stations could be, you know? And then, yeah, that's... I may have deleted a little too much, hold on. Okay, so that's where I want them to be. Let's delete this through here, and this up here. And I also want to delete this here, but then those are my stations, okay. And now, station unloading. You're gonna be like right here. And there's pink science. I don't have station colors for you. I should probably go set that up. So... what are you? Transport? So transport science loading. And then pink. Honestly, I have no idea how I'm going to do that color. Let's say like 100, 100. And that's pretty gray. Let's bring that up a little bit. Maybe a little more purple. Maybe a little less green, perhaps? That's closer. Like right there, I think? I think that's good. So, transport science loading. And then I want transport science unloading. Okay. Very cool. Train limit 1, all good. Yeah, that'll get built, or so I thought. It doesn't actually have build range. So let's copy that as well. You do have the power. Hold on, where would that be? Why is that messing with me so much? Oh, I have the rails, so it's aligned, okay. Whatever, I'm just adding a roboport somewhere. Cool, if it's in the way later, then it just gets to move. Ain't no big deal. My grid is at 2 gigawatts capacity and about 1 gigawatt for beacons and buildings. Yeah, once you get into beacons and modules and stuff, power use skyrockets. That's one of the reasons I'm not usually super keen in jumping into beacons as soon as I'm able, because typically I do run at a very modest power deficit. I am charging my accumulators today. Today's just about over, but oh well. Yeah, not having glass is not something that I thought about, which means I can't make more solar panels. Okay, what else do I still need over here? I don't think I ever got a lead delivery. Oh no, I did, because there's batteries, okay. So I did do that at some point. What are you missing? You need robot frames. Robot frames need steel. I never connected steel in. What? What is... Why not? There we are. So there's steel. Where can I get steel in? I can run steel from below, I guess. That's not terrible. Does mean I need to underground gears through here, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. In you go. And let's split, like, right there. And up you go. I think I'm happy enough with that. That's gonna get me steel in here. That'll produce flying robot frames. I can't help but notice I don't have you, though, which is aluminum and aluminum. No bronze. Can I just send bronze in real quick? Higher quality beacons use less power. Oh, that is a fair point. Okay, so this is the bronze train. Bronze, I believe, comes in... Okay, it is on the left. I thought it was on the right, but that's brass. Okay, so let's send you in. What else did I need? Did I ever get tin in here, I wonder? Where's the tin stock? I need aluminum. So I should get ready to send the aluminum train in as well. In fact, maybe I'll just... Oh, I don't even have an aluminum train. Never mind. So once it makes the turn, I can send it in. Oh, you don't even have an unloading. What? Hold on. What train is this? Bronze. Okay. You're gonna go bronze unloading. And go until you're empty. Have fun. Tin never got a delivery for some reason. Let's go to 10. The tin train might just be stuck. Wait, there's a tin train up here. There's a tin train up here. Okay. That is for circuits, though, it seems. Yeah. I mean, I should certainly be reusing that, but it is good to know that the tin train can get stuck. Let's make sure you don't request if you're too full. There we go. Yeah, your train priority is currently set to -200. Yeah, okay. Let's just get you sent back to loading. just get you out of here. I guess that means I need to get rid of this station. Yeah, okay. Just get deconstructed. You're unnecessary. Where does this go? Okay, you only come into belts, so that does actually make running this a little neater to begin with. So I can do this, run you in, and down. And where are belts? Right here. So let's get you inputting from this side instead, and just pick all this up. This was all kind of in the way regardless, so it's kind of nice to be able to get rid of all that. This can come in from this side. And bring you in, not that way, okay. Let's go a little higher, and then bring you in, nope, still too low. From right here works? Yeah, right here works. And straight down. Okay, well that will give me 10 at least. Oh, once I connect it. I guess I could put the splitter over here and that would make a lot more sense. Rather than back here. There we go. So that'll all come down and go into here. Very nice. You don't need 10, do you? No, okay. Have I made blue inserters? I've not, because I don't have aluminum. I don't even think I have an aluminum train. So let's get on that. So aluminum loading. Go fill up. Not full fuel. Full cargo. And then aluminum unloading until you're empty. Okay. That should be everything once the bots come in here and replace these belts. Not in a super big hurry though, because I don't even think I have aluminum going yet. Yeah, there's not even aluminum ingots down here, so let me go take a look at that. You are loading up. It is making you, just not very quickly. You guys need to alternate. So, hold on. Who did I make alternate? It doesn't matter. There you go. And then, let's just grab that. There we go. That should have everyone alternate now. And I may actually need to upgrade this belt. Yeah, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 24 items a second, which is a little more than the 15 that a yellow belt can support, so that's why that wasn't working. That would make sense. So that'll certainly speed up the rate that we're getting aluminum ingots. So I think a lot of the slowness at this moment is just due to power. I just don't have any power at all. Which is part of the reason I'm trying to get this built. Speaking of which, how are things going in here? Let's keep this going. Just keep cycling through. I will get there eventually, even if it's not particularly fast. I need these. Yeah, good enough. What else do I need? Okay, that should be everything. Doesn't look like I need anything. So bots are coming in here to place all this. Very cool. You don't have anything That makes sense, because you only just got your steel. And we have no power, so you're hardly running. Yeah, we're hitting daytime now, so solar panels should start ticking up. And once they start ticking up, production will come back. Yeah, there we go. Slow and steady wins the race. This belt is backwards. Okay, I guess I have made some robot frames. Look at the inserters, man. If you ever wanted to see the inserter animation play real up close, there you have it. Oh yeah, these guys down here are... they're working for their money. Let me just say that. We're getting there. Okay. Yeah, come on. Maybe it's not a terrible idea to start thinking about getting a little bit of that nuclear power up and running, even if it's slightly wasteful at the very beginning. Do I have any new ones to throw in? It doesn't really look like it. Okay. I'll just keep churning through the handcrafting queue and let them worry about it. Yeah, maybe I'll prioritize the heat pipes so I can get all the connections made at least. I don't even know how many more heat pipes I need. I do need heat pipes to make the heat exchangers, so I'm in no danger of overproducing, so I might as well just make some. Let's see how aluminum ingots are coming in. Okay, once I fill up this stack right here, I'm gonna send the train, and it will go make the first aluminum plates. And once I have aluminum plates, then I will manually send them into the science area. Good enough. Get going. I also can't make reactors because I don't have concrete, which is something I've kind of just been choosing to ignore for a minute now, but I really should probably get on that. So I have no concrete because I have no silicon powder. I need silicon powder and lime. Maybe I have a better recipe for cement by now. I do, and I have a better recipe for concrete as well that takes sand. Wow. $2.4 gigawatts from lake reactors and would gain 128 gigawatts per expansion. That's, I mean, that's a pretty good blueprint, if I do say so myself. Stone, cement, sand, water. Sand's a little bit of a problem, whatever. I can set that up in like 3 minutes. Cement. Do I have better cement recipes unlocked? No, that's purple science. So I'm locked to this one that is lime and silicon powder, so I just have to find somewhere to get a little silicon powder. Only place I make silicon powder is in here. It's not unreasonable to just put another station in, I guess. Like if I copy this here. Ish. Hold on, can I find better than that? Okay. What? Hold on, let me find somewhere that actually has 3 stations. Okay, I don't have any left-facing ones that have 3 stations. For 3 stations, I've been kind of doing this in here. Just purely for science reasons. Let me see how flipping this works out. Okay, if I could move you forward a little bit. This would not be a problem. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's try and move this rail planner, my man. You good? And then right in there. And then rail signals can go here. There we go. And then we start picking this up. And let's get a another loading station. What kind of loading station do I want, actually? That's something to think on. Hold on. Where's that cement? Because cement's used for a couple different things. So cement goes into concrete. I don't have the second concrete recipe yet, so I have to use the first one, which actually takes slag. I can just make slag in an electrolyzer. I'm not, like, proud of doing that, but I can do it, and it's no big deal. So if I make slag, I would have to make cement, and then I can just make a concrete train. And I think that's what I want to do. I think I want to make concrete because otherwise I have to make these 3 products. And these are 3 distinct products. And yeah, I don't want to do that much. Like, I'd need to import steel and stone bricks and stuff. That's nonsense. Let's just have a concrete train. I think that makes a lot more sense than trying to do anything else. So this 3rd station on silicon is going to be concrete. So this is unloading. I want loading. There we go. This is gonna be... Oh, this is actually an item. I want fluid. This is... Okay, I only have fluid unloading, and only a flipped one. Might as well take the opportunity to change that, I guess. Let's go somewhere without bot coverage. Right in here will do. Okay, it actually won't do because that doesn't give me proper railing. So maybe I will actually build this. Where am I? I'm right here. Let me do this with personal bots and stuff. That way the base doesn't have to worry about it. I just have to find some open space somewhere, which is seemingly more difficult than I thought it would be. Oh, come on. Fluid, there we go. So give me the fluid station, bots. And let's clear these trees out. Okay, base bots are bringing pipes and stuff, that's fine. I don't really care about that. It's whatever. I do want to not do that. I want to... Well, first I want to make sure this station gets placed. I don't have any stations, I guess. Let's make a bunch of those. Back to getting bots to build stuff for me, too. I'm not in logistics range, unfortunately, but whatever, that's fine. Really? Someone from the base is coming to build this, I guess. But they're not right there, and I'm already done, so there it goes. Okay. I don't care about the station regardless. I don't actually want it to be built. I just want the ability to see where this is going to go. And I think that's good. So this is going to be a new blueprint. This is fluid unloading flipped. And I guess if I'm making this I should probably include the circuit logic thing as well, so let me actually go find that somewhere. So here's a couple unloading stations. No, those are all loading. Where's, like, wastewater? Wastewater is a special case. Let's not do wastewater. Maybe I don't need the logic. Whatever. It's fine. Anyway, this is fluid unloading flipped. It doesn't copy train stop names. Doesn't want that pole there. And everything else looks cool. There's nothing to no, okay. All good. Save. Let's get you in the book. And there you are. Fluid unloading flipped and fluid unloading. Okay. Alright, with that done, why did I even want this? I don't even remember, to tell you the truth. Oh, silicon. I needed concrete. That's right. Almost forgot. Fluid unloading, flipped. And even though this says unloading, the only difference between a loading and a loading station for fluid is which direction the pumps are placed in. Wait, this says unloading anyway, doesn't it? Okay, that would be correct, yeah. Wait, no, this is a loading station. This is loading. This is loading. Yes. Which means you're also loading, aren't you? You are also loading. Okay. Okay. There we go. At any rate, let's get this down here. Maybe not like that. Oh, come on. There we are. Okay. Very good, very good. All cool. You're gonna be concrete. I don't follow very many sports, to tell you the truth. I don't think that's probably a groundbreaking revelation for a Factorio player. Not to say that I dislike them just in general. I just can't say that there's any that really get me pumped and going. This is concrete loading. Actually, is this concrete or cement? Should look at the thing. This is concrete, okay. All good. Color. Let's go some sort of dark gray color. I think that's pretty spot on, personally. So let's get that in. Now I just have to actually make it. And that's going to be a little bit of a problem. How much do you make? 4 a second. You take 2 a second. Okay, so this is perfect ratio stuff. That's fine. Let's get this undergrounded this way, I guess. And we're going to have to pull stuff and probably produce stuff underneath. I'm fine with that. Let's just turn it down and get it out of the way somewhere. Maybe I should have split over here or something, but that's a change I can always make later. So let's work backwards here. Let's say concrete. Why can't I find fluid recipes? I'd really like to find fluid recipes. What are you made in? Just a regular assembler? You need slag, cement, and water. Okay. So let's get an assembler in here. I can even just, like, stick you right here, I guess. That's no problem. We're gonna make concrete. There we go. Maybe I don't want to do that since you do take a fluid input as well. I'll leave a little room. And make like 2 of you. Why not? Concrete is right there. And yeah, just like right there, that's fine, whatever. I like football, international version, rugby, and skiing. I've never been all that much of a competitive sports person. Or I guess let me take the sports out of the equation. I generally don't have as much fun in competitive games. Like, certainly I can play them, and if friends are like, hey, you want to play this thing? I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? But just given my choice, I don't know. I kind of like taking my time and working through things, and if that isn't obvious from this entire playthrough. And so whenever things are, I don't know, whenever things get a little too, like, go, go, go for me, I just kind of tune out. Yeah, let's... Nope, didn't want to move both of you. I just wanted to move one of you. And that way, I'm actually going to do this here. That way I can space out my inputs a little more nicely, I think. And if I do need more of those, it makes it, I think, better to get water in here. So you're going to be long-handed and long-handed. And this close belt in here is going to be the silicon powder. Unless... Okay, I do still need to make cement. I actually haven't even considered making cement yet. You need slag. I'll deal with your slag later. So... concrete? Okay, hold on. I completely forget. Cement. It is cement. Okay. Cement made in something else? You're made in a powder mixer. Okay. Get out of here then. There's cement. You need lime and silicon powder. Okay. So let's see what ratios this works at. So you produce 4, you consume nothing. Okay. So... Yeah, okay. Let's, put you, like, here, and you can make the silicon powder. And that'll supply however many of these things that we could ever possibly want. The lime, I don't even want to think about how I'm getting yet. I'm just gonna put you down in here. And then you can just supply a belt down this way. And then, of course, I do need the silicon itself to come in here, but that I already have a belt for. There we go. F1, as you can tell, I'm rather sporty and active, even for a non-Factorio player, yeah. I mean, that's, I don't wanna... I may play into stereotypes a little bit, like, you know, oh, I'm a Factorio player, I don't play sports or something like that from time to time, but the truth is everyone's unique, everyone likes the things that they like, there's no one set things that you're supposed to or not supposed to like, so you just, you know, enjoy what you enjoy. I have no idea how I'm getting power into all this. I guess I'll figure it out later. Okay, 2 of you make 75. That's half of one of these. So let's get a couple of these going. So that's a whole one. Let's copy your inserters. And I should probably offset you. So let's copy that. Make sure you're properly offset. And then copy the whole thing again once I give you inputs again. There we go. Okay. So you produce 4 a second. This is 1 to 1. This is consuming 3 a second, so even just you are more than enough. Okay. So, let's see. Power. 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 And, yeah, like somewhere over there is fine. Bring you up. And that does cover that inserter. Very nice. Okay. Not much of a TV person. It's not... Yeah, I don't watch a lot of TV myself. I don't think that's a terribly unusual one these days. I think TV's mostly kind of a lost art. 100 a second. Do I get water in here anywhere? No. Let me just do water on the bottom. And then I'll have a pump over there. Maybe I want to expand that way. Maybe I'll even put the pump, like, here. And I think that's fine. And this one pump will supply however many concrete mixers I could ever possibly want. So, I still need lime. Lime is kind of annoying, because that has to go into a blast furnace. I also make lime from that calcium sulfate. Ugh. Yeah, I'm sure not bringing that in here. So, I have to turn limestone into lime with a blast furnace, and you make carbon dioxide. This is really turning into kind of a nightmare, I gotta be honest with you. Yeah. Ish. You know what? I don't have to do this here. This would make so much more sense, where I'm making silicon ingots. None of this has to go here. Let's take all of this, and then I can tell the bots to, forget all this up here. All of this can go away. Even this station. I will even leave the station just because I actually like the station colors, and I'll come reuse that in a minute. But let's go up to silicon ingots. Wherever silicon ingots are. There we are. And this is going to have to turn into a multi-train train stop. A little unfortunate, but it just, it is what it is. I'll just pop this, like, over there somewhere. And then rip out all the rails in here. Yeah, I'll get rid of some of these signals and all too, because they're not going to be correct anymore after this point. And then, where do I have a multi-train on the right? Looks like over here is the closest that I get. So let's just try and pick this up. I only really want the double. Can I grab just a double somewhere? I can grab this, I think. That'll work. And then right here, or right here. Right there is fine. Don't know why that's there. That can go away. Let's move this in, like, here, just so everything still has power. All this is still good. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, okay. Let's get another loading station in. So, fluid loading. More fluid loading that way. Are you in the way? You are in the way. Okay. I'll have the other fluid loading. That's what you're for. There we go. And perfectly good. Okay. Next community map, after any big conversion map like this, it's going to be super chill. So, why does that not line up right? Because I built you one too far that way. Yep, there we go. Okay. Any big map like this, like Bob's and Angels, or if I ran Factorio or something like that, afterwards I always run a very chill vanilla map, just because modded isn't everyone's cup of tea, and I respect that. That's fine. So I want to give everyone a little bit of what they want. Okay, this is lime. I almost feel like I make lime around here or something. I do. Here's limestone right here. I have no idea how I managed to pick that out of my brain, but somehow, somewhere in my brain, I was like, I know I make limestone in here. Okay. I can literally just keep this going up. I will just increase my production of lime down here, because I have plenty of spare mud water. Like, I'm not stressing this system at all. If anything, I'm gonna have space issues. So, let's see. This can go here. Yeah, already I'm running into things I don't want to be running into, so maybe I won't do that. Maybe instead I can copy over this way. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. And just however much that is, that's gotta be plenty. I hope I can even support that much, honestly. Gonna stream the next one. If there's interest, I enjoy streaming. Yeah, like, I've mostly been streaming Angel Bobs for me, myself, because I don't know, it was something special, just like Space Age was. And I wanted to, kind of commemorate in my own way. But I do enjoy streaming, and if people would be happy to watch a more vanilla map, I would be happy to play one. I have no problem with pure water in here, that's perfectly fine. How is the light mud? 90 a second. You consume 9. Okay, I could do 10. I'm probably about there. Oh yeah, that's actually already 12. So let me just take these on the end off. And that'll be perfect, perfect consumption there. Well, you know what? I probably will then. Because I do have fun. So I'll give it a shot and see how it goes. I'm not blocking anything, no. Okay. Let's get that in there. I do, of course, have to get the fluids on the bottom connected in. So let's go ahead and do that before I forget. I will connect this in. I am too low. I wish I was a little higher. And then up. And since my lanes are no longer balanced, actually I can balance them right here. And then I don't have to do anything. I can just balance just like that. I might want to balance them though, because there's instances like this where I'm going to get stuck. So maybe I will go ahead... Maybe I will go ahead and balance that. I'm going to just come up to here and to do one of these classic lane balancers like that. And it just works out. And then everything can come up this way, go in, and I will put a split right here. So you can continue that way. And then this one will continue up and probably hug this belt. Probably still be around for Wednesday streams if you do the same schedule. Okay, well, I'll plan on it then. This is not running because power's low. Okay. That is a problem. That's a problem. Yeah, I'm not super thrilled about that. Oh well. Did I ever get any of the first pink science? Still missing belts and express. Because you don't have aluminum. You also don't have aluminum. Where is the aluminum train? This one, right here. Yeah, you're just not full, but I'm gonna send you anyway. Okay, and you are gonna wind up in here, and that should give me my first pink science. And probably a fair bit of it, honestly. That's gonna take a while though, so I'm not gonna just sit there and stare at it. I do want to try and get some of this stuff set up. Where was I? I was down in this area. Okay. So this is concrete. Here's ingots. Ingots are going fine. I have lime coming up somewhere. Here we are. So let's just continue that. And I need you up here, so I'm going to do this same thing, but that needs red undergrounds to even have a chance. Perfect fit. Perfect. Okay, very nice, very cool. And you want to be over there, so let's actually underground this one more. And then I'll just bring this in wherever it wants to be whenever I get to that point. Bring some conversation while most of us play Factorio. Yeah, that's kind of what it is for me too, is that it's, I do enjoy playing Factorio, but, this is gonna sound ridiculous. I put that disclaimer out ahead of time. I often have a hard time setting time aside to play games for myself. So it's like I could be doing, you know, something productive right now is kind of what's, you know, I think everyone has that feeling to some degree sometimes, and that's something that really hits me a lot, is like, I could do this and I would enjoy doing it, but like, what could I be doing that's useful, kind of? And I don't know, somehow I feel like streaming, even though it doesn't make any sense maybe, is since it's not just me, it doesn't give me that feeling, and I can just kind of enjoy it, and I can just kind of go. Again, that probably doesn't make any sense, and it may stop making sense to me if I think about it too hard, so I won't, but you know, that's where I am right now, at the very least. My power is in a real dire situation, I gotta be honest, guys. And I'm kinda just crawling along, but I don't know how much longer this base is gonna be happy to put up with me. Okay, here comes the first pink science. There it is. Boink, boink, there it goes. Very first. Oh man, how long did that take? I can't believe that took 6.5 hours. I thought I was gonna have this done in like half an hour from the time that I started stream. I can't even lie. But there it is. The very first pink science. Ugh. Okay, it feels good. It feels good. I'm so relieved. I can't even tell you how relieved I am that I finally have the pink science done. I was so worried I was going to go through this whole night and still somehow not have it because power is not cooperating and I have weird ore issues, and yeah, I'm... yeah, very happy. Okay, that's going great. Where's, there's one success. Let's put out 2 more fires. I've got to get concrete and I've got to get glass tonight. If I don't get those 2, then I think I'm going to run into some real issues because I don't have the concrete to make the reactor. That's why I haven't been pushing for more reactor parts for the last hour or 2. This needs to get made. Yes, I am missing those. That's whatever. That's cool. You need slag. I'll deal with you in a minute. You need lime. So this is the process that needs the lime. Let me move this up square. Yeah. And then I can have the lime come in on this level. Like right in here. Unfortunately, let me move this way, because otherwise I don't have the ability to get this inserter in. Also, how is power? I do have power spots that don't work for me, so that has to go there. This pole covers those 2 inserters, which means I can at most go to right here. Okay, so I do need power pole there. Yeah, that's whatever, that's fine. Let's get this going. So copy you, put you there, then copy all of that and get you going down the line. A little further. There we are. And on down. Oh, I missed the last one somehow. Wait, what? Why are you wrong? What? Okay, whatever, that's fine. Okay, let's just get Lime in here. We're dealing with actual witchcraft. Luckily concrete is simple by this mod standards. Yeah, that's... it's not terrible. Up you go. Okay. That comes in. That's fine. Are you properly offset the whole way down? You are. I need slag. Haven't even considered how I'm gonna get that. That's a lie. I just don't want to think about how I'm gonna get it. So where are you? Electrolyzer. So let's just pop you down and look at recipes. Okay, I can do that one, but that's the one that gives me sulfuric wastewater, I think. Yeah, what's the difference here? Let me just put these down side by side. So you take in 100, you take in 50. Okay, so you're just twice as fast. That's very interesting, actually. I kind of like that. So... It gives mineral, not sulfuric. Okay. Yeah, I certainly don't want the one with the electrode. Because I have nothing to do with the wastewater. That's just not what I'm after. Do I have anywhere to plug in some of these gases I'm going to be making also? I would like to look around and see if there is anything I can do with them. Because in the ore area specifically, I feel like there probably should be. Also, I just noticed you're blinking. You don't have logistics coverage. That's not very cool. I can just do that. I'm looking at all the rest of them. All the rest of them do. It's just that one somehow. Oh no, these also don't. Okay, hold on. Let me do some copying. You just have a roboport up there. That makes a lot of sense. Let me just continue doing that. Yeah. Good enough. Yeah, those don't need it. We're all cool. Okay. It doesn't already have its own build, yeah. Yeah, all it does is double the speed for more complexity. It is more power friendly as long as the electrode cleaning recipe isn't bad. Max consumption 310. Yeah, like I'm not gonna bother with that. I don't need the mineralized water. Slag will be on a belt right in there. Where am I gonna get water from? I guess I'm not. I guess I'll just have to make water. Okay. So, let's go up. So you are this recipe. I'm just venting the oxygen and the hydrogen, even though I hate doing that. Like, there's gotta be someone in here that needs those gases, right? But, oh well, whatever. Lots of miners running out. And you are getting placed. I was gonna say there's another one that the chests aren't covered, but you're getting placed. Okay, that's fine. Let's not worry about it any further. You're gonna make slag. That's all I really care about. And in you go. How fast do you make slag? Okay, that's 1 a second. I need a little more than 1 per second. Yeah, okay, so I need 1 more of these. A little annoying, but it is what it is. The problem is C-block for me was getting burned out due to frying my brain. Yeah, like, C-block will definitely do that. 50 a second, so a water bore will supply each of you just fine. There we go. And let's get you down this way. You guys can join the fun. Let's get you actually one further out. There we go. It doesn't really put you in a very nice position, to tell you the truth. I want to keep the top clean because I have to escape the fluids out, so I think I am going to have to come down below, which is just a mess. This hasn't been built yet. I can just move you. Even if it's just to, like, right here, that's a-okay. And let's make you a red. Everyone's a little happier if that works. In fact, I may even just do something like that. Nah, let's not. That's overdoing it a little. Let's not get too silly. Ugly little bend, and in you go. And that should be concrete. All of this needs power, of course, including these guys. There we are. And voiding. I almost forgot the voiding. How much? 15 and 20, so even 60. 60's nothing. Flare stack can easily handle that much. Let's just get, set up over there somewhere. I'm gonna need copper pipe. I have been purposely using copper pipe since I don't have any brass for whatever reason. I'm scared to look. Let's see. Space Age, I have an area without Roboport coverage for designing blueprints. It is oddly nice to have a Roboport-free area so that you can just throw stuff down. What? I was talking and building, apparently. That didn't make any sense at all. Let's get this hooked up. It actually makes a lot more sense if I bring this in, like, here and here. Yeah, whatever. In you go. And then, of course, these will also need power, so let's actually bridge you up this way. Can I possibly get these covered? No, of course not. Actually, I can do that and get the inserter covered there. So that works just fine. I think. Yes, okay. So that's all gonna get built, that's all good. That'll get me concrete. I don't have water yet. How much water do you need? Very little. I guess I'll just throw another one of these right there. And how am I gonna get the fluid out? Gotta get up there somehow. Okay, I could go, like, right here. And that's not terrible. Turn up. This way somewhere. And get you going. And I think at that point I can just connect with pipe. Who cares? In you go. Okay. And of course I need pipe for the corner. I can paste them into the bus to connect them and have them produce something. Yeah, like, sometimes you just need a little area to build in. The Blueprint Workshop mod, whatever the current iteration of it is called, is pretty nice for that, I've got to admit, but at the same time, on a playthrough like this, I do try to keep the extra mods to a minimum. Not for any particular reason, I just, I feel like it's difficult to know exactly what the intended experience is if you aren't playing by the intended experience first. There we are. So that will start getting this going, which will get this going. I still need to make all these machines, that's fine. Let me grab a large power pole. Yeah, right there. and just drag you in, like, over here. Perfectly fine with me. All that should get built, and once it does, that'll get me concrete put on a train. I do have the train down here with colors and everything all set, so let me grab that, paste you, and then deconstruct that. That's silver. There we are. So, concrete loading, all good, okay. Now I can come in here and delete all this. I think that's fine. Being a little careful, but yeah, that's good enough, I think. There we go. Okay, so that should save me from my imminent concrete crisis. There are no bods for the sake of Steam achievements. Ah, that makes sense. Blueprint Sandbox, I've gotten and I've used it a bit, but I still just end up designing mostly in place. Yeah, like, there are definitely a time or two where I would have gone and used it if I had it, but not having it isn't like some major inconvenience, certainly. I've been standing outside of logistics range this entire time. Let's come up here and start getting resupplied. Like right in here is fine, I think. Unfortunately, what that means is I don't have any of my resources for making things. I do have some things that can get built, however. And let's throw the train stops in. They always need more train stops. What else have I got? Okay, let's look at what I need. I need electrolyzers, I need water bores. Let's just make a couple of those. Powder mixers and powderizers. Okay, waiting on like 3 aluminum for this. There we are. What else? I need a flare stack. And 2 washers and 2 electrolyzers. Anything else? Oh, I need a lot more of one of those. It's the one with the red on it. Yes, this one, okay. I had no idea if this was a powder mixer or powderizer. They look pretty much identical, so I had to be sure before I just went in and started making stuff. I do need a tank. Let's put that away. Make another. Might as well make another 3 and then throw a couple more in. Because I always need more tanks. The bots are always asking for tanks. Let's see, there goes a washer. Get that built. Yeah, unfortunately, since I kind of did everything in a mixed sort of way, I don't actually know exactly what I need to make still, because it always takes so long for this to update and let me know what the bots actually need. So while I'm waiting, I'll make some heat pipes. I'm getting close on the heat exchangers, it looks like. I shouldn't need very many more of them. Though, like I said, I can't actually make the reactor because I have no more concrete at the moment. This should get built, though, and resolve that issue. Yeah, it is powder mixers that I need. These are still not blue, so they're still not getting built, which is a little strange to me. Let's see. Especially with the Power 2.0 remote view for 1.1 when designing, yeah, definitely makes it better. 1 a.m. in the UK. Wow, man. It's pretty late. Okay, I'll see you next time. Thanks for sticking with me so long. I guess I should go ahead and start getting a train station figured out somewhere for the cement to come in. I am so full on train stops at the main base here, I'm gonna start running into things that I don't want to have to deal with. I may just make another line of stations down below here, Is there any way I could get just a random fluid stop in somewhere? Yeah, I think I'm pretty maxed on random fluid stops. I think I've been doing that for the last, like, 3 months. I haven't even been playing 3 months. Okay, let's, this isn't signaled correctly, I can't help but notice. Let's grab this here. Yeah, okay, let's just keep going. We'll just make another station down this way. There we are. You're gonna be a fluid unloading station. Fortunately, I already had one selected. Yeah. Wait. This is a fluid unloading station. Am I high? This one is an unloading station. This one is an unloading station. Yes, okay. This is what happens when you play Angel Bobs for too many hours. I think my brain's cooked, man. Let's grab the concrete collet. Apparently my throat's cooked too, so let me copy that over and take a drink. Not an early bird, more of a nocturnal. Oh, same. Like, I've mentioned that a couple times, though. Like, I'm definitely a night shift type guy. So that's the current schedule I have right now. And if anything, streaming until like 9 or 10 p.m., that's no big deal for me. The harder part is actually starting streaming at 12 p.m. because that means I have to basically be very proactive and have absolutely nothing that I have to take care of still at that time. So yeah, if anything, streaming late is no big deal for me, but starting at the time that I do is actually the hard part between the two. Okay, let me lawyer up a little bit. Streaming at 12 is not that difficult. It's just, if I had to pick between the two, 12 is definitely the one that is closer to causing me problems than the other one. Okay, this is all set. You should have power soon. That's going to be concrete unloading. There we go. Might as well go ahead and get one of those fluid trains I have stashed over here set up for concrete. Full cargo, unload until empty. There you are. Start at... Oh, I start that late, huh? I guess that makes sense given the time zone. So you're right at GMT, huh? Because I'm pretty sure... Oh no, that's the other way. GMT would be midnight. I was gonna say, because I'm GMT -6, I think, so... If I start at noon and it's 6 p.m. for you, then... I think that's how it works out. I could be wrong. I'm not doing time zone math right now. Time zones are evil. You need brass. There's no brass here, so that would make sense. That's fine. Not worried about it. Not worried about it right now. Let's go ahead and throw the stuff that I've already made in. That was 5 of those. I need 2 more. Hope it's a powder mixer. I think it was a powder mixer. I threw at least 1 electrolyzer in. I guess we'll see in a minute whether I need any more. Right at GMT. Okay, that's what I thought. My brain is intact. And there's the 2 powder mixers. Okay. I guess I should run a pipe up to my existing concrete area, or I can just move my concrete area. I don't actually know if it's important that it stays where it is. This can be deconstructed. I don't need any of that anymore. Yeah, don't need any of this anymore. There we go. Dump all that slag right into storage. Oh yeah, that's what it's all about, baby. Just gonna clean this whole area up just a little bit. Okay. Yeah, good enough. Let's say that's fine. So concrete, what do I even do? I take in stone bricks, and I make concrete. None of this needs to be done right here. I have stone bricks over here. Where did the concrete area go? Hold on. There you are. Let me just... How much is in here? Okay, there is 9,000 concrete in here. Maybe I didn't need to be as panicked as I was. Oh well. I don't need that anymore. Bricks are good to have, whatever. I'll just bring the new liquid concrete into this area. It doesn't really matter all that much. That's not gonna work. Let's not do that. We'll run out this way, but I am gonna need pipe in here. I hope I have at least one brass pipe. One is all I ask for, please. Run this up kind of right through the lake, it looks like. Like this area right through here. Where'd you go? You're over there. Okay. Yeah. Talk on Wednesday. Yeah, I'll see you later, man. Have a good night. I want to be at least right in here. Like right there. I am purposely going to grab copper pipe for this part. And let's see where this gets me. I don't want to stop because of the tree. I don't think I did, but just in case. And then that gets me to here. Can I stretch over this? Oh my god, it's a perfect fit. That's incredible. I mean, come on, what are the odds? What are the odds of that? That's so nice. And then, careful not to connect to anything in here. Yeah, we're good. And then that gets me to concrete. And there we are. No particular reason it had to stay here, it's just it was already here, and why would I move it? So, there we go. All I need is an actual delivery of concrete, and then I'll be all cool. So, where is silicon? I just want to make sure this is all working correctly. I am still missing one electrolyzer. That's fine. So, as that slag comes in, that's going to vent. Fine, sure. I'm literally using electricity to generate slag, and I feel terrible about it. This is the worst. Oh well. I'm not going to belt it in from over there. I could, but I'm not going to. That might be a light blue now. Nope, okay, it says I missed one. Oh well. So this is coming down, loading in. I have no concrete because I have no lime. Oh boy, is this lime... This is limestone, not lime. Okay, I still have one more process. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. I just need to turn you into something else. I can do that, like, right in here. I'll even bring it up over this way, since the fuel is over here. So let's say maybe this area. How much do you need? Okay, there's 8 of you. I make... Okay, let me just say 3 a second. Because this is 1-to-1 with this, and this consumes 3 a second at full uptime, so let's aim for 3 a second. You make 2. Let's just, yeah, I'll just do 2. So this comes up this way, and then your output comes down this way. Before I do that though, let's make sure I turn all these belts around so that I can load all the lime on the belts over here into this guy. Actually, let's not pick that up if possible. Let's just turn you around. Okay, you're gonna get picked up, whatever. There we go. Okay, so this will all get placed in. Let's add inputs. And outputs. Is there anything I can do with carbon dioxide? Or do I just also vent this? It looks like I just also vent this. Okay, there's even more oxygen I'm venting down here. If I ever need oxygen in the future, man, I have so much untapped oxygen, it's unreal. For no real reason, I'm going to vent my gases over here in just kind of a centralized area. Like borderline centralized. That's not going to be like super precise or anything. I'm just kind of putting them together. And you are literally one tile out of range of that power pole. Let's move you to like here. And there we go. That's connected, all cool, yes, okay. I'll even offset you properly. There you go. I do have to actually make those. Let's not forget that. And where am I? Here we are. Do need another flare stack as well. Guess I should probably make that. Yeah, just making sure all this is still cool. Let's make that electrolyzer. Making sure I don't have one, yeah, and an extra flare stack. Might as well make a couple flare stacks, just so I can have them for the future. You can do it. Come on. Just for fun, part of the reason I wanted to make sure I got concrete done, why it was like such a code red situation, is all these things I'm making take concrete bricks, keep in mind. And this is how many concrete bricks that I have left. So I was like down to the wire. It was getting pretty close. Because I have 400 on me and about another 200 in the chest over there. So, I mean, I cut it pretty close, all things considered. Just one of these guys, for reference, takes 50 by himself. So it's not like, you know, 600 is all that many. That's only 12, and I make those pretty often. Speaking of making them often, you'd think I'd remember they need fuel. Yeah, you can just get long hands. There we go. And of course, I never even gave you power. Why would I? I can pull power from down below, I think. Yeah, that's not too bad. And then let's get this connected in. Well, the pipes are going to be in place at least. That's nice to see. I would just like the buildings themselves to be placed, if possible. Because once they do get placed, then I do still want to flip these belts around. In fact, I'm going to do that so that I don't pollute my incoming belt. I heard the electrolyzers kick in. Okay, what can I do? I'm missing 2 pipe. Like, seriously? Let me turn personals off. Oh, I have no brass pipe to even give them. Ooh. Okay. Do I have... I do have brass. I can use some of my existing brass to make brass pipe and give to them. I should have probably just put it in a chest right here, because they're gonna just bring it right back to me once I turn personals on. So let's do that. Someone is coming to pick that up. There you go. Okay, I should be fine to turn personals back on now, assuming it still says 1. Sure, whatever. That's fine. Okay. Oh, cool. Let me find out why zinc is being a problem still, because zinc is definitely the problem. Because I have no Jivolite. What do you mean I have no Jivolite? This is a full red belt, man. Yeah, crushers can't even output because there's so much crushed Jivolite. I have too much fluoric wastewater? Is the wastewater train broken somehow? You sure are. Why? Okay, where are you trying to get to? Ah, is this signaled wrong? These should be regular signals, not chain signals. There we go. That's the problem right there. Once the bots pick up those rail signals, then the train lockup should ease. Right? Right, guys? Okay, they did go to pick up the replacement signals first, so I guess that's fine. I can't blame them for that. And now you're moving. Very good. Okay. I just had the stackers wrong. Okay, well that should be allowing this guy in. There we go. I have no sulfuric acid, I can't help but notice, once again. This is pretty much empty, even though I have so much sulfur coming in. This actually is full. So I'm down to 12,000 in here. It was 22,000 before. So I'm definitely on a downward trend of sulfur. The wastewater train, how are you doing? Because you were backed up, right? You were stuck waiting for something, so that's fine. Okay. How is the little air filter thing I set up? Up here. Are you running? No, because you have no filter frames. Because I'm full on acid gas? Is that going to be because the catalyst recipe is broken? I'm looking for those ore trains. There we go, these ugly things. No, this is definitely connected. Oh, it's not going to be actually connected, though, I bet. No, it is. It is. Hydrogen sulfide is backed up. Okay. That's fine. I can take a detour to look at hydrogen sulfide, I guess. It's backed up because we don't do anything with it. I can make sulfur out of you, actually. I might need more sulfur. That's not an awful idea. I just need to combine you with oxygen. I could also make enriched hydrogen sulfide gas. I don't even want to know what that's used for. Let's just turn you into, Wait, is that the same? Oh, I might actually make stuff out of you? No, hydrogen sulfide's over here. Okay. Never mind, never mind. So let me just look at that one more time. You are in a chemical plant, and mix you with oxygen. Okay, that's super easy. Let's find somewhere where that sulfur belt is. So that sulfur belt stretches all through here. I'm sure I can find somewhere to connect into. I might pop a few in here, because there's oxygen literally right there. I just have to get the hydrogen sulfide itself in. Let's leave a space of 3. And I'm sure that's going to be enough. There we are. Not vertical, horizontal. That way I can make... Oh, let's use copper pipe. So oxygen can be the 1 height, and then hydrogen sulfide should be the 1 height, actually. Let's make oxygen the 2 height. That way these can share and it's not weird somehow. I'm going to start using copper underground pipes, because I know my existing brass underground pipes have got to be in short supply by this point. And sometimes you need the brass ones, so let's not get careless here. You produce 4 sulfur a second. Wow, okay. I probably very much so overbuilt this. I don't really care. There we are. Throw a splitter on there, and get you going down. There we go. I do need the chemical plants, of course, but more pressingly, I need to actually connect all the gases to it. There's that one, and now let's go get the hydrogen sulfide from wherever it is. Oh yeah, we're gonna be running for a while, it looks like. Okay, so here's hydrogen sulfide. Okay. Note that's acid gas. Stay up late, have any time to myself, get woken up anywhere from 5 to 6 a.m. Yeah, that's... I've definitely been in those times myself. If anything, it's kind of reversed now, where if I want time for myself, I have to wake up early. Because then, I kind of just wind up doing busy work until I fall asleep. This is going to be a nightmare. Let's not do that. But then, how am I going to get this anywhere? Okay, this I just have to run straight up, I think. Which does mean I probably want to use my brass pipes, just to minimize the number of actual pipes themselves I have to lay in here. Oh man, this is... this is going to be interesting. But it's working. We're making progress. We're making progress. That did not connect. Please do not do that. Okay, and that's as far as we need to go. We're literally already there. So let's grab some copper undergrounds for the reasons I was saying earlier. Let's get these trees cleared out because I can't see where I'm supposed to be building. And then I'll just build out to, like, here. And there we go. That is hydrogen sulfide connected in. Let me make those chemical plants. And then back in here, let's just make a couple more turbines, I guess. Okay, it's gonna take a while for those to get sorted. I also still have to deal with the scenario where I'm full on sulfur. So even still, even with something to do with that now, I do think I probably want to throw a little bit of voiding on it. So... I'm trying to think how exactly I want to do this, and I think I'm just going to use an overflow. Just a regular old overflow valve. along with a flare stack. I never use flare stacks pointing up if I can help it, because it's so hard to tell if they're connected or not. So I'm going to put this one over here somewhere. And as it happens, I have power right below me. Let me just lower that. That way I don't have to do all that squiggly stuff. There we are. So that should be just fine. Okay, anyway, let's see if I've made any more. Oh yeah, I made all of those actually. So in you go. And then come up here. Those will get placed, but they need power. Everything always wants power. And that covers everything perfectly, actually. Very nice to see. Flare stacks are surprisingly flippable, yeah. If I come down here, I'm not exactly sure where it is. Yeah, I don't remember where it is anymore. I had a problem with a fluid backing up, and I thought I'd voided it, and I went to look, and it was exactly that problem. I'd put a flare stack facing up, and I had a pipe. I just had the pipe on, like, this side right here, and it was never connected. So just kind of as a general rule now, I try not to have flare stacks pointing up. It's just hard to tell if they're actually doing anything. Where is that new thing? Here's the new thing. I have absolutely no power, so they're working at a snail's pace. Oh yeah, look at those inserters go. Oh, you love to see it. Look at them go. Blazing speed, what capacity. And go on, you guys got this. Boink. Okay. Very cool, okay. So, point being, I could probably expand out my sulfuric acid setup at this point. I would just have to actually find somewhere to shove it, and honestly I might just put it, like, in here somewhere. So little of my sulfur gets made down here anymore. And I definitely don't have room down in this area to just keep expanding forever. Granted, I'm probably stressing the amount of oxygen that I'm producing. I probably will need more oxygen soon, but I think I will just step down a couple pipes this way. There's so much stuff in the way, though. Well, fortunately, I don't need to leave room for item output. I can just have item input. So if you make sulfuric acid, okay, I forgot sulfuric acid was actually a two-step setup. It takes sulfur dioxide, and then you turn that into sulfuric acid. Sulfur dioxide is pretty much empty, though. So I could use a little more. So maybe I will. Just have to watch out for all the stuff in the way. But yeah, let's find a place and just throw a couple down. So sulfur dioxide. Flip you, all cool. Grab copper pipes. Oxygen, let's be consistent. I want to... Yeah, oxygen gets to be too tall. And then... hydrogen sulfide. I didn't mean to copy the recipe, actually. That's not what I wanted. I wanted this. Which is actually the wrong machine. This is in a liquefier. Whoops. So all this goes away. Well, after all that, let's try that again. So what is your recipe? Sulfur dioxide. So you take oxygen in and give sulfur dioxide out. I can't build any further that way, but I can actually build downwards. in kind of a little brick like that. So let me see if I can get oxygen into here. Okay, let's use this guy. And then you work just fine. That gives me oxygen, and then I have the sulfur dioxide, just a little extra. Just a little extra. Sure, I have a pipe of sulfur dioxide around here somewhere. In fact, there you are. Because this is where I make sulfuric acid. Okay. So sulfur dioxide is right here. Let's just underground this bit. Gonna wait for those items to go by, and there we go. That way I can just bring this in and over this way somewhere. That's not a great place to bring this in, honestly. You know, I bring you in like literally one higher. Even that's better. And then the rest can just be copper. I have no problem with that. Copper pipe. And down you go. And, wait, what? A little too quick with the undergrounds. There we go. You do, of course, still need the sulfur input. I didn't forget the sulfur. You forgot the sulfur. Sure. Let's get... Oh. And honestly, I can just take from right there. Why not? This one's gonna be a little weirder. Actually, he's gonna have to come up from below, I guess. Oh well, it is what it is. Power is interesting, but it does connect, look at that. And it does just barely reach those inserters, so we're all good there. I do have to make two more liquefiers. Liquefier 3? Yes. I thought for a second it was a 2, and if it was, I was going to upgrade them. Okay, still going strong, it seems. Let's just keep making parts as I can. Gonna question it, but I did wonder where the sulfur was coming from when you said that, yeah. I mean, you know, I have my ways, man. I'm just that good. Let's see, 10 seconds, okay. I'll stand here and stare at the crafting screen for 10 seconds. Almost there. And out you go. And that'll help a little bit with sulfuric acid, but probably not a massive amount. But I'll come work on sulfuric acid more directly later when it's a problem again at some point. I would love to get glass going, honestly, to finish up the solar panels. It's just, with power and production the way that it is, that's certainly not going to happen. Let's get rid of you and run... Of course it's one tile off. And I go this way. Nope, of course. Why would I be able to? Here we go. So, there's pink science. Okay, that's all set up and ready to go. That's all cool. I haven't bothered belting you in, but that's because I don't think I have a whole train load of pink science to go yet. Yeah, I have like 100. But that's because of brass, of all things. Literally the one I joked about. I have no brass. That's gonna be because I have no zinc. I think that one's just power, honestly. Yeah, I literally can't even get the train loaded anymore. I just have no ability to make stuff anymore. So maybe I will hard focus getting this reactor built. That's not really what I want to be doing right now, but I feel like I have to be. So let's just see if there's any way I can speed that up. So right now I'm out of aluminum. Let's just request more aluminum. Even just a little. Because that one takes brass, but it's also... excuse me. It's also aluminum that's limiting me here because I can't make the heat pipes that I need. I do need 78 more heat pipes, and I am keeping an eye on that so I don't accidentally overproduce on that and start throwing some in the system when I really should be using it to craft. Turbines take way too long to handcraft, so I will probably set up a little crafting area for them somewhere. The same way that I did to get all of my ore infrastructure done. Let's unqueue this. Just stop, go away, and then you stop. Requeue. Okay. So I want to grab a couple of these and just throw them somewhere. Like, in here is perfectly fine. And I think that's probably enough. Okay, so there's that. And you're a massive pain, actually. This is why I need bots, man. I have the science. Maybe I just try and tough it out. I can try and tough it out. Let me get bots. I have the pink science. Just give me this. Ooh, those are very nice, but I'm not going to worry about them right now. So, let me go ahead and lay that belt. I certainly don't need a red belt. The labs are right in here somewhere. There we are. So I've got to connect into here. Yeah, that's not too bad. I just have to get this build area covered. How am I going to do that, actually? Okay, I can get a roboport down, like, right over here. And that'll connect to something, I'm sure. But let's put it over here so that I don't get a gap on that side. Actually, yeah, there's a nasty gap down there that I might actually just throw something into. Without that roboport placed, I can't actually see how big of an area I have to fill, but that's surely enough. And then I'm sure that'll probably give enough of a build area. No, there's still a gap. I have to also come down a little bit. Okay. So somewhere around in here I need a roboport. Like right in here-ish. Well, guess I can just make a temporary one. This one can be destroyed when needed. And then just like somewhere in here. That is powered, I hope? Yes, does look like it. Okay, now I can set the build order going. Here's the belt, and I want the belt to kind of come up this way so I can bypass those guys. And then just like straight up. And you can see the tiny little area that I've been trying to fill in with build range. And then let's run you this way. And honestly, I guess I could have the output come down here. No reason not to. There we go. Okay. So the bots will get that all filled in. And I think I will go ahead and just manually send the train off. The train that doesn't exist. Well, this is actually my last unclaimed train, so I should also get some trains on the go. So you're going to go science loading, and load up, and then you're going to go do science unloading. There you go. Have fun. So let's get some trains queued up, like 4 of them, and call that good. Guess while I'm waiting, I can handcraft more. That's gonna take so long that my science will probably be done by the time I've handcrafted those 14. What else do I need? I can throw those in. And then I only need another 38. That almost gets me there by itself. Okay. Let's just keep this a-rolling. Bots are coming in, placing that. That's good. I'm not missing anything. No. Okay. The train came in, got everything it's going to get. So you can leave now. And that'll pop in up here in not too long. And hopefully, how many science packs do I need? I only need 100 packs. So yeah, that'll definitely get me there. In fact, let me look at something just for fun. If I were to look here, I do technically have tier 1 productivity modules. Not that I can handcraft them, but I've had access to those for a while. They're just far too awful to make a production area for in my current base. And once I have bots, I will probably look and see if I can make those. Oh, I was wondering why it wasn't unloading. It's just gonna unload in slow motion. Fantastic. Very cool. I bet the labs are gonna go lightning fast. Okay. Well, you know, it's going. Okay. Panels are coming back into daytime. What is glass made out of? Just for curiosity's sake. I do have access to that. I don't have access to that. So molten glass is glass mixture, and I'll probably make that in the silicon area because that's also made out of silicon. I can get somewhat better recipes if I use lime and alumina, though. I don't know if I want to use alumina, to be perfectly honest with you. And that one's just awful. Just awful. But I might do this one. This one seems pretty reasonable. And that'll get me glass mixture. So then, molten glass, I can mix with molten lead, or molten tin and nitrogen. Okay, this one produces tin ingots, so actually that's kind of a catalyst. This one produces lead oxide. Yeah, that kind of sucks. I would go with this one. This one's way better, but it is purple science. I'm not going to do the lead one, because the lead one would require a little bit of carbon input, and that's more of a pain, I think, even though it is still a catalyst loop, so maybe it's not that bad. The problem being that I would have to do that in a place I really don't want to, which is down here in, like, taking ingots and smelting them. So I don't really want to have to worry about fuel source of carbon and all down there. So I'm not super excited about that recipe. My trains are yelling at me, so let's turn them off. Because, of course, that's how you make your trains stop yelling at you. So up here in the silicon area, I could just also make glass. I don't see any reason not to. If I were to do that, I would need another train over here, but that's certainly not a big deal. Where's a 3 branch? Let's grab a 3 branch, And where is silicon? There you are. Yeah, so let's rip out all this stuff up here. Actually, something was missignaled, it looked like, anyway. So if I rip all that out and get this in here. Let's do that, and then connect in. Okay. That's cool. This is all signal that looks good. Yes. Get that in. And then there's absolutely no room on the bottom, which is unfortunate because all my loading stations are usually on the bottom. But, oh well, this one just gets to load in from the top. That's why you keep a flipped loading station. Just ready to go. This is going to be glass mixture. And got to make sure we set the name. So glass mixture loading. Glass mixture is only ever used for one thing, so I do feel a little silly about loading this here. I do feel pretty silly about doing this here. But oh well, my casting area is down there. It is what it is. It's not like the ingots are used for anything more than one purpose. And there we go. Very first pink science, but far more importantly. Let's get rid of that. Make you stop blinking. I can now make blue chests. That was me giving myself a round of applause, if that wasn't obvious. I am very pleased. So, that means I can finally start playing the game the way I want to play it. I don't have to do so much weird stuff. I don't even know where to start. I'm just kind of running back and forth. I kind of just want to get glass finished, honestly. 100+ hours in the making, absolutely. How long am I right now? I'm gonna save 130 hours. I know people that have launched a rocket at around the 100-hour mark, but you know what? I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Oh boy. Whatever. Yeah, okay, let's... As much as I would like to immediately turn and run, I can make turbines, actually. That's a wonderful way. I was going to just go back to making glass because I need glass, but let's do kind of something to celebrate. So I'm going to try and find a relatively empty area. Up here around where the mall is probably a good place, and I'm going to start making blueprint. So let's see. Let's grab this guy. I think there's a couple of these in the system somewhere. In fact, I don't know how many science packs I have left, but I know that I have logistics silos. And I would actually really like to have a logistics silo. I'm gonna make sure this is silos. Yes. I wanted to make sure it was silos and not warehouses. It takes 50. I think I have enough. I think I perfectly have enough. So let me actually plan this out with a regular silo. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a blueprint where all of these have a circuit connection. And I'm just going to read their recipes. Hold on. Output the given signal for one tick. No. Read ingredients. Yes. Okay. So then, let's say you were going to make a steel chest, right? And then you make a passive provider. And then you make a requester, and you make a storage. So when I connect all of these together, and let me grab a power pole, so I can see the network. Okay, these don't exist, otherwise it would show me. I kind of thought I had red assembling machines somewhere, but the bots don't want to place them, so I'll just make more. Yep, okay, so the bots are yeah, they're coming from somewhere. I just don't see where. Otherwise, my personals would be placing them. I don't care, though. Did I only make 3? Why did I only make 3? Okay. There we are, and I guess I need to get you power. Can I grab power from literally anywhere? No, of course not. Temporary power. There you go. So now, here. Yes. So you're reading 8, because that's how much this takes. Very good. Very good. Sent a friend a screenshot on my first blue chest with the message, "This took over 100 hours." It's like one of those Better Than Wolves videos where it's like, making this crafting table took me, 800 days or something. Okay, so I can ditch that now. What I want to do is I want to get an arithmetic combinator down, pop you in right here, and instead of feeding directly in, I'm going to take these guys and connect in, and I want everything. Is that? I think this is correct. And I want to multiply by 3. So that way, you should now be outputting 24 steel, which is difficult to tell if that's working. Oh, you also have no power, of course. Yes, so you're outputting 24 steel now, exactly as I wanted. The reason I've done this is that way the bots have enough time to keep the buffers kind of supplied, and this silo will be my logistics chest. So once I have the logistics silos, I can just put this in here and slap recipes around the side, and that'll just work. Yeah, that's why I'm researching logistics silos, even though it's flatlined. I should have had the science. I definitely had 3 inventories that were 50 each. There's some right here. Why are you not going? Wait, what? Okay, military... because military is backed up here, and it should not be. There's also now, because of that, going to be pink science stuck over here. Which is just grand. Just grand. I was worried you weren't gonna do the combinator for a bit. Yeah, and I'm probably gonna increase it from 3. I was just kind of making sure each was actually the signal that I wanted. I'm just gonna go over there personally. I can do the rest of that from map view, that's not a big deal, but I can't really pick up items easily from map view. I can mark them for deconstruction and the bots will deal with it, but I'll be forever. So let's just run down here, grab whatever remaining pink science is down here, and do this. That should be just about perfectly the correct amount. And there we go. So now let's go and make a not active provider. Request silo, yes. Am I in a dead zone? I am. So let me actually stand over here. And in you go. Bots will get that taken care of. Of course I can't click on you. There we are. So read contents, set requests. So you are requesting steel, but you're not in range of anything. Of course, that's fine. Don't really care. You guys... Let me think about this for a sec. So, of course you need input. Let's not pretend that you don't. And then you're also going to need output. There we are. And I think what I'm going to do for that is probably use these... I would love to use storage chests here, but actually that's not a good idea. Let's use the big provider chests. and then I'm going to logistics limit these guys. And I'm using the big chests, because if you look at the recipes, they take green circuits, they take green circuits. I was actually kind of thinking there is a much bigger price difference, so maybe I will use 2 red chests. I don't really see the point. I think it's fine. I was thinking there was going to be a big price difference here, where this one took far fewer circuits than 2 of these, but it's actually pretty close. So, yeah, I won't make the big chest because that means I have to set up crafting for them, and I don't feel like it. So let's just do that instead. Let's do this. And unfortunately, I really don't remember how to set all this up. I would love to be able to do all this automatically with a blueprint. So let's go through here. So let's say you are set recipe. Okay, let's make this clockwise. So 0, 1. Maybe I'll do zigzag. So this one's 3, and this one's 2. Kind of in reading order. So 0, 1, 2, 3. I think that makes sense. This one... Let's see... So that makes you 0. And let's add a 1 to the front, so 10. This one's going to be 2. And if this doesn't make any sense, I will get to it in just a second. Yeah, so 0 is actually 10 because I can't leave it as 0, otherwise that gets confusing. But 2 is just 2, 1 is just 1. And then 3 is 3. There's 3 and 3. So let's see, this one, let's go ahead and bump you to like... there are very expensive things, and I'm trying to be somewhat cautious of that, but let's say at least like 5. That way cheap things should be able to run and expensive things shouldn't be too expensive. Then I can... Let's add power. Yeah. I'll just do something like that. Whatever. That's fine. And now grab all of this. And let's not prioritize. Let's parameterize. So that's all cool. Now 10 is a variable. Why won't it... Yeah, there we go. Unspecified, this variable can be used in formulas below. Okay. So, item count of ingredient 1, a parameter in, yada yada, that's not really what I want. Stack size of parameter in. Okay, so P0 underscore S. Like that. And... Let's do one thing first, actually. This 5 right here. Let's say that is a parameter itself. No, that doesn't make any sense. I don't see why I would want to do that. Let's just say I want to keep a stack of things. I'm not super happy with that. But I also don't want to keep 5 of super cheap things. That just doesn't make sense. I don't really want to keep like a stack of nuclear reactors or something, you know? That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, there's probably a smarter way of doing this. But can I do times 0.5? And so I keep half a stack of everything, and stack sizes are usually fairly Like, usually an expensive thing has a small stack, a cheap thing has a high stack, and so on. So this'll, by default, keep half a stack of just whatever. And I think that's correct. And then I'm going to just copy this and bring it the whole way down. And obviously I have to change out what these are, but that's pretty easy, because this one's just 1, and then this one is 2, and then this one is 3. What? Why not? At position 0, near P3, yeah. I kind of thought I was onto something here. P_S, stack size of parameter in. That sure is a parameter, is it not? So, okay, I am doing something wrong, and this is a terrible time to be learning how to do this. Stack size of parameter in. I was pretty sure the parameters were these things over here, and so this should just work, but it says no. That is problematic. Of parameter in. So why is it not 1? I really don't know. Yeah, that's not very cool. There's a bug where correct input in those fields would still read as incorrect. Let me just try and save it then. Though I fully expect that to just break. And then I'll put you, like, up here. So let me just throw some stuff in here. So steel chest there, and let me do something that'll have different stuff. So maybe like yellow belt and an inserter. So you are half a stack. You stack to 50, so you should also be 25, yes. But you stack to 100, so you should be 50. Okay, it does just work. It does just work. Okay, I'm perfectly happy with that. I don't mind that it shows red. It just was definitely throwing me off, because I thought I was doing something wrong. But hey, that's working, man. Let's put this in game. Well, no, all my stuff is in here. Let's put it in there. Okay, so deconstruct all of that. And now I can deconstruct this and find a more permanent spot for it. Honestly, right in here on top of belts is probably cool. I could even just do right in here. Like, that's not an issue. It's a nice blank spot. It's right in the center of the factory. Honestly, this is a fantastic spot. I was just using this for testing. So I can even probably get 2 rows of it. So the first thing you always want to do is make a reproducible setup, or in other words, a setup that can produce itself. So that's going to make the requester silo first and foremost. And then next I want the red chest, which comes from steel chests, but no other raw ingredients. And then I can put, let's leave a small gap so I can walk through here if I want to. So let's do the other types of chests next. I'll go ahead and do all 4, just in case I want them. And there we go. None of this has power, of course, but I will get there. So parameter, let's say... what do I want in here? Should probably start thinking about everything I have in the mall moving over into this setup. But let's do things that I don't have yet. So let's say I want to guns, but guns need gears. I don't know if I have gears. Oh, of course I have gears. So then gun 2 and gun 3, but I don't have the later gears. So let's say not yet, and then I can do the 2 tiers of snipers. Because I do kind of want to get similar materials into similar chests if at all possible. That's one of the reasons I did all the requester chests down there, because they're all going to want more or less the same thing. Let's finally get radars automated, so I can do radars whenever I want. And then that leaves one random thing at the bottom. I don't even know, man. I have so much freedom now. I can play Factorio. It's wonderful. Substations? They need copper wire. That's a weird one. Maybe one of the intermediates is a good place. I was just saying I don't have many things, so let's get the intermediates in there. And speaking of which, maybe I'll just have this one be full-on intermediates. So ball bearings, and then bearings. And then this one over here can be the gears. I'll even do another one for regular gears, why not? I already have these produced in different places, but more production does not hurt. Let's go ahead and get this power so that this can actually start producing stuff. I kind of want a more permanent power supply. Don't really see any large power poles, unfortunately. There's one down there. And I can get one, like, right here. There we go. Large power poles I always want to connect things with because that's my indication that, like, this is a permanent power. Like, mediums I should be able to rip up and move and do whatever with, but the large ones are my indication that, like, hey, maybe you want to be careful here. And let's go into here and start getting some chargers thrown down here and there. Just because I know we're gonna need them eventually. That's a little silly right next to the roboport, but whatever, we're all good. And that way, we can start actually making more of these silos and start filling out. But you know what we don't have are assembling machines. But we can just make them now. So, start with you. Move up. And then the third tier. And I'll leave... I was going to say leave this blank so I can make the next tier, but that's probably not for a while. I'll go ahead and put electronic assemblers in there. You know what I need constantly are train stops. I don't want to have to make those by hand anymore. Those take iron rods. So let's find iron rods. Would have thought they'd be in intermediates, but I'm honestly not seeing them. Rod? Not Rob. Hi, Rob. Okay, you're in metallurgy for some reason. That's fine, I guess. Let's see, what else? What else do I want in here? I could start more pipes, I guess. That's not really the most pressing issue right now. None of this is super interesting. Oh, combinators. I should definitely put combinators in here. Let's get inserters and lights and repair packs. Even though that is up on this part of the mall already, I don't really like that, and that's probably short-lived. So inserters. I'll even put the blue one on here, and let's get lights. Please, pretty please. There you are. And then what else was up here? Repair packs. Just, okay. Repair packs, and let's get wires in here, because I'm not going to have wires anywhere in the system. In fact, let me see if I can... Metallurgy, maybe. Okay, copper wire from copper wire spools. And silver wire? I might need silver wire for something. What is silver wire used in? You're only used in transistors. Okay, glad I looked. I don't think I need that. What are you used in? You're used in combinators and stuff, so I do actually need you. Anything else? Solder used in anything that isn't just the circuit? Not really. I don't think I want to worry about that. Yeah, I don't think I want to worry about that. That's fine. Don't want anything that takes liquids. Nothing that takes liquids, okay. So, nothing in there. Let's, I already got those. Could do a centrifuge, I guess. Probably not furnaces. I probably don't need that. You know what I do need? And would be quite nice to have? Is something that produces heat pipe. Something that makes heat exchangers. And then over here, I can do all of these steam engines. There we go. Oh, I can finally start making buildings. So, even just like chemical plants. I haven't been able to make chemical plants so far, and I'm so happy to finally be able to just do this. The last one, I guess, can be like flare stacks. Cool. Up here, let's see. I will need furnaces, most likely, yeah. But not exactly what I want to focus on right now at the moment. And they can always get added in later. There's those. What can I just throw in the last spot? You know what? Filters. Always need those. Other buildings, let's see. Crushers, I guess? Crushers are probably nice. Crushers take furnaces, which is just super cool. So let's get stone furnaces in here. And I guess if I'm going to do that, I should probably get the ore sorting machines as well, because I will probably need more of those. These guys that I always get confused, let's just make both of them in here. They look the same, so they get to live together. There we are. I should probably be moving roboports up. Gotta stay on top of that. And probably charge pads every other. Yeah, let's say every other one gets charge pads just on the outside. That's probably excessive, but let's just call it part of the celebration. So that's going to apparently take its time coming together. You're missing red circuits, that's understandable. I'm probably not even making red circuits down here anymore. Solder. All it needs is solder. Okay. Why don't I have solder, and why are you stuck? You can't get to silicon... Okay, that's probably because I broke something. I'm keeping solder in the back of my mind, but I have to come in here. That seems very accessible. That is a problem. You good? There you go. Okay. I never did set up the glass mixture thing, so I'm going to move this as a reminder to myself. That's what that station's for. And then come back up this way. Oh yeah, solder. Solder. So, where is solder being made? Right here. You have no Just nothing. You have nothing. Okay, it is zinc that is the problem. I kind of figured it would be, but I did have to check. There's zinc ore in here at least. And you are processing. Okay, so at least we're getting somewhere. And there goes power. Maybe it would be a good idea, since I'm doing so much bot-focused stuff, to actually kind of hardline that glass stuff. Get some solar panels up and running before the day's through. So you produce 0.75 a second and consume 0.5 silicon a second. You also take lime, of course. Gotta keep the lime cost in mind, because that requires this up here. Let's not do that. I didn't want to throw limestone into the system, but honestly, at this point, I can just grab blue chests and have it unload any limestone back onto here. So, limestone, not lime, limestone, and yeah, sure, good, you're in logistics range, but you don't have power. But that's fine, I'll just bring power up to you. And there you go. I'm probably going to be making a fair few little fixes like that soon. So let me just do that. And the bots will already have a few in place. I was down here somewhere. There we are. Okay. That way I don't have to worry about ripping stuff up. Yeah, I need all these belts to come up. That's just how it is. No two ways about it. There we go. Then replace them. And the same treatment here. Just get all that limestone out of the way. This can break. And then run this way. Okay. And yeah, you're full on lime. Just gotta get the belts laid down and then this will start running. There's 8 here. That is a little more than a third. That's an annoying amount. So that's like a little over 2 a second. You are producing 4 a second, so that should be no problem to steal some for glass as well. If I assume about 2 per second again, I can do another 8 of these. Do that, and then that. So that's my glass mixture. Let's get this belt reversed. Honestly, let me move this down just a little bit. Have this belt extend, and that's probably where those guys are going to go. Let's pick that up and get this down. Maybe I don't want to be doing stuff down in here. Nah, that's fine. So you output not even 1 a second, so yellow inserters are probably fine for you. And input is kind of the same deal. I will, however, use red inserters just to make it a little visually easier to tell which ones are the long hands. And then long hand. There we are. So then we have our close input and our far output. And that's just going to be silicon powder and lime. The lime's easy. Silicon powder, you make 4. Again, you're probably making enough that I can just continue this lineup and run you up here as well. I don't want to put you that close though. Otherwise, we'd run into some problems. Also, this belt is backwards. This is supposed to be going this way. I know why it was backwards, it's just it should not be backwards anymore. And let's see, that's gonna get you right in there. Honestly, a terrible spot. So let's just do that. Yeah, that's fine. And then let's find the lime. Well, the lime also has to go, actually. I don't really like the way that worked out, but I'm just not going to think about it anymore. There we go. So that's going to give me glass. That's going to help put up here. Going to load in here. And glass mixture loading. I never set a color on you. You're very, like, dark blue. Dark blue, kind of purpley. Maybe not that dark. Oh, that's a little too purple. Honestly, that's not bad. I kind of like that. Let's just, let's leave it at that. So there's glass mixture. And then... Hold on, what actually, what is the recipe for molten glass again? So molten glass and lead. But that's annoying. I like the molten glass and tin one, because that's a catalyst recipe, it just recycles. But that's purple science, and I don't have that. I'll leave myself open to it, but for right now, I think I'm just going to do straight molten glass, which is just melted, yeah. Okay, leave myself open to the extra space, but otherwise we'll just keep going down. Those are really big bases. Those are really big bases. Do I make landfall with this? I don't, but my stuff in the middle might, and I'm honestly very concerned about that. But let's just ignore it, because that's usually the best way to handle things, is you just ignore it. Let's go ahead and copy this just for trying to figure out where things go. And then I'll paste the actual station over top of it. So, rails, unloading, this way. This is going to be... This is... glass. Glass mixture. I was wondering if I wanted to do tin here, but let's say this one gets to be the primary, and I will copy this. How am I going to get that to fit? Okay. So I will copy this just so I know where the extra little split is supposed to be. Something like that. And then here's inserters to line up the station. And that way, if I do wind up needing, like, coolants or something in the future, then I have something that I can, you know, I have the space for it. I don't have to tear everything out. Tin is not... I keep saying it because I keep forgetting it. Tin is not an input, it is a catalyst. It gets recycled. Oh well, whatever. Here's my glass station. Well, whatever. It's fine. Stick a roboport in there for better build coverage. And glass mixture only has one output, so... I will go ahead and copy all this, because maybe since this is such a small area, I might reuse this and do something else in here as well. And then let's get a loading station. Yeah, there we go. And this is going to be glass. Making sure nothing weird down here, because I thought I saw some conflicts when I went to paste this, but I guess not. This is all fine. Let's move. Let's not do that. There we go. And I can just pick this up. I don't anticipate glass being a very high throughput material. I might go ahead and upgrade this to red belt just because. But then, other than that, I'm okay with just the single belt. Let's grab from somewhere up in here the station, the name, and the colors. So this is going to be glass mixture unloading. And then this is going to be glass, just regular glass loading. There you are, and you're a much darker color. If anything, you might be slightly green heavy. Oh, actually, that's like almost perfect right there. Let's just leave it right there. There's glass loading. Okay. Does mean what I need are induction furnaces next, which is actually something I should set up over here. That's not what I meant to click on, but I'm actually kind of interested now to see what the most I've made is, and of course it's crushed stone. Of course it's crushed stone, what else would it be? Jivolite is the ore I've gone through the most of, which I find very interesting actually. Made 3,000 cobalt, only 3,000. Okay, anyway, what I wanted was the blueprint. So, this is going to be these three guys, and then just the freebie in here. Let's say, like, the pellet press, sure. And then you can be the ore processors and the chemical furnaces, I guess. I doubt I have chemical furnaces in already. But then we're going to move over to here and make the induction furnaces. And what else can I do in here? Not really anything. You can be strand casting 1. I don't usually like splitting things up, but oh well, whatever. And then you're going to be the casting machines, and then strand casting 2s. There we are. Okay, and that should keep everything going. I'm a little surprised I don't have more of this by now. Oh yeah, red circuits. My blueprint is wrong. Oh god. I only ever set the one machine to read the ingredients. Oh, I'm gonna scream. Okay, well let's fix that immediately. Come up here, and I have so much to fix by hand, but let's at least do the blueprint first. Read ingredients. Read ingredients. Read ingredients. Read ingredients. There we go. Save. Okay. Unfortunately, this next part is gonna hurt a little bit. Let's stay in map view, I guess. Read ingredients. Read ingredients. Read ingredients. Okay, that's the one that's checked, okay. I don't want to accidentally uncheck the one assembler that is actually correct. So, read ingredients. Read ingredients. It's entirely possible there may be a better way of doing this. I might be able to make some, like, very, very sparse blank version of the blueprint and, like, paste it back over everything and all. But I am more afraid of breaking things and causing myself more agony. This is not... As much as I may play it up, it's not going to take too terribly long. This is going to take, like, a minute. Like, I'm already over half done, I'm pretty sure. I'm just glad that I noticed before I pasted too many more of them. Oh boy. It's kind of like aim training. Yep, okay, we're up to the row of things where I only just pasted, so we're nearly at the end. And one more group. There we go, okay. So that explains why I wasn't getting any more silos. That does make sense. Also, how's solder doing? Because I do need solder. No power. Okay, completely blacked out. Never mind. Guess it doesn't matter how solder's doing, because we have no production anyway. So, these are here. Pick up that. I need a train for the glass mixture, and I'll need a train for glass. Might as well go ahead and get both of those going. So you go until you are full, and then wait until you're empty. I don't think the other glass station has been made yet, but I will look. Yeah, so only those. The actual glass loading can wait. In that case, since I am still waiting on all this to get finished, we're not going to make it up to the top there anytime soon. These are the red ones. So, yeah, these guys. They're pretty cheap. I can just make those. I'm missing 7. So there's 7. I'm also missing, of course, all the assemblers. I guess I should have made the actual red assembler thing first. That would have been intelligent. But, who's ever accused me of being intelligent? Let's just make a couple of those. At the end of the queue, it'll take a minute to get there, but, you know, we'll make it. That's probably just about enough of the heat pipes, actually, to get things started. Maybe I should start looking into this guy. So I only request... how much concrete? Do I request any concrete at all? I should really organize this better. Maybe now's the time. Let's say this is belts. So, belts, I want 0 grays. And then yellows. So right now yellows are still my primary. I don't know... let's see, I keep 400. I probably don't need that many, since I don't build much by hand anymore. So let's say 200. And then undergrounds, a stack is fine. Splitters, stack is fine. Red belts. Similarly, probably just like 200. And then red undergrounds and red splitters. Okay. And then I might as well go ahead and start setting up blues. And I'll set them up exactly the same way. Even though I don't make blues, I might as well do this so I don't have to come back and change this in like a day. Oh yeah, you are belts. And then, what else would be reasonable to keep? I don't really know. Let's just see where that gets me. So I don't need these up here anymore. I don't need the yellow belts there anymore. I might have a group literally just for pipes. Don't think I need the miners. I don't think I'll need the building materials in too long, but I will keep them for now. Yeah, I don't know. That's, I'll worry about cleaning up more than this in the not too distant future, but for right now I think that's probably fine. There we go. And let's get these intermediates down as well. I wanted to get this one done so I could start making the red assemblers so they can actually start filling this place out, because if I don't have the red assemblers going, then I kind of just stall anyway. Doesn't matter that I make the requester silos. Okay, so all that's cool, that's going. I must have gotten a shipment of solder in, because there goes some red circuits. You'll love to see it. Where is the solder stop? Where is the solder stop? Do I not have a solder stop at the main base? Oh, there it is. Solder right there. Okay. Oh yeah, so there's a whole load of solder, so that must have just shown up. I am going to hit T to get that to stop blinking at me, but I'm probably not doing new research anytime immediately soon. Well, it's not even a choice. I don't actually have the science packs to do new science with. But I do have bots, and man, I could not be more pleased. Okay, I do still need 6 more of whatever those things are. I probably made them. I do. There we are. So let's get back to making glass. So that's going to fill out this line. You need power. I started speaking like another language for just a second. Let's just get a one of these. And there we go. Okay. So that'll be glass. And then I need to get this area built out a little bit. Let's see what I can do. So you need be melted down in not a blast furnace, an induction furnace. Okay. Can I just copy this? And then the recipe should be glass, just molten glass. And okay, let's search for glass. Okay, I already have 1, so that makes that pretty easy. And I do want to leave room for more train stations. Oh, no I don't. Well, this is a pretty empty area. Okay, I remember this whole back and forth with myself. Okay, so I will, yeah, I'll put the glass, like, over here, in case something else needs to be over here. And my throat's closing up. I am just at 8.5 hours, and I think that's just about my my talking limit. So I might the motor mouth might be slowing down just a little bit. Let me take a sip of water. Okay, I do want to get glass hooked up before I leave, just because that allows me to make more solar panels. Though I am probably pretty close to getting that reactor up and running, I'd say. Though I don't want to rely on the reactor because it seems scary. I don't know how much power I'm actually going to be able to reliably get out of it without a Covrex. Let's get that going in. This coming in this way. And just slap a splitter on. You come in. Once again, come this way. And just worm your way in, and you also get a splitter, and you can just be upgraded. Have fun. Honestly, maybe I don't like that idea. That's kind of stupid. I probably would have been happier just actually running 3 yellow belts in, because this is actually only 2 yellow belts worth of throughput. So yeah, let's actually rip this up. I don't like this at all. Oh my god, please let me break that. Thank you. So yeah, let's actually just pick all of that up. And then do something like this. And there we go. Okay, and then we can just run all that in. There we are. And then this one. And this one. Fantastic. Wonderful. Awesome. Okay. This will get plugged in eventually. It just needs to be built. This has absolutely no power of any kind, so let's get power down to you. You also need your input. Probably a good idea to have that. Yeah, if I need to add in more train stuff, we can just worry about all this later. But right now, let's do that. Is this connected? This is connected. Okay. And then that'll just make glass. Yeah, that's fine. This is all within building range. And yeah, that's all cool. Okay. Let's see what I can do to help speed some of this up. I think I will add, let's see, buffer chests. Yeah, I don't really think I need a whole buffer silo, but you know what? Why not? I'll just make one. I already have a silo on me anyway. Let's make a buffer silo. And if you're not sure what I need a buffer silo for, I'm going to just request all of the raw resources up into here. So just kind of roughly centered right here. And just raw resources. For crafting stuff. So for example, I'll just request a stack of copper. A stack of iron. I was requested glass, but I don't actually know what needs glass. Solar panels, distractor bots, lasers, petri dish. Yeah, if I need glass at some point, I can come back and request glass. I will request lead, just all the metal plate. Probably not nickel. Probably not nickel. Is silver used in anything? Silver plate doesn't really seem to be used in anything, so I can skip silver. I will request tin. I'll request the spools also. Probably go ahead and request aluminum, why not? Don't think I need any of this stuff for anything. Bricks are important. Let's make sure I have bricks in here. And probably concrete. Let's say 2 stacks of concrete. If things need concrete, they usually need a lot of it. I don't even make titanium yet, but you know what, you get to be in here, have fun. I don't think I need zinc. I need a lot of steel. Things are pretty steel hungry. Let's go ahead and say like 2 stacks of steel. I don't think I need to keep solder in here. Yeah, I don't really think so. Brass and bronze. I don't make gunmetal yet, but maybe I'll need that at some point. Okay, so that's all of that stuff. Anything that I want from in here, I really doubt it. How about intermediaries? I should probably keep some intermediaries. Yeah, just like a stack of all the gears ready to go. Even though I craft some and that keeps a small buffer, let's keep a little more. What are you? Ceramic. I haven't even had anything that needs a ceramic bearing yet. What are you? You're literally only used in logistics bots 3. You're awful. Whatever, sure. Do I need batteries for anything that's going to go in here? Doesn't really look like it, so I won't bother. Engines aren't really interesting. I might keep circuits. Circuits are probably a good idea. Let's just keep a little buffer of circuits, and it's going to bother me that they aren't in proper order. So let's put circuits in the correct order. I'll even put blue circuits in here, why not? None of this really strikes me as important, so let's carry on. None of that. Certainly none of that. No. No. Can't imagine anything else is going to be important, but I am going to just very briefly look through. Yeah, okay, that's kind of what I thought. So, I don't know why my... Oh, I didn't have personal bots on, that's why. And so, that's going to get all kinds of logistics requests to come in, and this will get filled up with basic resources. And then, as things craft and they need those resources, the bots don't have to fly all the way out to whatever far reaches of the factory to go and get it, because I have a big buffer of it just right here. I probably should throw bricks in there. I wish I could make this bigger. I have concrete bricks, and it's gonna really bother me that I can't put all the brick pipes together, but oh well. So, clay brick, let's keep some, and then regular stone brick, we'll keep some. And were there any other kind of bricks? I think that was it. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Okay, let me just quickly run through here and see if I'm missing anything. I need brass. Yeah, that's reasonable. I don't think I have any brass right now. This is getting built up slowly but steadily. Where is brass? Just since it was brought up. Completely bone dry empty. You're missing zinc. Of course you are. You know, let me look at something. Here's the molten bronze recipe. Molten bronze 3 is zinc. Molten bronze 2 is nickel and tin. So 12 and 18. 12 and 18. So you also produce 360. Yeah, 12 tin. 18 copper. It's the same either way. All we're changing out is that. I think I will probably swap this out for nickel as long as my brass recipe can also take nickel. So let's see. So 18 and 6 on tin. 18... Oh no. Oh boy. I can swap it out for lead, but I really don't want to have to do that. And it takes the same amount of zinc anyway, so that's not super appealing to me. But yeah, you just get to stay. I just need more zinc. And this should be running, I just have no Jivolite chunks at the moment. How much Jivolite do you take, actually? It says you consume 2. I have 8 of these. That is actually more than a yellow belt. Not that I'm consuming them. Like, this is certainly not a even half belt, but it is important to keep in mind, I guess. Can I do anything about the Jivolite situation? No, these are all running. Like, all of these are running. If anything, it looks like the geodes are backing up again. I'm probably just out of sulfuric acid. And what? Huh? I'm so confused. What do you mean? Oh, am I completely out of power? No, power's fine. What's going on, guys? Crystal dust, yes. Alt mode's on, yes. The pipe is just empty. You're not running. What's the deal? Waiting for source item. Are they broken? What? This has been working the entire game. I just realized, the inserter... Okay, this one should be working, but you have no sulfuric acid. That's fine, but this one has sulfuric acid. But this inserter is backwards. I don't know. Let's swap it. Okay, so there's that. And that. And that. Okay. So pick up and drop. Okay, there. That's moving, technically. That was movement. I just only have 14 megawatts of power right now. So, okay. I don't know. Sure. Who knows? Do the machines with the bad inserter have products finished? Probably not. I'm sure that's probably just been broken the whole time. Products finished 0. Yeah, okay. That's just been broken the whole time, I guess. I don't know. Cool. Very cool. This should probably be limited to only function if my slurry is low. So let's actually get a combinator in here. Like right here. And this is sulfuric acid. I might as well run that as well. So that if sulfuric acid is low, I can tell it to stop wasting it when I don't want it to. But then I also want to get crystal slurry in here. Where's the crystal slurry tank? Okay, crystal slurry loading's way up there. I'm not going up there. Not going all the way up there. So maybe I'll just pop a small tank. I say a small tank and then grab a big tank. Yeah, you can just have one more tank of buffer in here somewhere. A few times where a certain inserter changed on me and hoped that was proof I'm not insane, but no, unfortunately not. Okay, drop you one. Copper pipe. I've learned my lesson. Give me copper pipe. There we are. And then I need to be able to connect this into something. Let's see if that's close enough. It is. Very nice. Okay. So this is going to read the crystal slurry contents, and that should be pretty much self-balancing. And so this I only want to run if crystal, whatever it is. There we are. Crystal slurry is less than, one of those tanks is 150, I think. So let's just say 100k, and sulfuric acid is greater than, you know, like 50k or something. Let's say 75. The reason I'm setting a sulfuric acid requirement here is because I do rely on this for ore processing as well. So if sulfuric acid runs out, that's kind of a big deal. Anyway, let's run the check marks out. And all of these only run if you have a check mark. And unfortunately, I can't copy and paste this requirement because that'll copy the recipe. So I just have to come to each of these and set the condition. check mark, and more, and check mark, and more. Just paranoid I'm gonna wind up missing one. There we go. So those should all be off. Yes, they are. Okay. Apparently I don't have any combinators. Yep, apparently so. But at least those will be off for the time being anyway. Sulfuric acid, huh? Where's all my sulfuric acid? I believe that's the main base stop. Yes, it is. I just don't have any, okay. Okay, I guess I just need to make more. Where is it? Okay, so here's sulfuric acid. I just really don't have space to make more right here. How's your input? Okay, you are lacking sulfur dioxide. You're not even running it full time. Sulfur dioxide, yes, is pretty much empty. These guys are doing their best. They are certainly full of sulfur, they're just not making enough. Let's priority output to this side, so that all of the incoming sulfur should come in here and be made into sulfur dioxide if it can. It's not like sulfur is used for too much. I mean, it's used in blue science, I guess, but we certainly need more sulfur dioxide than just this, so if we're not even making that much sulfur, we're in trouble anyway. Guess I'll do the same up here. Anyway, so this isn't running because we have not enough oxygen. I actually remember, I specifically remember saying we were going to need more oxygen and then just didn't do anything about it. I'd like to be able to go a little bit more to the left because I can't go very far to the right. Or I guess I can, there's just this belt in the way. I believe that's science. That is the science belt. Yeah, let me just copy this, and I'm literally gonna just double it. I don't want to have to deal with this anymore. Okay, that's gonna just work on me. Okay, that's pretty cool. I didn't think that was gonna just work. I need to copy power poles. There we are. This roboport's gonna have to move. I'll just put you, like, over here for right now. Sorry, guys. That's gotta go. This oxygen pipe right here is gonna give me grief. I just know it. But I'll actually need to do 4 of these. So yeah. That just works, actually. Somehow that just works. Okay, so I do need this to connect, and everything is all fine. I do need to double this as well. And some of these might not have power. Pretty hard to tell, honestly. So I will just drag this way. Okay, that's all cool, all good to go. Guess that's all my hydrogen sulfide taken care of, so I have no more bonus sulfur coming in. I have no power, that's awesome. Did I ever get any glass? Let me find silicon. Okay, I did. In fact, let me go ahead and swap the size these inserters output to, so I can get a full belt coming in. And this is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's only 2 per second, so it doesn't matter too terribly much, but all the same, this is an unloading station. What is my deal tonight? I keep doing that for some reason. So, go this way. This is a loading station. Yes. Cool. Good. This is glass mixture. There we go. And it didn't change the inserters anyway. Okay. I would kind of like you to do that. But that's gonna break all my belts. Yeah, whatever. So, glass mixture. And then just very carefully force place over all of this. And then move that. And I can get rid of the deconstruction. Okay, that's hopefully all good. You're still good. Yeah, nothing's broken. All cool, good. So there's my first tiny itty bitty bit of glass coming in. Let me make sure the glass station is ready for you. You have none of the things you need, but you are otherwise built just fine. I'm kind of cool with that. Let's get a train down into glass loading. You're going to wait until you are full. Of course, I don't have a glass unloading station. I might go ahead and just make one, though. Not that I expect to be able to use it in any time soon, but I would at least like to be prepared. Let's go ahead and just drag this down to about there. I think that's correct. Rip out the trees so I can see. And let's just copy... Well, I guess it's just a regular unloading, isn't it? Actually, it's a little different. The base stations here are slightly different from the blueprint, and I've kind of just been honoring that. So I think I will continue to do so. I can't help but notice something in there was ore, and that's probably not a good sign. Right there, right there. So what are you? You're brass unloading? Or you're just nothing, okay. I actually didn't need to make this station at all. In fact, let's just... Well, I'll keep it there. But, let's make this the glass station then. So, copy that. And put you there, so you're glass unloading. But I want to paste immediately right over you. Nope, okay, undo that. I wanted to do a parameterized paste over you. Where this... Yeah, why is that in the combinators? I guess that's fine, whatever. You're just glass. Because I didn't know where that ore was, so I didn't want to have to go hunting for it. I just wanted to parameterize it and paste it out of existence. So that is the glass station. We're all cool. This is an unnamed station that unfortunately now has glass in the combinators. So I may actually rip up the station part itself. I've changed my mind on that like 8 different times, but yeah, I think that's just the right thing to do. Let's keep the RoboPort coverage going. Not that I necessarily need it, but I might as well. And how's this going? Okay, we don't have assemblers because we have no brass. Brass is the weirdest one for me, man. I can't believe how much grief I've had over brass. I'm looking for the ore. Here we are. Oh, I'm out of catalyst. Don't want to be out of catalyst. That's a bad one to be out of. So I have no crystal seedling. Because crystal slurry is empty. Yes, it is. I never threw that one combinator in the system, so let's go ahead and do that. In fact, I don't need to keep combinators on me anymore. Assuming I can get them made up in here somewhere. I know I put combinators down, I just don't actually remember where it was. Here we are. So let's turn personal bots off. And let's grab just a couple of these so I can place these down manually where I want them to be. That's gonna be a minute though. Which one am I missing? Well, I just threw them all in the system anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter then. The induction ones would actually be nice to have. You make casting machines. I do need those as well. So let's get those placed and get these placed so that hopefully I can start producing those. I don't really know what else I would want just immediately. I see the air filters. I kind of don't feel like making the air filters, so funny as it may be, I might actually just go do those. Also, I should stop requesting the tier 2s now and request the, these guys. Yeah, that's good enough. Cool with me. And what are these? Do I just want to throw the rest on here? Did throw them on casting machines. I know I have air filters in here. I guess I will probably handcraft the air filters. I am thinking about doing the turbine setup though, just so I can start getting some progress on the turbines. And there we are. And so, why not? Read ingredients. That's a lot of stuff coming in. You output those things. Okay, it's working now. Never mind. None of these request from buffer chests. I set the whole buffer chest thing up and then forgot to do that, so I have to... Okay, at least this one's a little easier. In fact, I will go into map view. So let's do the whole right side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I'm counting so that I can double check. Yes, there are 10. Okay. Then do the same over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And there we go. Okay. All cool. All cool. Of course, that does mean I have to come up here again. And I have one more thing to touch up in the blueprint. But other than that, this should finally actually be finished. Yeah, oh cool. Okay. And go away. And I will go ahead and make those air filters, I guess. I keep saying it and then not doing it. And I needed exactly 8, so that should work out. Very cool. And as a little bonus, I guess I get resupplied from the buffer chest if I decide to stand here and handcraft also. So, nice little redeliver. Okay. Let's just keep churning away at glass. Induction furnaces have not been made. Why not? You should have the ability to make them. You don't have brass pipe. You don't have concrete bricks. And that's it. Brass pipe and concrete bricks. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Brass pipe should be getting made, but I only have a single assembler making it, so it's not that weird that it's not there. In fact, I might just go ahead and make another pipe-specific intermediary plop here. So let's just make all the pipes. I wonder if stone pipe is used in literally anything. No. Bronze, I'm sure is. Steel, I know is. Brass certainly is. How about ceramic? You are used in the higher tier boilers and heat exchanger 3s, but I'm not really worried about you. Let's just do iron. Yeah. Might as well... Should have probably done copper pipes as well. I'm already making copper pipes already. Who cares? It's good enough. It'll get there. Yeah, let's see if there's anything I can do. I can just handcraft these, of course. Maybe it'll be the very last time I have to handcraft them. Of course, I'm getting to the point where I'm probably not going to need very many of them. So, it's almost coming too late. And it is a little annoying. I was hoping I'd be able to... You know, I'd like to be able to auto-craft them and get them to go. But I am missing concrete and brass. And that's, those are both materials that are a little difficult to just force to happen, so maybe I will just do this one myself. The bots get to have the next one. So I need 18 casting and 3 of these guys. So 9 more after however many that is. Oh, and it's gonna be a minute, because I have all these air filters to craft anyway. The buffer chest is working exactly as intended though, so that's very nice to see. Okay, I just wish the crafting could go a little faster. I guess while I'm waiting, I can try and find something else. Like, even if I have the glass station, I don't have glass coming in, so let's get the belt. I'll run you out this way, alongside whatever this one is. I don't actually remember what runs this way. And let's do that, just clean it up a little bit. I did the same thing here. Let's see anything in here. There we are. And there we are. So let's just run you this way and see where glass comes in. I should be able to follow this passageway right along the side. Just like those guys over there. Which is what I'm following, so that's a good place to be, I guess. Let's not do that. And, yeah, I want to be up here. That's going to be on the outside of this belt. Let's just go ahead and start laying this down. And up I go. Okay. That means I want to be over here somewhere. Getting there is the tricky part. I might actually... Yeah, I can underground this, but even still, that's not exactly very clean. One too far. There we go. Oh well. It is what it is. Let's just get it in there. And where does glass usually go? It should be like right in here, I think. Glass was one of the last belts to go and join the bus. Oh, it's actually up above. I may have already torn it out. No, there's glass. So glass is this belt right here. Okay. So I do have to get it in there somehow. Easier said than done. Easier said than done. Okay, let's start by ripping all this old stuff out. None of this is useful anymore, and it's just in the way. There we are. Just get all this to go away. All of this. Yeah, just none of it. None of it's useful. Make it go. I'll leave the oxygen in place. Maybe that's important for something. And I'll run the power over. That's about all I want to mess with in there. I can't make wow, okay. I need silicon bowls in the base also. Do I put those on a train? I do put those on a train, okay. I'm very happy to see that, because I'm gonna need them. I never threw any of the stuff that I crafted in the system, so let's go ahead and do some of that. And yeah, at some point I'm gonna need a silicon bowl train, which is kind of wild to me, but it is what it is. Let's just focus on the here and now. So this belt coming up, that's gonna be glass. Glass needs to come in over here, which means getting through all this mess, but I believe most of this can just literally be ripped out. None of this is useful. I want to avoid cutting that belt, though. Carbon also might be used for something, and I'm a little leery of tearing out coal, because I don't know what coal supply is down here, so... eesh. Let's just take this one step at a time. Rip out what I can. Like, I certainly don't want to take out resin. That would be bad. Let's take all of this out. There we go. All of this can go. Yeah, I don't even know where this copper ore goes. Who knows? Yeah, this area in here is now much cleaner, though. The bots still haven't even cleaned out this area yet. This area can further be cleaned like this. There we are. Get that cleaned. This can go back. Not the pipes, though. Let's not break the pipes, because I don't know where they wind up going. Okay, and this is glass, correct? Yes, it is. So let's just bring that up into here, and then over this way. I might aim for that gap right there, honestly. Just like, bring you in here, and just run you up this way. And then all this should get torn out, so let's see if I can run you in this way. It does seem like it, that's not too bad. And there's glass. Okay, that's, I mean, could be worse, could be worse. I'm gonna have to run silicon bowl right next to you. There we are. And of course, I do have bots now. Some people might be thinking I could just make solar panels with bots. But when you have no power, you need more solar panels. And if you have enough power, you don't need solar panels. So you're pretty much not going to be making solar panels if you have... Hold on, I'm running belts and trying to speak, and that's not working. You pretty much don't want to be using bots when you have the need for solar panels, is where I was trying to go there. And yes, I'll have a reactor soon, and that will help a lot. But I'm not even convinced a reactor is going to give me all the power that I need, because I'm going to need a lot of power. That is silicon bowls hooked up at least. Well, down to this area. And I will, I guess, go ahead and continue pulling that down until, like, this section. And then I'll go and set up the train. Fortunately, I already have a little area in here. It's even the most recent thing on the clipboard. Yep, that's all correct. And there we go. That didn't parameterize though, so that's no good. Let's just copy you and parameterize out the glass for silicon bowls. There you are. And I'll copy the... that's glass unloading, but I'll copy the proper name in just a second. I just realized this belt was turned the wrong way. Let's flip that around. And then let's go grab the silicon bowl station name. Get you moved up in here somewhere. There we are. So silicon bowl unloading. Yep. Okay. I'm going to be consistent with the names here. I don't know how I wound up with a different name down here. Why is that saying there's only one station with that name? Because there definitely is more. I guess you're a ghost. I guess that makes sense. You haven't actually been placed yet, so I guess technically right now there is only one station with this name. Okay, that's fine. A shame the power poles just don't quite reach. There we are. And flip these around. Oh, let's make sure this is all correct. Monosilicon, yes it is. Yes it is. And then I'll just run the belt up against the bottom of this guy. And just like I did before, run you as far this way as I can, and then up. And up. And that connects in. Okay. Very cool. That should get everything going. And that's my monosilicon connection. I'm missing yellow belt. That's terrifying. Because the roboport has no charge. Okay. That's not nearly as terrifying. I'm okay with that. I mean, I'm not okay with it as far as I would quite like to have power, but I'm okay with it as far as, you know, I understand the reasoning. These guys never did get made, huh? And what's left? Brass pipe? Yeah, I don't have any brass pipe either. Okay. Sorry, bud. That makes two of us. I guess... yeah, let's just make however much brass I do have into this guy. Yeah, there's just no brass. I will have to force a brass request to happen, I guess. So let's go find zinc. Let me make sure. Does the zinc station have logic on it? You are at 100. That is correct. Okay. Okay. It sure does. This is not full. Let's go grab zinc ore. And let's just go ahead and send you. You're close enough. Nothing can load right now because there's no power anyway. So whatever. Yeah, I literally have 853 kilowatts of power right now. Have I disconnected my solar panels? I have disconnected my solar panels from my entire base at some point and did not know it. Awesome. When did that happen? Okay, let's get this placed so that I at least know the rails are connected, so the bulk of the base should always be connected to the solar field. I assume someone should be able to come out and handle that, even with the power situation being what it is. That would explain why power's been so bad the last few minutes that, I scream. I scream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream. Go on, little bot, you got this. I almost wonder if I could run there faster than this bot's gonna get there. But, whatever. We'll get there quickly enough. So here's zinc. Train can't unload because there is no power, of course. But very, very shortly, that should be remedied. Somehow the one with the light is going to beat the one with the power pole. I believe you're tier 2, that's why. And... okay, there we go. Now up here... you're unloading. Very nice, okay. Even then, I guess we're recharging all the roboports, so I'm demanding almost 4.5 gigawatts of power. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to supply that game. Good try. Yeah, right now the solar panels are outputting literally nothing, so I'm back at being completely power dead, but on. I'm advanced. Go! Nope, still nothing, okay. Well, I can't really force the sun to rise, I just have to come and see if I have anything more for the bots to place. And as it turns out, I do. Are we missing things? We're missing literally one more heat pipe. I will craft a heat pipe. We'll get that placed. And then I don't have to worry about any more heat pipes after that. I am manually crafting the turbines, even though I have something that should be crafting turbines. It just says it doesn't wanna, because there's no brass pipe, and no steel, and no cobalt. Okay. Well, that's a separate problem I'll deal with on some other day. Yeah, there's no power. Oh well. High capacity accumulators really, really showing off right there. Just from them, I was able to pull over a gigawatt, when my typical solar panels top off at like 200 megawatts. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I can't do too much just staring at power. But I have no power to do anything with at the same time. Did I ever get all the stuff necessary to make you? No, because I need concrete. Yep, I sure am only requesting 200. Let's request 1,000. And then I surely don't have 1,000 red circuits, but let's start requesting them. Oh, I had some in the buffer chest, so that'll get me started. And I can make one reactor. That's not bad. That's a start. Let me come down here and look at something that I literally only just thought of. This right here. This is going to take fuel cells, and it's going to load them in reactor. Very cool, very nice. But what I want to try and do is I want to try and prioritize the 234 fuel cells, because 234 fuel cells can only be used as fuel. I also realize I don't have output, so I can't actually take the spent fuel cells out. That's a bit inconvenient. You can go there, I guess. Yeah, I didn't think about having to take the fuel cells out, and that's my fault. That's not right. But that is. And just swap the corner. There we are. So I guess I still need something. That's probably a centrifuge. That handles reprocessing, yes. So that's going to give me slag. How on earth am I going to deal with slag out here? Is there any way to just get rid of slag? I can liquefy you, or turn you into concrete, or I can crush you into crushed stone. Slag slurry requires sulfuric acid. No way that's happening. Yeah, I'll probably just turn you into... I guess I could crush you and turn you into landfill. That's not a horrible idea. I guess that works. Okay. Let's just leave it at that. In which case I'll have another row. Leave a little bit of room. And that's for reprocessing. Maybe not that much room. Let's go like right there. So this is going to be my reprocessing centrifuge. Let's delete this in here. Yeah. And for right now, I'll just run this up this way. If I do wind up needing more reactors, of course, I can just add more. Let's make sure... Yeah, okay, so that's going to be on the outside, so this guy can always output onto the inside. That's no problem. Not that I'm literally thinking about spent fuel cell belt-sidedness. I'm losing my mind. And so let's just bring you in like right here. What do you output? You output 238, so I'll send that around the back. That's no big deal. Let's just bring fuel cells in this way. Okay. Yeah, I can literally just dump you right into here, and that's not a big deal. Anything, I might want to input priority from the left, just in case that ever gets backed up. And I only have power down to here. That's annoying. I think I'll just move you down one. Just not have to deal with more power poles. In which case, I'll just move this whole thing down one. Okay, and that'll just spit out slag and uranium, so let me make sure to filter you to uranium-238. And then I'll deal with the slag in just a second. I guess I'm gonna need a separate power pole for the slag specifically. So let's get you here. You're gonna output slag. And, okay, I need crushers. Really just a crusher. I can direct insert, honestly. I don't see why I wouldn't. That's gonna make stone. That stone is going to get inserted into here to make stone. There we are. And then that is going to go into here to become landfill. There we are. And then that will just go into a provider chest. In fact, you can go into a provider silo now. You can even go into a storage silo. Yeah, there we are. I have to make one, of course, but that's no big deal at all. I am not going to put the reactor in until I have all the necessary reactors. That would be quite a mistake. But I am going to slowly start making them. Including making the heat pipes that they're going to require. Did I not just make the thing? There you are. Go get that placed, boys. I still didn't figure out a way to prioritize the usage of the other uranium fuel cells, which is kind of a problem, if I'm gonna be honest. Okay. Why is this not loading? Disabled by control behavior. Okay, I guess there is enough fuel cells in the system that that's not going to go, which is kind of nice to know, honestly. I have a lot of fuel cells then. And in that case, I still have not made a single uranium-234. Right. Let's do this. And one for you. And let's say... I need a second one, I think. There's probably a more compact way of doing this, but I don't know how to do it. So I'm going to do it this way. I can take advantage of the fact that you can read from splitters now. Actually, you can't read from splitters. I always forget that. I guess the best I can do is I can read from this belt and at least see if we're backing up on it. Like, that's best I can do, I think. You're gonna read belt, just this one section. And if a 234 fuel cell is present, then I want to output 234. I wish there was like a not condition that I could do. Actually, I can compact this, I think. If it's 0, I can output the other fuel cell. So... hold on, what are you actually called? Let's just look for 235. So if you are less than 1, just because of how comparator logic works, doing equals 0 is going to be kind of odd, then I want to output uranium-235. Yes? Good. Okay, so the condition's true. It's outputting 235. Good. That doesn't really help me any. That's just what this comparator should be, honestly. Okay, whatever. It's fine. Let's get that. And so now you're both trying to output 235, whatever. If you are greater than 0, then output 234. So, in other words, to explain why, if I get a 234 fuel cell up on this part of the belt, then I disable the outputting of 235, and I enable 234. If there is no 234, then I disable outputting 234 and enable outputting 235. Reason for that should be pretty simple. Connect these together, connect these to you, and I want to set your filter. So I can't set your filter to T, even though that's the, or the green check mark rather. So the green check mark tells you whether or not you should be on, and then I am setting your filter. So with all that done, let's copy these guys down to here. There's no good way to do it on you, though. So what I might even do is I might just put a belt there, and then have you pick up from one lower, so that you aren't picking up from the splitter. And then I can read from the splitter. Like so. And that'll give me basically the same thing, and then I can do set filters on you as well. And so yeah, that should work. Unfortunately, you don't get power from anywhere nice. You can just go up there, whatever. And this is also going to need power. Let's drop that down and put you over here. Just looks a little nicer. Why don't you have any 238? Ah, that would make sense. Okay, so you can't have 238. That is kind of a problem. Maybe I can send this belt in, since I'm going to get so many more regular fuel cells than the 234. I can just reprocess that into here. That doesn't make any sense. Or what I can do is I can set an inserter here, reach down and filter you to 238. And then this iron has to come up here. This has to become a 3 reacher. And then we... Yeah, the sides can be the 1 inputs, and then the middles can be 2 inputs. And then I get the 238 into here. So, can I move this power pole? I think I should be able to. It's going to make that off-centered, but whatever. And that should just work. Should. Let's make this a... Oh, I remember I forgot to put a filter on you. So let's get you filter to landfill. Otherwise, you're going to fill up with all kinds of interesting stuff. Reason being, I was thinking about doing the same thing down here and immediately realized if there's 2 products, I won't be able to set a filter, and that's probably not a good idea. So instead of a storage, you get to be just a provider. So let's go and make a provider. And I could set this up to be auto-crafted in here, but I don't think I'm going to need very many of these, so I'm not going to bother. 1 more reactor down. So that's going to bring me up to 3 total. I need 8. I need 8. 8's a few. I still have no brass. And I'm at 9.5 hours, so I am going to be wrapping up soon, I think. I would just like to get, like, some glass going, or, like, some brass fixed, or, like, I need something, man. give me something. Can I get this first shipment of glass going in? There's, like, some glass. The middle one... Okay, the front one's hogging it. That's understandable given how this layout is, because my circuit balancing will only balance the chests, and right now the chests are all empty. They can't tell that there's a train there, so, you know, just is how it is. Are these all working? Yes, because this belt has to pass all of them, so I'm not starving these in order to run glass. Not that I care much about concrete at the moment. I have enough, but, you know, that is the way it was designed, so I wanted to make sure it was working as intended. That is not working as intended at all. What is this mess? What is this? What is this? Actually, I remember doing the splitters here on purpose because there is a too wide gap between the machines and I didn't want to have to deal with it, but I certainly didn't intend for this to be happening. Yeah, let's bring that up. And you can go here. And you can go here. Let's pick all this up, and even this. Now, you go there, and let's get these red belts in place. Okay. This needs to come this way, and there we go. That's a lot better. Well, okay, I actually still need to have an actual splitter. So let's get that in there. But that's gonna work a lot better. So let's leave that as is. Okay, let's see, is there anything else I can do in here? This needs gas, which needs ore, so I kind of got this at the perfect time, it looks like, because that's not producing right now. So that's kind of as much glass as I'm going to get. So yeah, let's just wait for this to trickle in. And then I'm going to go ahead and send the glass off to get smelted in. Even though it's a teeny tiny amount, it is something. And I'll go look at zinc and probably do the same with zinc as well. Oh yeah, there's like nothing in zinc because power is so terrible. Okay. Most of my problems, I think, are probably power. Like, I have some supply issues. I do. But, like, a lot of this is just power. Most of the base is not running most of the time. Like, look at this. The inserters can't even move. So, let me see. Let me continue handcrafting reactors, I guess. And what do I run out of? Just everything. Okay. Never mind. Let me grab 500 of these. And I need 500 steel. And at least that much... What even is that? Is that Invar? Yeah, okay. So let's say at least 250 Invar, which to me means 300. You know, 3 stacks. And that should be enough to craft 2 at a time at least. Because the crafting times themselves are only 30 seconds, that's not bad, but I have to craft them, then go away, then craft them, and go away, and that's pretty unbearable. So, once I'm fully supplied up, I'm waiting on red circuits, it looks like. I do want to hold off on crafting just a second, so that I can see if I can craft 2 at a time. They are bringing me up to 1,000 circuits, so that is good. I just have to wait for them to actually get here. Which is a little less good. On the way, 0. Okay, that's everything. Okay, and that does give me 2 reactors. So I can do that, clear out like half my inventory, and that starts crafting 2 more reactors. Let's see. So that's making molten glass. These are running, and that's making actual glass. Very good. That's going to come and get loaded up. I should have probably splitters on here. Just so every belt has the ability to get to every output, even though these are fluids and they'd be mostly self-balancing anyway. So yeah, actually that makes no sense. Let's just put the belts back. Sorry, bots, I didn't mean to send you on a goose chase like that. So okay, we got a fair amount of glass coming in. That's not nothing, even if it's not a lot. Let me check main base and see if we ever got silicon bull deliveries. I think you're 1 hour past when you were first deciding to call it. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm just about exactly 1 hour past, actually. How do I have 0 trains on this? I know there's another stop, and it's worked. That's what gave me science. Like, down here, 0 trains. Factorio's just one more thing is strong tonight. I mean, is it ever not strong? I can't end with this power situation the way that it is. This is just awful. And I need to do something. And as much as I would hope to be able to get the reactor going, I also would be perfectly happy to get solar panels going. What is this? There you go. Phil, you're empty. Please go to the main base. You are. Thank you. Okay, very cool. I can't believe these transport belts have not been placed. That's kind of painful. Something I said I wanted to do literally like a month ago is I wanted to come in here and I wanted to grab buffer chests and I wanted to set just a basic supply chest just for things that are commonly used in areas like this. Just so the bots don't have to fly so far away to go and build stuff. So for example, in this area in here, let's just drag things down this way. And say like right here. I want to make a group that is like expansion. Or let's say rails, right? And then, oh, excuse me. I should be able to come in here, grab the blueprint for, let's say even like this guy, like this, right? And I'm pretty sure there's a way that I can come in here and grab the blueprint itself and put you in here. Maybe if I was in person, this would be easier. I'm not gonna mess with it too much. Let's just say rails. Keep like 300. Let's say 25 of each signal. Power poles. Definitely want power. There you are. Like 25 again is probably fine. And anything else? Let's grab like landfill, maybe? Just a little bit. Like, yeah, 200 actually is probably fine. And I'll just put that at places where I'm likely to have to expand rails. And once the rail expansion is done, I can even just pick the chest up afterwards. Not like it has to be a permanent fixture, and if I do forget it, it's not exactly the end of the world. It's like a couple rails, a couple signals, and so on. So I'm just gonna dot those around where my rail expansion areas could possibly be. Yeah, like in there, sure. And down here. This actually doesn't... This isn't a complete blueprint, somehow. So let's grab that, and then stamp you down. Hey, how you doing? Unfortunately, I'm just about wrapping up. This is the last few minutes. I'm just going around and setting a requester chest so that I can start getting build materials passed around a little bit. I only just got the logistics chest today, so I've been making good use of them. I also have absolutely no power, unfortunately, so some of these things are probably going to take a while to get built in. But, once again, it should be not too bad. I have no more red circuit. That is a bit of a problem. On the other hand, that is all but 2 of my reactors. So I can probably go ahead and start the reactor, even though I'm not going to get, like, my full bonus out of it. That's going to give me something. Like, the only thing that I'm worried about is it's going to place, like, all of the outside ones and just leave these empty. But, you know, oh, what can you do? Why don't I have red circuits? Because there's no solder. Okay, so once again, it's just a zinc problem. I mean, it's doing its best. It's doing its best. Where is the crystal stuff? I made crystal stuff up here. So, crystal slurry is not the problem. You actually are just missing a filter, but that's because power is real slow. All the same, I might go ahead and just put one in each of you. See if that helps things or if that just makes you back up again. Because you did back up on filters one time and wouldn't do anything, and that wasn't very cool. Yeah, this guy is doing his best. Just doing his best. All you can ask for. That's all the glass loaded, all I'm gonna get. Apparently I don't have a glass unloading? No, I do. I just never set it on the train, I guess. So you are gonna go to glass and unload. And that should be everything? It should be everything that I need for solar panels. Where they are. Oh, I know you're in here. There you are. Yes, I'm just missing glass right now. Everything else is on the belts and ready to go. No green circuits. Okay, I will immediately run out of green circuits. That's carbon. That's gonna be because I have no power, though. Like, I have no power, so all of my carbon comes from charcoal, but right now all the charcoal is going into the boilers because my power is stressed, so that does make sense. Unfortunate as it may be, I do understand it. Not a lot I can do about it either. Let's see, can I make anything more? No, I'm still out of solder. That does make sense. Let's see. Okay, it is mostly reasonably going to place the reactors. So all of my active reactors will at least get 3 neighbor bonus, which actually, like, that's the best I could ask for. I could not have manually placed these better than that, so yeah. That's wonderful, if anything. I don't want to read temperature from both of these. I almost made a mistake. Yeah, I think I only want to read temperature from one reactor, because temperature should get shared between them. So if temperatures are falling, then it'll fall for both reactors. So I do have this down. Should have water in most of these exchangers, though I noticed not the first group somehow. Don't ask me how. And of course, it's not going to go peacefully. It'll want to take the whole reactor out with it. So, the very first one gets to just be extra special, and it gets to go on a little bend. Actually, all of these, for whatever reason, seem to be a problem. The upwards facing did not get placed. I don't know why. Let me make sure that's actually 10. That is 16. How many can I supply with one of these? You make 12. And what is your consumption? 120. So I can only supply 10. Where's the problem here? Where did things go wrong? Yeah, that's too many. That's too many. I have this up here. Okay, that should help. So if I just connect the water pipes here, then from this guy down to this guy, that's 20. Okay, so that's 2 pumps, that works. Okay, very good. Let me make sure. This is all copy and pasted, so let me make sure that all works down this way. Yes, 22 pumps, all good. Okay. How about up here? What's this one? This one's 10. Okay. All good. Just had to check. Missing 2 reactors, a couple little things, whatever. Yeah, that's all fine. In fact, actually, it's not fine. I need heat pipe. I just noticed. Let me make sure all the heat pipe is reconnected. Yes, okay. So I need like 6 heat pipe, I think it was. 8. Okay. So let's get all this built. And I'll at least have the reactor up and running today. That'll be, that's definitely a win. Temperature's climbing. I do need spent fuel reprocessing, so I should go ahead and make a centrifuge, even though I think I have those automated. Labor bonus only works between 2 fueled reactors. I don't know if that's the case. Granted, I don't like working with reactors very much, as I've said before. Neighbor bonus, that is in fact true. That is in fact true. Well, okay, these are the tricky ones to work with anyway, so... oh well. I'll worry about it later. Start producing by nuclear power, yeah! Okay, so that's gonna help things, hopefully a lot. Yeah, power is creeping up. As the heat makes its way down, we'll turn more and more of these turbines on, and that will help immensely. I believe all the steam is connected, yes, okay. Well, the 2 tricky ones are the ones in the middle at least, so those are the ones I have working. I'll just have to do something with the other reactors later, I guess. What is my maximum output? So 108 megawatts, but times 4, so that's about 450 megawatts. And what kind of deficit am I running? Right now I'm trying to pull a gigawatt, but that's with all the roboports charging and everything, so as that comes down... Oh yeah, that's much better. My peak production was usually only 200 megawatts to begin with, so I've just doubled my total production, basically, with just these reactors. So that even gives me a lot more room to grow as I need it. I do think I probably built all of these heat exchangers and all on the expectation that I would have quite a lot more than that. But if these are going to be consuming fuel, that means they'll be consuming power also, so I've actually drastically underbuilt, if anything. So, you know, depends on perspective, I guess. Let's get that centrifuge in. This still needs to be built, but the bots will get that eventually. I believe in them. And where is power? We are fantastic. We are charging the accumulators, and that's all I could possibly hope for. Okay, so that should be power pretty much solved. I don't think I'm going to have very much more issue with power pretty much ever again, with this many reactors down. Okay, that's very nice to see. I am very happy with that. Did I ever get my glass shipment in? That's the monosilicon train, and why is this backwards? I don't know. I don't know why that's backwards. I'm going to choose not to think about it, and I'm just going to force place correct inserters over top of it. Yeah, that's fine. There goes that. Where is the glass train? Let's force the glass train to come and make a deposit as well. And once I have the monosilicon and the glass, that'll also allow me to start expanding the solar field again, so I need to burn even less fuel in the reactors. In fact, I'll probably come up with some sort of compound solution in here, where I only turn the reactors on if I really need to. But even right now, your temperature is very high. Let me add some storage tanks for steam, just for a little bit of burst protection. Basically make steam accumulators as well. That's down in here. And just grab a couple of these guys, and I'll fill them in whenever there's these blanks because of the substations. That one's not big enough somehow. How is it different? I don't know. You tell me. Well, that's two of them anyway. And those are very, very large storage tanks. I did finish that centrifuge at some point. Not that I can see it anywhere. Maybe I didn't make it. I don't know, whatever. I thought I made a centrifuge. There's the first tank. There's the second one. And that'll just help regulate the reactor so that I only really run it if I need to. Let's see. Anything else I want to do before I wrap up tonight? Don't really think so. I will manually send in a shipment of brass, just because brass has been a pain, which means sending a manual shipment of zinc into brass. Yeah, you're almost full anyway. So let's see where you choose to go. That's going to go into solder. Solder's not a bad spot, but it's not where I want you right this time. This time I want you into brass. Yeah, where is solder actually? Solder is down here. And yeah, that's, here we are. So you are completely empty, so it's not unreasonable that you are trying to go in there. It's just not where I want you to go right this moment. And there we go. Okay, so that's going to get me a little bit more of these guys, finally. But I do want to come up here and look at this catalyst recipe, because we are completely out of the crystal. And that's a little annoying. Because we have no sulfuric acid, the bonus area isn't even turned on, but that's by design. I, in fact, have no sulfuric acid. Let me check the main base. Yeah, you're almost loaded. I'm just not making you quite fast enough. I think sulfuric acid's in here somewhere. Let me just dive in and look. Okay. I do remember saying that I wanted to do more of these, but if you notice, we keep having fluid ingredient shortages. That's sulfur dioxide. So I don't even have the sulfur dioxide. Keep these running. And I notice on this one, it's oxygen. How do I not have enough oxygen? How is that possible? Yeah, what? Ah, I have no pipe there. That will help a lot. Okay, I was just only running on like 3 of these guys. No wonder I didn't have enough. Come on, bots, you can do it. Get the pipe in. Someone's got to be coming to get the pipe in, surely. Oh, that'll help out quite a bit. I don't want to send you empty though. You're almost full anyway, so there's no point. You'll go when you're ready. These guys are still building out, but that's because I have no brass. I come down to brass. Wherever brass is. Brass is somewhere. Oh, I'll find you. There you are. Look at the river of brass. Okay, it's beautiful to see. If only you were always running this way. And I just officially hit 10 hours, so I think I will go ahead and wrap things up now. I got the brass running. That's going to allow me to expand out quite nicely next time. Power fixed. Very nice. Very happy with that. Yeah, like, I am producing more power than I need, it looks like. Why not 11 or 12? Don't tempt me. I will probably... right now I'm trying to be a little conscientious of other things, but for my last stream of this month, to try and get as much progress as I can, I'm probably going to just stream until I drop. Just marathon stream it. Really gave me a second win. I almost forgot it took me like 6 hours to get pink science. But I mean, hey, I can, like, getting bots is like where the game begins for me. Like, it has been a struggle up until this point. Like, Factorio has only just begun now. So, now that I have power, now that I have bots, I can start. So, yeah, probably whatever day of the month, I don't know off the top of my head is, but whichever winds up being my final streaming day of the month, I'm probably going to just marathon stream that day. Just get as much progress as I possibly can, and I will complete this even if I have to continue into next month. I would just really like to get as much done in these 2 months that the community map allots as I possibly can. Okay, we are filling up the steam buffers now. That's why the temperature is dropping so fast, I think. Yeah, there we go. So that's gonna fill up little by little. Accumulators are finally charging for the first time in forever, and yeah, like I said, I think I'm gonna just wrap up there. I don't even know what to go look at. Like, what would I even go look at right now? I need glass. Let me go send that glass train in. I thought I already did that. You don't have a condition. That's why. That's why you just keep bouncing. Okay. I suppose I will come and stare at this. When we finish tomorrow, I anticipate this area to be much, much larger than it is right now. So let's appreciate it while it all still fits on one screen. But that's all for this time. So I'll see you guys later. And oh, I forgot I was even in map view. It's hard to remember sometimes. Anyway, always remember to save. And save your backup. And there we go. See you guys in the next one. Thanks for all your tips and tricks as always. And yeah, appreciate it. See you in the next one, guys. I'm tired.